Dili. They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Dili, which means crazy, okay? That's our K-Hive. They have been training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay? Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive. They go balls to the fucking wall.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again. But not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the cum zone.
They go balls to the fucking wall.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world.
That's a 2020 campaign.
I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is
Mine's exploding all around Facebook.
a phenomenal day, regardless of the fact that my computer says it's 82 degrees and sunny here. It's not. And you might be wondering, Hassan, why is it a phenomenal day? You just said the weather is not good and you care about that sort of thing quite a bit. That's like you place a lot of emphasis on the weather, right? What's going on? You're is it because you're on time? Is that why? Or technically early? Is that why? It's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. And to all of you, the answer is it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's why.
You know we finally here, right?
You know we finally here, right?
It's Friday then Saturday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. It is a very important day. It is the day of the week where a lot of the wage cucks in white-collar jobs and some blue-collar jobs get to experience a little less of that beautiful cuckening, a little sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, sense of direction, just a fun freedom that you get to enjoy over the weekend. Obviously, if you're in retail, this does not pertain to you, but to everybody else, it's Friday. That's right, baby. Let's go. It's like a day off almost. It's especially because it's the summer, and everybody knows summer Fridays are not real. You know what I mean? Summer Fridays are just basically like it's a 3-day. It's a 3-day weekend. I don't know why we just still actually go to work. I don't know why we go to work in the summer at all, to be honest. Not getting shit done on Friday in July. That's right. I never have. Anyway, I made a community song video from yesterday's Insanity. First one in a couple of years. Hell yeah, Megaphonics. Let's go. I'm running for president's election cycle with the sole policy of being 4-day, 32-hour work week. I love that. You got my vote. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. We're live. We're alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and the Aussie boys are here. And yesterday, ended the broadcast after a chaotic 8-hour coverage on Brandon's big boy press conference. And obviously, we're going to talk about that quite a bit in a little bit. But after I ended that, I was thinking, I got to fucking find something that we can watch with the boys. And we started watching Tower of God. Definitely pulled that jacket out of the dirty clothes, Lamau. This jacket? Wait, why? I just realized I am wearing a pretty similar outfit. The pants are a little different from the Colin and Samir interview. But that interview was filmed like months ago, man. You think I don't wash my shit for months on end? Yeah, Tower of Allah. I've been watching it. It's pretty good. Juma Mubarak, there's jihad. Jihad plays a big role, Yeah, Tower of Allah. We started watching it. That shit's pretty good. Also, the Aussies revealed something to me that I don't think anybody's gonna believe, and I don't really expect you guys to believe it because I don't believe it, and I still think they're memeing. But you know how I told you guys we went to a karaoke bar and we sang and stuff at the karaoke bar? They came up to me last night and they were like, dude, you were amazing at singing. Like, shocking. And I thought that they were joking and they were like dead ass serious about it. Like they said originally like that I would be too cool for school and I wouldn't even like sing. And then they were like, they jokingly made me sing the Japanese the Friday song or Chinatown song, sorry. Because there's like an AI version of it, I guess, that Alexa had seen. Not Bakamitai. Yeah, Fly Day Chinatown. Like they've heard me, they've seen this video, so they were like, oh, why don't you do it? Like, why don't you sing this song? And then I sang it, and they were saying like that they were shocked that it was actually pretty good, and it sounded like the AI singing in general. It's so feel like that Chinatown. Why on not an old big double meeting? I'm not gonna do it right now, but like, you know, that was just a genuinely shocking revelation that they gave me, and you know, that's it. Karaoke stream with the Aussie boys in my life is yours. Maybe. I mean, if you have a blueprint to mimic, it's much easier to get the sound you want. I mean, this is not what I was this is not a blueprint that I was mimicking, let's be real. But in any case, why you do the Oprah stuff pretty well. They were drunk too. True, that's true. They were probably drunk. You should watch Pyro Cynical's new video about the British election. Who's Pyro Cynical? Are you still planning on going to China this fall still? I think I have I have basically canceled most of my trips. I don't know who Pyro Cyclical is, but I basically canceled all my trips because of the election cycle. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you guys sad, but there's a kind of a political crisis occurring. I don't know if you guys are aware. There's an election cycle happening. Yeah, I know Cutie didn't get on a plane. I know. But Pyrocyclical is a commentary channel. Is not a toxic guy whose content is peak slop. Okay, great. Be honest, it's not the election cycle. It's your distaste for traveling, and I, for one, agree. No, China is not like I broadly have a distaste for traveling. That is true. However, when it comes to going to places that I really want to go to, like Cuba, or going to places that I really want to go to, like China, like those are places that I would easily travel to. I wouldn't even question it. As long as I can figure out how to stream. And in China, that's pretty easy anyway. In Cuba, it was not. But beyond that, I think like the time I would have to take off to be able to do such a thing right now would be quite difficult. In any case, yeah, Cuba. Just stream starting at midnight in China. No, I mean, no matter what, I would be streaming at the same time zone that I stream at in LA or close to it. You already know, baby. Don't fucking act like that's not what would happen. We have known you can sing. Okay, well, something that you guys know, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know I can sing. Anyway, but yeah, personal news wise, other than all of that, Tower of God's pretty good. It's pretty pog. It's always funny making someone like Alexa, who has never watched anime, watch an anime. And the anime that we're watching is like Tower of God, which is like kind of weird as far as animes goes, especially like the first episode. It's not exactly like, it's not anything you've ever seen before, basically, if that makes sense. It's not anything he's ever seen before. It's Korean. That's what I thought. Dude, Korean anime has like a very distinct drawing style, which is weird because like I feel like a lot of Japanese anime is still being drawn in Korea. But the other one that's like a Korean that everybody loves is Solo Leveling, right? Which I didn't like as much. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a... I don't know what it is, but like it just... I don't like it. I don't like it that much. Solo Leveling, just action with graphics. Yeah, Solo Leveling did not immediately jump at me. Like, but Tower of God's pretty good. Tower of God's actually very, very good. Especially because like it's like you know, combat tournament format, which is like the easiest way to make something awesome, I think. Solo leveling is peak wish fulfillment. It's not like people used to say mid-hero academia, and by people I mean myself as well. And let me tell you, fuck, My Hero Academia, it's not peak, but it's so fucking good. I'm just like, I'm eating good. I think if you're an anime fan right now, you're eating so good, you don't know what to do with it. Like, we're all so fucking fat. We're so fucking fat. There is so much, dude. There's so much. The art, the first of all, the art has like elevated to a degree. The art is elevated to a degree where like random shows that normally would be ass, even then you have like once every season you have unimaginable battles and shit, and you're like, what the fuck is this anime? Like, why is this so good? Like, My Hero Academia is a great example of this, because like you look at Naruto, right, which My Hero Academia is like similar to, maybe not a classic in a similar vein, but like it's a big ass shonen, right? It's a big ass bubblegum shonen. You look at Naruto though, there's hella fucking duds in Naruto. There's a lot of filler in Naruto. There's a lot of moments in Naruto where like the art, you know, kind of falls apart. Okay. But then you look at My Hero Academia or Jujutsu Kaisen, for example, and there is literally no fucking, they never slam the brakes. My Hero has like some marginal filler, but like Jujutsu Kaisen is just gas all the time, never stop, all gas, no fucking brakes, pedal to the goddamn metal. And it's actually crazy. Like it's legitimately, it's shocking how good anime is. I'm becoming so fucking annoying with anime. I know I'm becoming too much of a otaku, but like, respect Naruto. Of course I respect Naruto. I love Naruto. I grew up with Naruto. I'm simply stating that like, I think the bottom, as far as like the average of anime has increased quite a bit, quite dramatically. You're not becoming annoying. Hollywood television isn't pushing the limit like anime is right now, and that's okay to say. Okay, that's literally classic otaku shit though. That is like literally what weebs say. But yeah, it doesn't, dude. There's never been a moment in my life where I have like a bunch of regular Western shows that I am keeping up with that are releasing new seasons where I've ever been like, you know what? I don't really care about the new shows that are coming out, like season 2 of House of Dragon, which I heard is pretty good. I haven't gotten into it yet. Or Boys, like season 4 of Boys. I still haven't watched it. There's never been a moment in my life where I prefer watching anime over watching like a show that I'm invested in coming out with a new season. And right now, this is it. Like right now, this is the fucking moment where for the first time in my life, I just don't even care about all these fucking shows that I normally am invested in, and a new season's coming out and I don't even care. You know? I can't believe I'm saying this, but but Fizz is right. Yeah. Did you finish Kaiju number 8? No. I'm gonna pick it up again. But yeah, we get it. You're a weeb. Everybody chill. I fought it for a long time, but Black Clover is peak shonen. You just need to get over the yelling main character. No. The new animes lack so much structure though. Their stories are so disjointed and lack of motives and overarching goals or message, like all authors feel lost or something. Yeah, I mean, sure. Demon Slayer had 7 episodes to finish off season with a fucking dope episode 8 with Muzan as antagonist walk up. Demon Slayer is fine. I think the last season left much to be desired. It's not. I think My Hero Academia is better. I mean, we're not talking about Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho clears Demon Slayer every day of the fucking week. That's not, I'm not talking about like really good anime. I'm talking about like, yeah, obviously Mob Psycho is incredible. What the fuck? Like, that's not even a question. Demon Slayer is like incredible in terms of like penmanship, in terms of animation, in terms of visual effects, but overall it's like, it's a beautiful story, but it's just like, I don't know, it definitely, like, it's no Full Metal Alchemist, you know what I mean? Like, story wise, Full Metal Alchemist, phenomenal. You need to know if you've seen Cowboy Bebop. Come on, dog. Not what kind of question is that? Cowboy Bebop is the greatest anime of all time. If you listen to my episode with Trash Taste on anime, you would know that the boys actually clocked me and said, like, you do have a favorite mangaka or like a favorite anime director. Shinshiro Watanabe is my goat. He is my king. He is my favorite for sure. Whether it be Space Dandy, which people didn't enjoy, but I did, or Samurai Champloo, which is, again, one of the best animes, in my opinion, to Cowboy Bebop that is in a league of its own. I am a massive fucking Watanabe fan. Anyway, you really should check out the Cyberpunk anime. Yeah. I think most new mangas anime now kind of suffer from the success of the older generation big three and how long they were. They are allowed for a build-up and lore building before their end. Yeah. Okay, so that's enough anime talk. Worked out this morning. Hit leg day pretty hard. I'm trying to find a way to reach out to Jason the wee wee, and like all of the other FaZe boys, because my only access to FaZe is through Banks. Well, I guess Adapt too. One of these from the between me, Lud. You can ask the aunties Cutie and Ray go in his chat, lol. Cutie is not here, and neither is Lud. We're supposed to do a 2v2. It's just that, like, did you see what happened with Lazy and his girlfriend? Shit is messed up for real. Yes, I did. Dude, I know everything that's going on FaZe because of fucking Tic Tac. Okay, what's your diet like? Amazing. Thank you for asking. Didn't the newest FaZe recruit dude say put Hasan in prison, not me? Yeah, that was Max. He's hilarious. I like him a lot. I like all the new FaZe guys. Is your chat verified only? What do you mean? Oh, Nandre, I gotta hit you up. I want you to be in a trailer for something. Sunday. Clear your Sunday morning. FaZe Hasan incoming? Dude, I've been phased up. What the fuck do you mean? You should call me like a periphery FaZe member regardless. March messaged me already. Oh shit. Okay, March. God damn. The fucking production goat, dude. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I was not expecting that. Man, I really have low expectations of March, huh? He did that on his own. That's crazy. FaZe 911. Yup, that's me. But FaZe fans hate you, lol. They regularly hate farm you. I know, but I don't give a shit. FaZe fans hate me, lol. They regularly hate farm me, except like, I don't think they understand. I'm more of a fucking bro than like most of the new members of FaZe. Also, yeah, all fans hate farm me. My own fans hate farm me. Like right now, there's people in the chat going, everyone hates you. Like, it doesn't matter. Most people that do that have never actually, seen me in a normal light. That's literally it. It's because I never leave my fucking house. Oh yeah, Kason doesn't like me at FaZe. That's the only person who like legitimately doesn't like me. I'm pretty linked up with everyone else. Hasan, are you liberal or conservative? Conservative, brother. I'm a goddamn, fuck you mean? What are you talking about? I'm a goddamn American, red-blooded American. Did you see the Goldman Sachs report saying that AI is shit and not worth? Okay, guys, as you know, 2024 has been the year of HasanAbi vindication. Okay, so far, pretty much every single thing that I have been a diehard hater of has come true. All I'm saying is, it's not shocking to me. Ludwig's out here wildin'. What is this? Deal, but you have to promise you will not also try to make me say the N-word. If you say it on the yard, that's the white half speaking. Yeah, he is wildin'. Well, what the fuck does Goldman know about AI? Anyway, whatever. It's fine. All right, let's blast off. Let me do it. Let me do the dang thing. Let me fucking hit that blasty and then let's get started. Brandon's big boy presser, fallout, VP Trump, President Putin, and more. Brent Biden, dead enders on max cope mode. Dems in disarray. Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill will be on later to discuss Gaza. We checking on Joe Scarber's React every day, baby. Are you kidding me? Every freaking day. Get in now. I did another interview this morning with HasanAbi, which is now doing a politics section as well. A lot of outlets have been reaching out recently. Oh, also I did my security clearance for the DNC. So, you know, I'm locked in for the DNC, I'm pretty sure. So, get excited for that. You're becoming commodified? Yeah, dude. They letting your ass in the DNC? Yes, but they're not letting my ass in the RNC, which is annoying. What do you need clearance for? Brother, the president's going to be there. What do you guys think? Like, you literally have to go to the Secret Service website. Like, it's not even a joke. For the RNC as well, because the former president is going to be there. But, yeah, you have to get Secret Service background checked. Put your rare come out like a shiny Pokemon card. How did Chapo get into CPAC? Just sign up as Hank Pegger for the RNC. CPAC is different. RNC and DNC are obviously conventions, so it's not like as open to the public as these other places are. No, RNC a hard unsubscribe for me. Joking. You got to give him your internet history. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but like my internet history is pretty fucking public, sometimes to a detriment. Okay, they didn't even need to do a background check. They saw your name was Hasan and denied you. Have you ever been to Chiang Mai, Thailand? Super Thai Warrior, please, if you have ever chance to come to Thailand for vacation, we have nice weather, beaches, and amazing cuisine you will like. Never seen you mention Thailand before on stream. I would love you to meet Thai friends. I would love Hasan's take on Thailand. I love Thailand. Thailand's fucking awesome. Very gay. You know, pro sex work. I'm on board. Thailand is sick. Will was originally setting up an actual like week of training in a Muay Thai camp where we were going to be streaming every day from the fucking Muay Thai camp. The problem is, I don't know how we're going to do it this year. It's going to be hard. Kaya 1 year ago, that's insane that this is what she looked like. Yeah, we swapped her out as a different dog. Damn, dude, you was chunky. Okay, chill, bro. Chill. I wasn't that chunky. Calm down. Do you like the Scottish? Hope you understand my accent in this message. Yes. Swapped out the broccoli cut too. I don't mind the broccoli cut. The broccoli cut's good. It makes my hairline look better. Not gonna lie, you somehow got hotter. It's literally it. Yeah, I got hotter because I lost like probably 20 pounds since then. 30 pounds almost since then. 2024 Ozempic arc. Yeah. Ozempic. I'm brolic. I'm too brolic for that shit. But thank you. Thank you for thinking that I'm on Ozempic. That's nice. Anyway, real ones know Hasan's always been hot. No, there was definitely a time when I wasn't. Okay. There was definitely a time when you know, people were still thirsting, but I was not. I was sad. One day I'll reveal to you guys the before after photos when my after looks solid enough. The long hair arc was the worst, I think. It was just so bad. It was so bad, and it also was made worse by the fact that the lighting was bad too. In here, it was like yellow. There was this like yellowish tint to all of my like to all of the videos that I made from the long hair cult leader looking era. Which was my worst era in my opinion. It was just bad. Not gonna lie, you look peak here. Not much. Don't know how much more you can do. Thank you. There's a lot more to go. What is your boy posting? Your Zin Tower is so low. Yeah, because I've been consuming. Democratic establishment stabbing Biden in the back like Julius Geezer. That's hilarious, dude. Anyway, we've already blasted off, but what is going on? Okay, she's drinking water. That's allowed. That's allowed. All your different forms were good. Don't let anyone sway you away from this fact. Dude, once Texas comes back into the first world, it'll be great. The numbers will go up again as well, by the way, in this community. Because, like, every Texan chatter I suspect is currently just sitting in the dark. Good luck to all my Texans out there. Texas Tech, Willie P. We back already. Kaya, place. She doesn't like laying on this thing as much. She likes laying on the ground, and it's not good for her elbows. So I got to make her lay on the ground. Anyway, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Long hair had your highest peaks. Not every day, but not every day is a good hair day, and you get too much on camera. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the new Donald Harris coming at it again, talking about Elon Musk. Can't wait to see. Per New York Times, Senator John Fetterman, one of the loudest voices of the Democratic Party supporting President Biden's decision saying the raise, described his colleagues in Congress who have called Biden to drop out of some randos during a Washington Post podcast on Friday. He called the group statistically small and said there was a concerted campaign to dislodge Biden. Yeah, he thinks that there's some randos because his brain doesn't work. Okay? He literally doesn't understand anything. So in his mind, he's like, they're just some randoms. I don't know. I'm scared. When I see them walking down the hall, I think to myself, who are these people? And then I ask someone next to me, usually a staffer, to give me my apple juice. Bro, this is a terrible impression. Whatever, dude. I like Joe Biden. He's the president. They can't all be hits, Hasan. I don't think I've ever done a John Fetterman, and I don't really care to do it. So, dude, that was kind of ableist of you. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I'm not holding back on stroke victims that are in positions of great power. Okay? Especially when they're like unimaginably invested in defending a genocide. Like, sorry. When your stroke is fucking causing you to be like extra pro apartheid, extra pro genocide, like I'm gonna make fun of that. All right. Biden is fighting to keep his campaign alive during solo press conference. I told you guys that it wasn't going to be as bad as you think it was going to be, and the media was going to play the role of covering it as like, he had some moments, but he ultimately pushed through. Look at what a big boy he is, and that is the overwhelming consensus. Obviously, in the normie sphere, everyone's talking about Vice President Trump. Everyone's talking about President Putin and all that kind of stuff. But in the media sphere, in the sphere of those with actual proximity to power, the way that this press conference was reviewed was, he showed that this is his favorite subject, and he's good at talking about NATO. Look at him. He's so good at foreign policy. And I'm obviously going to dissect some of the foreign policy takes that he has, both from the perspective of like, what does this do for his reelection? Is this actually impressive? And overall, like, do I agree with any of the things that he said about NATO? Obviously, the last part about it is that of course, that I am not in support of any of America's, foreign policy positions. Pretty much across the board, they're pretty bad. But let's continue.
Working to save his reelection campaign. The president took questions last night at his first solo news conference in 8 months. He showed command of foreign policy over nearly an hour, but also stumbled at times. The big question now,
I should have just let George say it, because he just literally said it. He said exactly what I said. He showed command over foreign policy, but he had some stumbles.
Elected Democrats fall in line or ease him out of the race. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, the White House this morning.
Oh, shit. The Majority Report. What's up, everybody? Thank you for the raid. The Majority Report. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome.
Is touting a strong performance from the president, but it is not clear if what we saw from him last night is going to be enough to turn the page. He did admit that there are other Democrats who could beat Donald Trump, but said it would be hard to start from scratch. And the president was adamant, unless his team can show him that he is headed for certain defeat, he's staying in this race. Overnight, despite a rising wave of opposition, President Biden making clear his mind is made up, convinced that he remains the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump.
I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
During an hour-long press conference, Biden taking questions from 9 reporters, hoping to demonstrate he has the mental fitness and stamina to stay in this race and lead for 4 more years.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
But out of the gate, Biden mixing up his own vice president and his rival.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
Trump seizing on that moment, writing, "Great job, Joe." But Biden firing back, yes.
He said, "Great job, Joe. Oh, you're doing great. It's so funny because, like, in a way, Trump can't be beaten on him too hard for two reasons. One, because he wants him to stay in the race because he knows that's a beatable candidate, okay? Unlike the rest of the Democratic lineup. And he also can't be beaten on him too hard because then he's going to look like he's, you know, he's just like doing elder abuse. And no one wants to see that. But of course, the fact that he's pulling his punches also causes other election watchers to see him as like a person that's moderating his positions. So in a way, it's a win-win-win for Donald Trump to just like kick back, let the media cycle eat Biden alive, and you know, they just do the damn thing with the RNC. That's really gonna swap the attention, I think, unless Biden actually says some fuck shit in between now and the RNC. Like, the media will of course shift their focus over to like how insane the Republicans are, even though I suspect that this RNC cycle is going to have the Republicans trying desperately not to come across as like super radical. So we'll see.
Yes, I know the difference. One's a prosecutor and the other's a felon. Hours earlier, a similar mistake. Biden introducing Ukrainian President Zelensky as Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin.
President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin.
Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin.
Pressed on that error, the president laughing it off.
You mixed up Presidents Zelensky and
Good catch, sir. You really killed it.
Putin earlier today.
Dismissing the moment and calling the NATO summit a success. But even as he pushed back against concerns about his age, the 81-year-old admitting.
I just got to pace myself a little more. Pace myself. In the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before.
But the president was defiant, dismissing the growing chorus of Democrats calling for him to exit the race.
I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual.
Have you talked about the Eminem album yet? No, because I don't care. I'm not that kind of millennial, okay? Like, that's crazy. I guess he like took shots at Candace Owens and stuff, but like, I just don't know. You're just triggered. Yeah, I'm triggered. What did he say? Did he say mean things?
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish.
And while he said he has full confidence in his Vice President Kamala Harris's ability to be president,
from the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her.
he made clear he would only reconsider his decision to stay in the race if polls show he has no path to victory.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win.
Uh-oh. They're giving him the solid edit again. Chat, this is a dangerous prospect, okay? They're giving him the dignity edit, okay? For the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they were not doing that. They were just showing it raw. Now they're giving him the dignity edit where, they're just like chopping it up to make it sound like he's got making it sound like he is very coherent. Okay? Yeah, the coherence edit is here. This is we covered it yesterday, but the New York Times didn't give him the coherence edit and immediately fucking wrote, without paraphrasing, exactly what he had said verbatim. President Biden said polling in the presidential race is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, hadn't started in earnest yet most of the time start till after September, after Labor Day. Where's the ellipses? The issue is not his current performance as much as what his performance will look like in a month, a year, in 3 years. Why doesn't he get this? Because he is a resentful, spiteful, old piece of shit. Okay? And I'm done hiding the truth. Not only is it actually dementia, but he is reflective of the broader boomer side movement. And by that, I don't mean like, you know, genocide on the boomers. I mean the genocide that the boomers want to do to the rest of the world. Okay? That's it. That's literally it, brother. That's it. He is a spiteful, resentful old man, and many of us know those people in our immediate lives, people that are just holding on due to modern medicine going too far, extending the lifeline of all of these fucking assholes who have captured 75% of the wealth. Okay? He's just a regular old, crusty ass boomer who's just like, why won't you give me what's due? I deserve it. I deserve it. That's it. That's it. He's just like, I've been in politics for 50 years. I'm the president. Look at how great my agenda has been so far. I deserve it. It's my time. It's my time. No, motherfucker, it's midsummer time, okay? It's midsummer time. I'm done. I'm done with this shit. I'm done with entitled ass boomers. I don't do a lot of generational politics because I think it's like ultimately it lends itself so perfectly to reactionary sentiment. But god damn, dude. God fucking damn. What is going on in the world, brother? Everyone over the age of 65 is just going crazy mode. They need to dial it back and go. They need to be put out the pasture. Okay? Go live in a fucking retirement home. You know? Fuck each other silly, get all of the fucking gonorrhea on the planet. If you want to do all of that, that's fine. But stop fucking the bag up, okay? We need to do a forcible extraction of all of the wealth that is captured at the tippy top right now. And I don't mean by like, I don't know, the new geriatric focused economy that we are going into. I'm talking like just take their money. Take their fucking money. It's done. Take their power away. Take the keys to the car. No more boomer shit. Have you covered Project 2025 or the Jeff docs or just covered Biden being old? Please. And Trump is better. Have you covered Project 2025? Brother, you just started paying attention. You've been following since 2019. But like, I think you are telling on yourself. I'm a political commentator. I've been talking about Project 2025 not only for months, but also beyond that. Like I've described to you what Project 2025 is and how it has been in existence for quite some time. Oh, there's a chaotic donor situation happening as well. You uploaded a vid on your channel literally 2 hours ago on it. Yeah, that too. To be fair, you have a lot of returning people. I know. It's not necessarily that like I'm annoyed with the returning people who are just like now invested in politics again. I'm annoyed with the people that come in here with this attitude when they're like, seems like you're not covering any of the stuff that would actually reflect poorly on Donald Trump because of some secret reason. It's like, dude, that's you, man. That's your problem. Haven't watched since 2022 to be real law. Exactly. So why are you coming in here with this energy where you act like I'm fucking secretly in the pocket for Trump or some shit? You cover Project 2025 or the Jeff docs or just covered Biden being old. It's like, what do you mean? Biden or Buster? Nah. As of 5 minutes ago, the latest House Dem to call on Biden to drop out did it to his face. Lamau, respect. Sorry if this is a bit unrelated, but could you briefly explain why you dislike NATO? Not right now. Yeah. Levin, apparently, Mike Levin, told Biden directly to his face that he should drop out. Translation, Joe, my internal polls look very bad. Please drop out. Yeah, that is what that means. And that's not a bad thing. That's a smart thing. Yes, Biden is unironically harming the entire Democratic Party's down ballot races. It's really fucking bad. Amira Links, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh no. Yo, John's popping. He said, thank you for holding me accountable. It is racist and sexist to believe Vice President Harris will be a stronger candidate than President Biden. I'm listening and I'm learning. Oh no, there's white on white crime happening right now. Okay. This is, ooh, goddamn. You don't like NATO? What are you, Trump? Oh, dude, so much worse. This is the funniest thing. Yeah. Excuse me. How dare you say Biden should step aside to let Kamala Harris be the president, or to let Kamala Harris be the presidential candidate? Okay. Excuse me. Why are you saying that? Biden is a black man. Biden is a gay black woman, actually. And you guys are doing a no growth. You guys are doing a microaggression against a gay black woman like President Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay. Also, notice the thing that the first tweeter has in common with them. Yeah. Lawyer, legal commentator, fighter for democracy, prosecutor Trump University at New York AG, commentator of MSNBC. All these folks calling Biden to quit. They're all white guys because Biden is black. They're all also collectively saying Kamala would be a better candidate than Biden. It's so funny because like absolutely zero people give a shit about like what the broader black community or the black voter base has to say, because polling has been conducted on the black voter base time and time again. And their opinions also reflect the opinions of these white people in positions of power. But zero people are talking about that. Okay? Like zero people are talking about that, which is so funny. It's just a conversation exclusively that white people are having. Is this quote tweet a joke? Yes, the quote tweet is a joke. John Lovett and the Pod Johns are experiencing what I have experienced for almost my entire career, being treated like pariahs, Bernie bros. They're being treated like Bernie bros. Yeah. Also, the other part of this equation is that I don't like lean in too much with the black vote is shifting narratives, but like the black vote has to a certain degree shifted in unprecedented levels over the course of the past decade. Not in a significant way, mind you, of course, but like the idea, the notion that like, oh, black people want Joe Biden, that's why you're racist, is so fucking stupid. Still kills me that John Lovett was the first ever Fearan guest. Oh yeah, that's right. New inside the meeting with Biden and the Hispanic caucus. Biden showed up an hour late to the Zoom. Frontliners MGP and Gabe Vasquez tried to ask questions but were denied. Levin told Biden to step aside. Call ended right after Biden responded to Levin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shit is not doing all right. Why is the BBC so bloodthirsty? Let me say this as clearly and as simply as I can. Inaudible. That's not real, by the way. That's not real. I don't think they actually posted that. They say, I'm still running. It's an edit. John Lovett was my MUFO, and like the tweet I made about Frank Sinatra being Ronan's dad, I didn't even know they were married at the time. Were they I didn't even know that they were married to this day. I thought they were just dating. And I know both of them. Oomphy is AAVE. Yeah, MHUD doesn't do AAVE out of respect. They were engaged, sorry. I know they're not together anymore. Yeah, John fucked up the bag big time. There was a guy watching your stream during the NATO conference. No, that's not real. That's so funny. You guys are so stupid. Oh, dude. I do have a lot of people in the media that watch me. Oh my God. Oh, okay. That's a 10-10 top of the hour debate. I'm hanging it up. The Gafficus, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Oh my fucking God. That's a top of the hour debate. And you cooked me. You destroyed me. You broke me. I am no longer the same person that I was before I clicked on this link. Comrade Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. That was a phenomenal bait. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That was fucked up. Umpteenth time. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That is, other chatters should look to what this chatter did to me and, get better baits overall. Because that shit was fucked up. Disastrous Biden call with the Hispanic caucus. Yeah, we just covered that. But apparently it gets worse. According to the source, Biden responded to Levin's comment. The host tried to end the meeting, but Biden said he had time for one more question. Despite the president trying to take another question, the host, Representative Linda T. Sanchez, ended the meeting anyway. That got a 998 out of 10. 602 raters. It's a good rating. Someone always fucks it up. 998. It deserved a 10, but I don't think we've ever actually gotten a 10 out of 10. Someone always fucks it up. There's always like a couple haters. So Guardian is coming out with the knives too. Hakeem Jeffries linked up and built with Brandon today as well. Hakeem Jeffries reportedly did not offer Biden his endorsement in the private meeting, which is pretty wild. For anyone on the Hill, this letter is explicit permission, perhaps even tacit support for coming out against the president. It seems neutral. It isn't. Yeah, he's so Jeffries is basically, as I've said before, Jeffries is Nancy Pelosi's guy, right? Nancy Pelosi basically groomed him for this position. So he's going to do exactly what Nancy Pelosi said. And that's precisely what he's doing. Dear colleague, Hakeem Jeffries' letter. Over the past several days, House Democrats have engaged in a thoughtful and extensive discussion about the future of our country during a time when freedom, democracy, and the economic well-being of everyday Americans are on the line. Our discourse has been candid, clear-eyed, and comprehensive. On behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, I requested and was graciously granted a private meeting with President Joe Biden. That meeting occurred yesterday evening. In my conversation with President Biden, I directly expressed the full breadth of insight, heartfelt perspectives, and conclusions about the path forward that the caucus has shared in our recent time together. As House Democrats have done throughout this Congress, we will continue to work in the best interest of everyday Americans. Thank you for your continued leadership in the service of the communities we are privileged to represent. Sincerely. So this right here, and Izzy is literally used to be a press person. I think might still be, but used to be a press person for Ilhan Omar. I think still is the press person for Ilhan Omar. Like this is what he does. He writes these letters. Okay. This is the type of shit. His job is literally to write that, okay, for a congressperson. So he's absolutely correct on this. For anyone on the Hill, this letter is explicit permission, perhaps even tacit support for coming out against the president. It seems natural. And it seems neutral. It isn't. And he's right. He is basically doing what political reporting came out about yesterday that Nancy Pelosi was doing. Nancy Pelosi apparently told House Democrats, like urged them to, one, speak out against Biden, and two, if they have to, if they have to call out Biden and call him to resign, then and it's going to help their elections, they should do so. That is the exact opposite of what you do as the House Speaker. Okay, Nancy Pelosi's entire job, throughout her entire career, has been to make sure that that never happens. So the fact that she is allowing leaks to happen, okay, and in those conversations basically saying, no, you can come out against Biden, giving explicit permission, okay, to come out against Biden at a time when Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi are supposed to be Biden's greatest allies that are supposed to stop this flow of discontent, means that they want him out. And the reason why they want him out, is because they see the dire prospect of the down ballot races with Biden at the top of the ticket. And beyond that, they see the dire prospect of Biden's reelection. I think ultimately it would be, at this point, considering that Biden has kept it going for this long, I would say that at this point, it would be silly to drop out before the RNC, especially when a lot of the RNC communications is going to be around the top of the ticket being Biden. Some of them have actually recalculated, and some of the Republicans have actually started retriangulating their messages against Kamala Harris. No, not DNC, RNC. RNC is happening next Monday. The RNC is starting in the next 3 days. Donald Trump is going to reveal who his vice president is in the next 3 days. I already ran the 3-minute ad break, chatter. Stop. I got destroyed, remember? Anyway, ultimately, yeah, it's going to be JD Vance, but that's different. Right now, even if they had convinced Biden to drop out, I doubt, even if they had convinced Biden to drop out yesterday or today or tomorrow, I doubt that they would come out before the RNC. They want the media to pay attention to They want the media to pay attention to the, madness cycle of the Republican Party. Okay? So it would be significantly better. It would be genuinely smart to, wait until after the RNC is done to come out with the Biden dropout revelation. That is, if they have actually convinced the old man to listen to reason. Having said that, in that time frame, however, where is it? You got donors saying they're going to freeze roughly $90 million as long as Biden stays in the race. Biden won't quit unless Obama comes out against them running publicly. Yeah, that is really chaotic, though. I don't understand why waiting would be better. Wouldn't it cause people to focus on the bad shit stuff that the RNC is doing? No. Biden dropping out is a major week-long media cycle affair, maybe even a month-long media cycle affair. He drops out, then people shift their focus to who the new person is. No, that would dominate the news cycle in the same way that like Biden's current bad brain is dominating the news cycle. This is very fortuitous for Donald Trump because every moment that the media apparatus is not covering Donald Trump's insanity and ridiculous reactionary sentiment and how chaotic he is, how disordered the Republican Party is, and how they are responsible for abortion is a good moment for the Republicans and their electoral prospects. So the Democrats, in terms of the upcoming election, really desperately need the media to shift their focus onto the RNC. And Biden's flubs currently are kind of making that hard. So right now, I would go so far as to say that the Monday meeting with Lester Holt is a bad move. I think that Biden's team is bad. Okay? I'll just say it like that. I think Biden's campaign is not good. We already knew that they were not good when they decided to fucking trot him out in front of 50 million people in an early ass debate that is now going to possibly cause him to leave the election altogether. Right? That's a big fucking deal. That's a massive flub. I'm trying to find it, but there was a political scientist saying that Biden dropping out right after the RNC would be unlike anything we have a history of because it sucks the air out of their message and let Dems remake it however they want if Dems were smart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I am in agreement with this. I think that tactically it would be an incredible move. It would be an incredible move to just wait out until after the RNC if the Democrats were united, if they were smart, which they are not, and they are cowardly, they are feckless, they are legitimately scared. Some for good reason, because obviously making bold proclamations about the top of the ticket, demanding that the top of the ticket drop out is going to create an air of panic, But having said that, it would be pretty fucking, it'd be a pretty solid move. Biden's soul is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised. True. Who is favored to win the 2024 election? 538 uses polling, economic, and demographic data to exploit likely election outcomes. Biden wins 50 times out of 100 in our simulations over the 2024 presidential election. Trump wins 49 times out of 100. There is less than 1 in 100 chance of no electoral college winner. What do you mean, what are they smoking? The data is perfectly accurate, I swear. Why are you guys doing the same thing that the Democrats are doing when you see something that doesn't reflect what you immediately thought the race looks like? Guys, I have maintained the position that there is still a likelihood that Biden wins this election. Okay? All things considered. The problem is not whether or not Biden can win the election. The problem is how fucking unlikely it is at a time when it should not be a toss-up at all. Do you not understand the problem here? The fact that there is still a likelihood that Biden can win the election is the reason why he's holding on for dear life, which is really fucked up. A lot of the new polling that's coming out shows him losing popularity in swing states, and that's pretty fucking significant, okay? Internal numbers are showing that they're underwater. And that's also pretty fucking significant. Having said that, however, this is not a 50-50 race, okay? This should not be a 50-50 race. This should be a 70-30 race. If there was currently a competent leader at the top of this ticket, it would be 70% favoring the Democratic Party, 30% favoring the Republican Party. But right now, it isn't there. And that's a massive problem, especially considering how much worse the media cycle is going to get for the top of the ticket and what the down ballot implications are of all of the other Democrats that are unfortunately running in the same election cycle as a 800-year-old man whose only prescient message is going to be, okay, we beat Medicare. If that is the guy leading the party, everyone is only going to talk about that. And the more they talk about that, the less likely it is for Democrats to be able to captivate those who are just not interested in voting. Okay? RCP polling honestly seems more accurate, and this was in 2020. RCP polling is not more accurate. RCP is always at a fucking right-wing bias, in my opinion. No. RCP, in my opinion, leans a little bit to the right. And especially when we have such a close race, which shouldn't be close at all, but a close race nonetheless in terms of the polling, the RCP results are going to show right-wing bias in general. It is a polling aggregator, yes, but the weight that you place on different polls obviously matters quite a bit. All of these different polls have ratings, okay? All of these different polls have leanings. So poll aggregators weigh those biases when making these when they make these kinds of assessments, okay? And how you differentiate between polls is what ultimately makes you a better aggregator. And RCP ultimately is like right-wing leaning. You're just calling it right because you don't agree with it? Wait, what? Dude, I think people are very confused when they say stuff like this. Because, like, do you think I'm confused because do you think I'm coping because I love Biden or something? Like, it's been 4 fucking years that I've been talking about how Biden is old and he's going to be a one-term president and that he should not have been the candidate for the Democratic Party in 2020. And that was a massive mistake for the Democratic Party's continuation. And that was a massive mistake for policy in general. And in some ways, Joe Biden actually outperformed my expectations, like his commitment to leaving Afghanistan, which I will always defend. And also, some of his administration's federal agency moves have been pretty fucking solid. He's been more pro-labor. This is another thing that I will always stand on. He's been more pro-labor than I thought he would be. And he's also been kind of dog shit on other issues. Bad instincts overall as far as a centrist elder statesman in terms of hyping up the likes of Kyrsten Sinema, not whipping the votes adequately for his own policy agenda, allowing the IRA to get neutered, allowing Build Back Better to be fucking destroyed. There are plenty of things that he did that I disagree with ultimately, but all things considered, if we're grading on a curve in terms of how the Biden administration has looked like pre-October 7, on October 6, he's looking pretty fucking solid. Lies for content? Yes, bro. Failfish, ride or die. Copium, holy copium. Lies for content. Yeah, I am a secret Biden loyalist. Okay? A secret Biden loyalist who has been calling him, joking, sorry, I'm at work. Yeah. I'm a secret Biden loyalist who's been talking about the genocide that he is committing for the past 9 months, virtually every single day. Literally almost every single day. It's because I have that level of commitment and trust in my secretary, okay? In my general secretary, in my chairman, okay? I want him to defeat the naysayers on New Game Plus difficulty. That's how much I love him. That's how much I know he will thrive in spite of the odds. Odds that I am actually playing into.
Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
The president
insane.
Telling his doubters he's not finished yet.
Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None.
Now, despite what they feel was a strong night for the president, the campaign tells me they are braced for even more Democrats to come out and call for him to exit the race. But they insist they can turn this around if they just stay the course, if they keep getting the president out there in front of voters and the American people. And that he is going to be doing that again today. He'll be in the key state of Michigan with a big rally in Detroit, where the president is hoping he can turn the spotlight back on Trump and his agenda. George.
Okay, Mary, thanks.
We're joined now by CBS News chief political analyst John Dickerson and Democratic strategist and CBS News contributor Ashley Etienne. Good morning to both of you.
Morning.
John, there have been some extraordinary press conferences in presidential history. Usually they're about the substance of the press conference. In this case, it was about the performance of it. Could he handle the questions? How do you think he did?
Well, he didn't do as poorly as he has done, which is where we are in this conversation, which is where is the bar for the president going in, and did he clear it? I mean, I saw somebody refer to it as a make or break press conference. It didn't break, but making it, which for him is stopping the bleeding from the debate, shoring up support in his own party, and then taking it to Donald Trump. He's still got those two other tasks to take care of, which is shoring up his own party. I think basically what my reporting suggests, and I really want to know what Ashley has to say about this, is basically where you sit is where you stand in terms of how you responded to the press conference. If you are worried about him in the future and if he can carry out this campaign in 4 more years, you're still worried. If you are a supporter, you found things in it that you could support. And so we're basically at the status quo. The problem for the president is status quo is not based on the polls and everything else. He's got to do more than that.
So, Ashley, where is Democratic leadership on this? And I want people at home to know you've had a comms director role with the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. You've had a comms director role with the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and you had a role in the Obama White House. You know these folks. What are they thinking today?
Absolutely. And I will say that the consensus is that the president actually had a good performance yesterday, and that he, to some degree, did stop the bleeding. But it's not clear that this will hold for the president. There were meetings until 1 a.m. last night with the caucus, various factions within the caucus. The president's problem really is that there's the caucus now is divided. Democratic caucus is.
He called Vice President Trump is not copium, dude. These are people. Okay, I'm gonna say something here. Joe Biden is significantly more demented than Joe Biden of 4 years ago, significantly more demented than Joe Biden of 10 years ago. Having said that, however, in his moments where the light is on, in terms of his foreign policy, what these people care about, okay, he is definitely smarter than Donald Trump, okay? He's more, in terms of the military-industrial complex, he's more reasonable, not as volatile as Donald Trump, okay? But that does not reflect the attitude of the broader electorate. As a matter of fact, sometimes, or oftentimes, it is directly at odds with what the voters care about. Okay? This already happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State. This is a verbatim, one-for-one, direct, identical carbon copy of the way that the media looked at Hillary Clinton and said, she is a brilliant person at statecraft. She is the Secretary of State. She knows what foreign policy looks like. Trump doesn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And it didn't matter because the entire American project revolves around Americans not fucking paying attention to the death and destruction that America causes globally. And that is the reason why Americans don't give a fuck about their foreign policy, for good or for bad. Normally, in order to maintain American imperialism, yes, you have to sedate the masses. You have to make sure that they don't even ever comprehend the death and destruction that we are responsible for overseas. Because if you had to think about that all the time, look at Gaza. If you had to think about that all the fucking time, you'd go crazy, right? So therefore, when Biden is like genuinely a brilliant person when it comes to foreign fucking policy in terms of in comparison to someone like Donald Trump, Americans don't give a shit. If anything, they think Donald Trump actually simplifies these otherwise very complicated things when he says, I defeated ISIS. I killed the most, the scariest terrorist of all time. Okay? Do you get it? Do you understand? And that's precisely the reason why it didn't work in 2016 when the media narrative was like, Hillary Clinton knows what she's talking about. Isn't she fucking brilliant when it comes to foreign policy? Versus a guy who literally said, I like my war heroes that were not captured. Okay? Which was personally something that I found to be awesome. And that's why I illegally voted for Donald Trump in 2016 1 million times in the state of California. I mean, he shit on John McCain. That was dope. Anyway, let's continue.
It's divided into two major factions. One, there's a group that feels like, hey, listen, we can't be arguing for democracy all over the country. And
so the American public is stupid. I mean, they're just self-interested. That's number one. And number two, yes, they are. We are all stupid. We're stupid too. Okay? We're all dumb in different ways. But like, don't think that you're personally significantly more intelligent than the average person because you care about foreign policy. There's plenty of fucking dumb fucks who care about foreign policy. Anyway, let's continue.
Not sort of honor those primary voters and their decision to support Donald Trump. To support Joe Biden. We can't undermine that. Then there's another faction that's saying, hey, listen, this stopping the bleeding doesn't solve the problem. He's 82 years old. If it's episodic, there'll likely be another episode, and we can't have it be more profound and come at a time where you run out of the clock. So I agree. I mean, I think that the challenge right now, I'm hearing that there's still going to be leadership that's going to meet with the president over the weekend, somewhat of a mini intervention. But also what they want to hear from the president is what's the plan going forward. They think, to Dickerson's point, that the strategy is off kilter. It's not working at this point, and then he needs to recalibrate the strategy and get back on the offense.
And that is the question. I mean, where does the Democratic Party stand when it comes to what is the game plan going forward if it is not President Joe Biden? Are they standing with Kamala Harris, the vice president?
Well, that's really the challenge I'm hearing. The major sort of source of the infighting over the past week within the caucus has been this question of the alternative. You know, there's of these two factions, one has argued you can't go in and ask the president to step down without a plan. There is no plan and there is no consensus. So really the president's next big challenge at this point is, can he unify this party? Can he reassure those members? And it's not going to...
Dude, this is so funny. I don't know, HasanAbi, do what you want for your platform, but I think it's best we drag Biden across the finish line. First of all, I'm not at the finish line with Biden regardless. You know what I mean? Whether they drag him across there or not. Okay? So that's number one. Make no mistake. Number two, mainstream Dems and Dems in general are way concerned with optics. That's why the GOAT Bernie never won. The polls are turning because of optics. Says C-SPAN Stan says, Biden's going to lose. That's why the mainstream Dems are saying the same shit. It's about polls, not optics. And Bernie didn't lose because of optics. He lost because the moderates wanted him out. Ultimately, dragging Biden across the finish line is not going to happen. There is no finish line there, or at least a finish line where the Democrats win. Okay? The likelihood that Biden wins this upcoming election is getting increasingly less feasible every single day. Every day that passes, where everyone is hyper focusing, zeroing in on his flubs over and over and over again, okay, is another day where his re-election chances are diminished. That's it. This does not mean that, like, if the election was tomorrow, Biden definitely loses, but the likelihood that he loses is pretty fucking high when he shouldn't be losing at all.
Be press conferences and interviews any longer. He's got to touch, he's got to feel them. I still stand by this argument that it was a mistake that the president didn't go to the caucus meeting this week, that the vice president is not over meeting with the Senate members, you know, because the question is whether or not there'll be more defections, and I'm hearing that there will be.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
John, is Joe Biden still the only one? He says he's the guy who's best positioned to beat Donald Trump. Do you feel that's true?
I mean, what are the 46,000 voters in the 6 or 7 battleground states going to determine at the time? I mean, part of the reason this is so complicated is all the analysis has to guess at where those voters who are going to make this campaign are going to be at the time they make their decision. And there's a whole lot of certainty, and very little of it is grounded in reality. Everybody's having to imagine the worst possible Joe Biden case and the worst possible replacement of Joe Biden's case. We're in the realm of imagination. Anybody who says they have dead certainty about this is crazy. That's the problem.
Yeah, can I just add this, though? the members within the caucus that are currently not supporting the president and are saying there needs to be an alternative are pointing to the president's own memo that the campaign released just yesterday, I believe it was. There's a line in there. If you dig really closely, they basically say that the race has remained static if you look at the poll, but there has been some movement. And
Nobody pay attention to the psycho on the red side, though, is such a funny take. Like, dude, you cannot wish cast Brandon's cognitive decline away, okay? Like, what are you talking about? You can't do that. Like, I get it. I get it. You really, really want the media to be like, Trump is bad. Everybody kind of understands that already, with the exception of, like, the absolute psychos, okay? But, like, the notion that, like, oh, people aren't paying enough attention to Donald Trump is so stupid when he is quite literally shutting the fuck up for the first time in his life when he normally would be chirping. Do you notice why he's shutting the fuck up? Because obviously Biden's mental fortitude, or lack thereof, rather, is more important in the media cycle than what you know about Trump already. What Trump has said a million times over. You can want the American public to just close their eyes to that reality of Biden's obvious cognitive decline, but that's not going to happen. It doesn't work that way. But of course, a lot of people who have this kind of attitude, like Democratic Party loyalists who are behaving like Biden dead enders right now, always have the exact same fucking narrative run, which is, well, Hillary Clinton will win if you vote for her. Well, you know, you guys are just not voting for the Democratic Party hard enough. It's your fault. That's not how elections work. You need to start holding your politicians and their staffers accountable for running bad campaigns. It's very stupid to just be like, oh, dude, I don't understand why voters just won't get their shit together. I don't even do that for Bernie Sanders. I was very critical of Bernie Sanders' campaign in both of the primaries. Okay? Because ultimately, it's up to him to win. Because you're a lib? Okay. Can't say how I know, but polling shows that talking about Project 2025 doesn't persuade people. It's so funny that I always forget that there are so many HasanAbi heads in places that they would never openly admit they work at. And I guess it's obviously understandable because, like, this is a community that almost exclusively talks about politics. But I'm always shocked when I meet someone out in the wild and they're like working at the DHS or some shit, you know what I mean? Or working at like a think tank that I would never expect. And they'll be like, yeah, I'm a big fan of yours, but, you know, they're trying to get the bag. They're everywhere. Anyway.
That movement is among what they characterize as historically Democratic constituencies. That's the base. So you've got folks like the CBC members and others that are saying, wait a second, if we're bleeding support among our base, Houston, we have a much larger problem than we thought.
The president seemed to understand that when he said, if the numbers show that I can't win, then that will make me...
But he's got to understand. He's got to believe that the numbers ever going to show him, and he seems in a posture that he isn't.
Right.
One last point. This is exhausting for Democrats to have the president, every time he shows up, look like a bear on roller skates, where it could go any direction.
That's right.
And that's the loop he's in.
Yeah, but the Republican convention next week creates opportunity for the party.
More bears.
It was really...
Maddow, Hayes, Reed, and Wallace react instantly to Biden's high-stakes press conference.
Very interesting, and I think...
But before we get to that, actually, let's talk about the Brandon campaign. We talked about the disastrous Hispanic caucus meeting, but apparently the Brandon campaign is now attacking another group of allies.
That is the most important election of our time, the democracy at stake. And we can have a good faith disagreement without doing this. And then, just as a political operative, it's just the incompetence of spending your time fighting Pod Save America, David Axelrod, George Clooney, and the most popular figure in the Democratic Party at a time when you are struggling with black voters is fucking insane.
And again, and I don't know who's doing it in the White House, and like I believe firmly that it's not people that we know and are friends with, not just because they wouldn't do that to us, but because I think they're smarter than this, because this is just like really stupid shit. And the reason we're bringing it up in the New York Times is we know, because reporters are reaching out to us, that the Biden White House is just pushing around stuff on us. I had multiple calls from reporters today asking, saying that 2 White House sources told them that I wrote George Clooney's op-ed. That's the rumor.
Dude, this is craziness. Okay? This is craziness. When your dog turns to snakes, meth. Why? Biden doing a Nixon speed run, that Supreme Court ruling might come in handy. It is madness, dude. Biden's team communicated to, I believe it was either Politico or New York Times, that if the donors are pulling out, they'll do it without them. Sorry to spam. I just really wanted to see you, but I worked at Lockheed for 5 years, but you inspired me to finally quit my job 2 months ago, and now I have a part-time job organizing the AFT union. I'm really broke, but much happier because you inspired me. Hell yeah, run the ad break. Critical support for the Pod Johns, yes.
That a bunch of outlets were ready to go with until they finally reached out for me. They think that I was writing George Clooney's op-ed.
I mean, it was a very well-written op-ed, so it's kind of a compliment.
I know. I probably should have just taken credit for it. Yeah. But
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer will not attend Biden's Michigan appearance on Friday. Senator Gary Peters, a steadfast Biden supporter, and Representative Elisa Slotkin, who is vying for Michigan's open Senate seat, will also be absent. United Auto Workers President Sean Fain is traveling for a conference and won't attend either. So who's going to fucking attend? This man is going to lose Michigan, bro. I swear to fucking God. I mean, he's so cooked. He's so cooked. You immediately need to be like, we're swapping him out. Kamala Harris has already leaked to the press and also publicly stated that she is outflanking Biden on Israel's genocide in Gaza. It's just pack watch time. Prepare for the true BDS incoming. Biden dick suck. Okay.
Unpredictable hour in terms of how much.
What do you say to the argument that it's the administration, not the president, that defines executive policy, and as such, all this attention on Biden is not functionally relevant in terms of governing? Yeah, that's wonderful, except that's not how elections work, okay? I don't disagree with that, but that's not how elections work. The average voter does not vote on that. The average voter literally votes for the dumbest shit, like, I can have a beer with this guy, okay? So liberals are just fucking delusional. He's so toxic to any voter. Just let him go before he alienates every single normie. I don't understand how Democrats are so fucking stupid. It's not that Democrats are stupid. It's that Biden is I mean, Democrats are stupid and Democrats are cowardly. But this is one of those few instances where, like, there is a lot of stink coming from the Democrats. Enough stink that, like, they're communicating to the best of their ability without, like, rocking the boat too hard because they don't want to fuck up their bag. Democrats, and I've repeated this so many times at this point over the course of the past 2 weeks, Democrats can't come out and swing for the top of the ticket so aggressively that it shows too much chaos internally, okay? So they're doing their very best to try to get Biden to understand, like, hey, man, it'd be nice if you just stepped aside. Anyway, let's continue.
News the president was going to break. I mean, we're all watching for the president's performance here, but he did also break some news just on the issue of domestic politics, talking about saying the delegates to the Democratic Convention are free to vote their conscience, describing that, answering that in such a way as if that's obvious. That's not necessarily a thing that is obvious. Also, the president laying down at the very end of his remarks there a sort of predicate for what it would take for him to leave the race. He said he would leave the race if his advisors came to him and showed him the data that said there was, quote, no way you can win, meaning no way that President Biden, could win. He then also said emphatically that no poll says that. But he's essentially establishing that as the threshold that would need to be crossed if he was going to leave. So, and I won't go on at length. I will just say, though, you noted that there were some moments of, startlingly impressive command of the issues. This is just my opinion. He is not only strong on foreign policy, he is just just fundamentally right on foreign policy in the way that he talks about it. And again, your mileage may vary. That is how I feel about the way he talks about our relationship with our allies and our relationship with NATO. You can hear his command of the issues, particularly in his asides, like mentioning as an offhand way that it was Turkey really that needed really to be talked into an expansion of NATO that included Finland and Sweden, talking about the numbers of Russian troop losses in Ukraine, talking about the fact that he turned in his notes after he spoke privately with President Xi, alluding to the fact that Trump had all those weird meetings with the Russians and Putin in which he had no note taker present. I mean, it's even in the little asides where it just shows you he is a master of the foreign policy field and has been for decades in his career in the Senate, the vice president, and the presidency. And yet he undercuts his own presentation of those facts simply in the way that he presents them, with his self-interrupting and elliptical style, the very soft-spoken monotone that he sometimes uses. There's a big mismatch between his stylistic presentation and his truly masterful command of the subject matter on the subject that was the main focus of this presser, which was foreign policy.
That's, I think, incredibly well said. I would also note on foreign policy, he also got a question about Israel, a very long answer that was interesting, and I think measured in ways that some of his previous statements on that conflict haven't quite been.
Dude, this is literally, come on. Of course Rachel Maddow is going to be sucking on that, dude. Are you kidding me? This is Rachel Maddow, who was losing her fucking mind when Donald Trump was like, yeah, I don't really care. Let North Korea and South Korea deal with one another personally, which was like one of the only instances where Donald Trump was in the right in terms of foreign policy. And she was losing her fucking mind. She was like, I can't believe that Donald Trump agreed to not do military training in the Korean Peninsula. Like, he is a secret agent for Kim Jong-un. Okay? Like, she is a massive dick rider. She is a massive dick rider of American imperialism.
And he also said, it's time for this war to end. I mean, that statement, which also struck me as news. It's time for this war to end, I believe, was the sentence that he uttered. Let me go to you, Joy, for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways this was a classic Biden. Foreign policy is his bailiwick. He was, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. As he mentioned, this is his strong point. And I think the parts where the press conference went into foreign policy and became rather sort of a mundane press conference, this was not like strictly the White House press corps. So it gave President Biden an opportunity to be normal. A lot of this struck me as just very normal. And I think that is something that he needed. This was President Biden as the longtime policy wonk. He gave himself credit for getting 50 nations to.
You'd be so canceled that Liv saw you call her a dick rider? What do you mean? Why? Oh, because she's a lesbian? Yeah, okay. That's obviously, we're not talking about actual penis here. All
agree
right?
to expand NATO.
Ain't nobody's riding Biden's fucking dick.
He was very, there was a lot of sort of self-praise of his own foreign policy, which I think is important. He touted his victories. He had a really.
Yeah, also, Biden being a fucking masterful foreign policy demon is such a funny. Like, we have not even addressed the contents of Biden's statements, okay? Biden is not a fucking foreign policy demon. He's just good at foreign policy from the perspective of those who want America to who want America to continue doing a shit ton of wars, okay? But ultimately, he's not very good at foreign policy either. Look at Israel. How is he a master at foreign policy when the Israeli situation has been so bad that it got Americans to literally, genuinely change their entire perception of a group of brown people that they have been primed to fucking hate? In my lifetime, I would have never imagined that a population that is overwhelmingly Muslim, a population that is entirely Arab, being ethnically cleansed by our most important ally, would actually be seen as a negative by the majority of the American population. That is insane. That's insane. That's unheard of. That's unimaginable. Netanyahu is basically making Biden bark and jump, making him do little tricks And then we have to sit here and be like, well, he knows what the good countries are, the good countries, and he knows what the bad countries are by name, and he can call it out. Like, talk about grading on a fucking curve here. Holy shit. Let's be for fucking real. All right. He's not exactly good at foreign policy either. It's just that because our expectation is that he's going to flub over and over again and fail disastrously, that when he is able to string a sentence together and come across as coherent, everybody goes, well, look at this big boy. He did the damn thing.
Really passionate moment at the end where he talked about the fact we need to control guns, not girls. And he got really passionate about more children being killed by a bullet than any place on earth in the United States of America. So he showed some passion there. I think, the gaffes and mixing up names, I think for people who've been observing Joe Biden for a really long time, that's actually just normal Biden. Like, he does mix up names. Was known for gaffes. This is the joke that was always about Joe Biden, is that he's the gaff.
I'm actually also confused at like Joanne Reed saying this right now, because she's also been like probably one of the most vocal critics of Biden's Israel policy. Like, what happened? Did you just do you have amnesia? Did you forget all of that? Did you get new directives from the executives? Like MSDNC, once again.
Guy. So I don't know that that is necessarily going to harm him in some special way. It's the fact that he had the energy, the capacity, and the ability to be normal Joe Biden, if a little more hoarse, if a little bit more, obviously older, just an older version of the Biden that we've sort of gotten used to over the years. It was the abnormality of the Biden in the debate with Donald Trump that threw people off so much. But I will close just by saying the guy that we just saw for the last hour is definitely not someone who is considering leaving the race. He cited the polls showing that there's no data that he's seen that says that he can't win. He was very praiseworthy of Kamala Harris, of Vice President Harris, as he should be, and said some really warm and good things about her. But he also said, even though that he believes that she is clearly qualified to be president, and that's why he chose her, even if someone showed him data that showed that she did better than him, unless he sees data that he can't win, this doesn't sound like a man that's thinking about.
There's so much data that shows he can't win. Like, so much data, overwhelming amounts of data. Okay. He's just not looking at it. He ain't looking at it. They're not showing him the data, except they are, by the way, they are showing him that data because he knows that there is data out there. Because he has also said that that data is fake. You've literally said yourself, you still think he can win like yesterday? Chatter, do you think that's how this works? You have to look at the polls, you have to look at the trends, and you also have to literally fucking look at what you should be performing at in comparison to how you're performing. This is not a 50-50 race, man. It should not be a 50-50 race. Just because he still can win doesn't mean that the actual data is not spelling genuine trouble for Biden. Yes, I did say there is a likelihood, there is a chance that Biden still could win in spite of everything. That does not mean that, one, he's the best possible candidate, and that certainly does not mean he is going to win absolutely.
Getting out.
That's a great point. I thought it was an excellent question, actually, by that the last reporter there with that counterfactual. I thought it was a really interesting question and straightforward and well delivered. I thought, actually, the questions generally were quite good. Nicole, your thoughts after watching that?
Well, I think the reporter who asked the second question about the president mixing up Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky went right at what this is really about, right? Are you in decline, was his answer. And I thought it was a good moment for the journalists for having the courage to, those rooms can be intimidating. And it was a good moment for the president to take that on and give his answer. And again, it's not up to us.
I think the funniest part is, if he does end up dropping out in a couple years, or even if he doesn't end up dropping out, in a couple years, we'll look back at this and be like, how fucking insane that we thought this dude who was very clearly in the throes of Alzheimer's, running desperately for office, when he just couldn't even string coherent sentences together all the time. I think about that all the time. I'm literally like how are we like to me it seems unimaginable because I've been here for 5 fucking years. Like it just sounds so stupid on paper. I can pull myself out of the immediacy of the situation and just look at it with a broader lens, and I'm just like, how is this a thing? Like, how is this even a question? It doesn't make sense at all. And I know we're just gonna look back at it and be like, dude, that was crazy. Remember when the president couldn't fucking say words and people were still like, yeah, no, for sure, we have to let him get across the finish line.
Us, it's up to the voters and it's up to the Democrats whether or not they accept that answer. I think that this is another split screen moment. I mean, my understanding is that tomorrow a political dam is likely to break. CBS News is reporting tonight that 40 Democrats are likely to break with President Joe Biden tomorrow. There's a report in ABC News that people who were at the Juneteenth event report seeing that Joe Biden that the world saw at the debate, an echo to the George Clooney letter from yesterday. I think we were reminded of all of this president's strengths. I think that the room disappeared when David Sanger of the New York Times asked this president about China, and you got the impression he would have stood there and talked to David Sanger for 45 more minutes. He wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't defensive. The tough questions in some ways served him better than anything else in the room. But I think that the other train is in motion. And I think, you know, 2 things on the politics. There's no incumbent president with lower approval ratings who won. There are only 3 with lower approval ratings than he has right now, and they all lost. Donald Trump, George H.W. Bush, and Jimmy Carter. So some of the political information is what worries some folks in his inner circle. And there is right now no poll that shows him winning.
Yeah, I think that's all well said. I mean, the political calculations, I thought, you know, him saying that I would drop out if they said there's no way he could win, and no poll shows that. Of course, no single poll could show that, right? So this is fundamentally him saying that is, to me, puts his finger on what has made this so difficult. And so
you feel like you watch a different press conference? No, you just don't understand what the media's motivations are. Like, mainstream media is going to hear him say, you know, how he beefed up NATO and how wonderful of a statesman he was. Okay. And they're going to respond I told you that they were going to respond like this even before the actual presser occurred. It's just these are things that Rachel Maddow cares about quite a bit. Okay. And chat said copium. And now we're watching them fucking do exactly what I told you they would do. What is Axios publicist scoop from Alex Thompson, who's been doing great work so far this election cycle. Anita Dunn, Bob Bauer, Jeff Zients, and Ron Klain. Biden shrunk his inner circle. They've been relegated below Biden's trio of longtime advisors plus FLOTUS, First Lady of the United States, top aide, aka the loyalty police. That's good. Biden's inner circle had already shrunk. And it's shrunk further since the June 2017 debate that has jeopardized Biden's reelection campaign. You've been having insane turnaround times on I told you so's recently. I know I'm kind of popping off with the vindication. It's vindication station up in this bitch. Over and over again. Oh my God. Yeah, the walls are closing in, baby. It's crazy because like another pattern that I have been mentioning quite frequently lately is that this is so Trumpian, okay? It is so Trumpian, dude. Like, this is literally what happened to Trump in 2020. Like, unimaginable narcissism being the primary motivator for this man to stay in. And the chaos that it is causing internally inside of the party. That is what Trump did. That is exactly what Trump did in 2020. That is part of the reason why some of the moderates and independents in the suburbs shifted to the Democratic ticket. And Biden and the Democratic Party has been lasering in on those voters in the suburbs nonstop. And they're throwing the bag. They're throwing the independent and the moderate bag. It's crazy. Not really. Only Trump could be a Republican nominee. Biden can be replaced by any Dem. That you're right about that. Yes. The Republican Party is in a state of panic due to the success of a lot of the Republican Party and they've become too reactionary. You are right about that. I said this yesterday, and it bears repeating. The takeaway from this, yesterday's Biden presser, is that he is a malignant narcissist that's sowing chaos and disorder in the Democratic Party, which was, ironically, the strongest position the Dems had against Trump and the Republicans, especially among moderate voters and independents. The strongest thing that Biden has and the Democratic Party has going for it is that they're the adults in the room. They're the adults in the room. The strongest reason for why Biden was elected in 2020 as the presidential candidate in the primaries was that he was the method. He was the movement. He was the guy who was going to defeat Donald Trump. He's lost both of those things. He's lost it all. Anyway, but we're going to be talking about this and also Israel-Palestine, especially considering Brandon's ridiculous takes on Israel, saying that he's the most popular president in Israel, with Jeremy SCAHILL and Ryan Grimm, formerly of The Intercept. They've just started their new media project, and we'll be talking about that. I hope they're on right now. I'm also going to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour right now as they are coming on to the stream. The dream team is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started. Let's get ready to rumble. Let me turn on my virtual camera so you guys can potentially see me. Let's see if it works.
There you are.
Can you guys see me?
I see you.
No?
Can see you.
Oh, you can? Because on my end, it just shows my bald head.
I see your dog too.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, let's pop this out. And then I'm actually going to turn off my camera so you guys can show up on stream. Here it is. Okay, what's going on, guys? I know that I know that congratulations on the new venture. Let's get started on that. You guys started a new thing called Drop Site News.
Yep. Dropsitenews.com. We even have a URL. This is day 5 of the new thing. And it feels great. Like I thought, I figured, I don't know, Jeremy, how you were feeling about it, but I kind of figured we would know within 24 to 48 hours whether we were going to crash into the mountain. And this was just like the worst decision we'd ever made. Or if it was going to, get altitude. And I couldn't be happier about how the first week is gone.
Hell yeah. Well, congratulations. I'm very excited to see what you guys have done. You're already coming out with some pretty bold coverage so far. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, obviously, some of the things that you guys are working on. But before we get to that, before we get to Israel, Palestine, I guess like a good way to get into that, as a matter of fact, is Biden's ridiculous presser yesterday. Big hyper focus on foreign policy as expected. This is Biden's bread and butter. This is what he feels very comfortable talking about. Many conversations have been had over the way that he was able to speak on these issues. But I fear not a lot of conversations have been had about, how bad the Democratic Party's foreign policy is in general. So, I wanted to have you guys on to talk about that a little bit, to address that a little bit in the wake of NATO's 75-year anniversary.
Yeah, the part that really blew my mind about the kind of Democratic operative class's response that, like, this guy, he actually has a foreign affairs PhD, is all he did was sometimes name the countries correctly. That was basically it. There was this one question from one of the reporters who said, look, hey, 2 years ago, you said that your sanctions policy against Russia was going to destroy the country. We at the time said to you, aren't you a little bit concerned that what you're doing with sanctions policy with regard to Russia is actually going to just tighten the bonds between China and Russia and won't actually have the effect that you want it to have? And you said no, but you were confident. Well, here we are 2 years later, and Russia and China are tighter than ever. So what are you going to do to disrupt this alliance that you accidentally created? And his answer was just complete gibberish, just gobbledygook. And so I don't see how you get to be a foreign policy PhD when your own policies are just blowing back in your face, even on their own terms. it's kind of sad what passes for kind of a foreign policy, ace in Washington.
Yeah, I think when it comes to American foreign policy, I feel like the defense contractors in general just simply want a guy who will say the talking points, and like, even if Donald Trump himself is not going to legitimately, blow up NATO in the way that people posture against Donald Trump, the fact that, like, his sentiment, the fact that he expresses like divisive rhetoric on foreign policy is enough for the DMV voters, the most important voters, the most significant constituency, the defense industry constituency, to say, oh, Donald Trump spells trouble for America's prospects in the future. And Biden is definitely better than Donald Trump on that front, is how they operate, in my opinion.
When people say this, they fearmonger. Oh, Trump is going to be worse on Palestine, or oh, just imagine if Trump was president. We can have a discussion, and I covered Trump's foreign policy, military policy extensively. But what is that really doing? That is an attempt to remove Biden's responsibility for the genocide that he's currently enabling at this moment. I mean, think about the intellectual and moral bankruptcy involved with saying, but Trump will be worse, because inherent to that is implying that it's, what Biden is doing is acceptable, is an acceptable alternative to Trump.
Yeah.
And the fact is that, we don't actually know how many people have been killed in Gaza. 40,000 is the conservative estimate that has been put out by the health ministry in Gaza, a health ministry that's been devastated, that is, its ability to actually track dead bodies is very limited. I was recently in Turkey, and I was doing some interviews there, and I was with a family. Two of the individuals from that family from Gaza, a mother and her daughter, had been pulled out of the rubble of their building, and they managed to be evacuated, from Gaza. I mean, the scope of what Joe Biden has facilitated, armed, bankrolled, offered political, diplomatic, legal support, the scope of the utter devastation that this man has unleashed on the people of Gaza should never be forgotten or forgiven. So when people say, well, Trump would be worse, that's not the conversation to have right now. The conversation to have right now is, what have you done and what are you doing to stop this genocide?
Absolutely.
And I've been, I broke 2 stories this week. I've been working for a sustained period on examining Hamas's view of the past 9 months of the events of October 7th. And we can talk about that in depth later if you want, but just one bit of analysis that's relevant to things that happened yesterday at the press conference and then today on Biden's official Twitter feed, the POTUS Twitter feed. Biden is putting out and he's saying, well, we have an agreement on a framework for ceasefire negotiations. My understanding from people within Hamas is that Hamas and other groups that are participating in a consultative process about what position Hamas is going to take in the negotiations. There's several armed factions that have been joining in the fighting against Israel in Gaza, and they have authorized Hamas to be the negotiator on behalf of all those groups. This level of nuance is never mentioned in the U.S. press, but it's not just Hamas, and they have their own way of processing decision making. And what they're saying is, from their perspective, they are willing to make what would be a significant concession. What Hamas is saying is that they have an agreement that they can put on the table, that they are willing to engage in a phased ceasefire. Typically, what Hamas's position has been is they will only enter a ceasefire negotiation if there is a clear path to an end to Israel's aggression against Gaza. What they are saying now is that they are willing to entertain the possibility of an initial 6-week phase where there would be a ceasefire. And during this time, there would be an exchange of captives. The women and civilians that Hamas is holding and female soldiers would be handed over to Israel. And in return, Israel would free as many as 900 Palestinians who are being held in Israeli jails, prisons, and administrative detention. And among these, my understanding is that there would be somewhere in the ballpark of 150 people that are serving lengthy prison sentences, people that Hamas would consider to be sort of more political prisoners. But Hamas's condition to the mediators is that if we are willing to pull back this insistence that there has to, at the start, be a guarantee of a permanent ceasefire and a withdrawal of Israeli forces, that it's clearly defined, we want the guarantors, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, to certify that Israel will maintain that ceasefire as we negotiate the second phase of the agreement. And in the second phase of the agreement, Israel and the United States are insisting that all of the remaining captives in Gaza be handed over to Israel, including male soldiers. And Hamas, in return, would get prisoners freed from Israeli prison who are referred to as the impossibles, people who are in Israeli prisons because they're members of armed resistance groups or because they have killed Israelis or they've been sentenced for killing Israelis. Now, the nuance here is that Hamas has not formally agreed to this right now. Hamas has said, we are willing to move forward with this, but we need those kinds of guarantees. And now we get to Biden last night at his press conference at NATO. He says, well, Hamas and Israel have agreed on a framework for the negotiations. And then he tweeted it this afternoon, and then you had journalists in Washington running around and saying, oh my God, Biden has secured the ceasefire deal. What I think is happening here is that they're doing a front run on Hamas. And what they're trying to do is say that an agreement has been finalized, that my understanding as of now is that it has not been finalized on the framework, and that they want to try to create a situation where if Hamas now says, well, wait a minute, we didn't get the guarantees we were asking for, they are going to say Hamas, once again, has sabotaged a process that the Israelis and the Americans have engaged in. I go to the great lengths to explain this in detail, Hasan, because so much of the reporting is a cartoon version of what is actually happening.
Yeah.
And that goes from, the origin story of what happened on October 7th all the way to the present moment. And Israel, the final thing I'll say is, my understanding is Israel is also now trying to add conditions that were not even in the document that Israel itself submitted to Biden and that Biden has been promoting. So, I've studied this very closely. I'm talking to primary people. I've also spoken to Israeli negotiators, and I have the very clear sense that Hamas is exhibiting a tremendous amount of flexibility, and it's the Israelis that are intentionally trying to sabotage a deal, because I don't think that Netanyahu is truly interested in freeing the hostages. I think he's primarily interested in annihilating the Palestinians of Gaza.
Absolutely. I mean, this is perhaps best represented in the past, 2 months now, since Biden's revelation of the three-phase negotiation plan, ceasefire proposal with a permanent end of the hostilities proposal that he claimed from the start was Israel's own proposal, that Hamas was actually sullying, which, if you pay even a little bit of attention to Israeli news, was exactly the opposite, where even if this was a proposal that Israel tried to, at least through legalese, hide the more nefarious elements on, they very openly, in the way that they were communicating to their own citizens, were very much against it. There has never been a moment where Benjamin Netanyahu, let alone his own members of his own party in the Knesset, has ever actually thought that this was a good proposal. They were the ones who were refusing. Hamas and Hamas leadership and other envoys routinely said that they were actually very much in favor of this negotiation because it was identical. Even John Kirby himself, or not, it wasn't John Kirby, sorry, Blinken himself actually admitted that this was identical to the Hamas proposal presented in February. in one of his conversations. So like ultimately, it has always been the Israeli side that has refused to negotiate in good faith, and yet the narrative that the White House and the narrative that the media has like went along with from the White House was always that it was Hamas that was ruining the proposal. So I suspected that is what they're trying to gear up for by adding additional claims onto it. And I do fear that now, because the entire conversation is revolving around like Biden's ineptitude and Biden's cognitive decline, that the media interest, the media appetite in covering what's going on in Gaza is taking a back seat to that, even though these two conversations, in my opinion, should be had together. Because time and time again, Biden's mental decline has played a formative role in shaping the narrative. Like on October 8 or 9 or, early on in October when he came out and said he saw 40 beheaded babies. He saw the pictures and then reiterated that position where he said he saw a family being lit on fire only as recently as a couple months ago. None of these things are real. And his staffers, every step of the way, would go to the media and be like, he didn't see that. We don't know where he came from. We don't know where this information is coming from. It's just like a manifestation in his own mind.
He said this thing last night. Then he, at the press conference, then he says, look at my numbers in Israel. He's like, I mean, it's like when you're in the position that Biden's in, he's basically saying like, look at my poll numbers in Israel. Yeah. But one other thing is, and we make this point in the drop site reporting, that both Biden and Netanyahu's political futures are woven into this situation right now. But I think for Netanyahu, there's a popular line that's sort of that Netanyahu wants to stretch this along because he's under criminal investigation in Israel. His popularity is going down. He already was kind of on the ropes politically, and he needs to stretch this on because then he loses power. I think that's true to an extent. It's a factor. But I think there's something much more sinister at play with why Netanyahu wants to stretch this on. And it's that he sees this as his historic legacy, that he can actually, go full in. He can erase Gaza as a Palestinian territory. And I think that is a much darker reality than he's just trying to hold on to power. He's trying to hold on to power as a kind of cynical, Washington style view of it. This is not House of Cards. This is much worse. This is someone who has genocidal intent, whose entire life project was prevent the establishment of a unified Palestinian state and to annihilate Palestinians who refuse to submit to apartheid.
Yeah. Also, one more statement about the ridiculousness of claiming that you are more popular in Israel than you are in the United States is that Donald Trump, according to a poll published last week on Channel 12, is actually more popular than Biden. Channel 12 found that 48% of Israelis prefer Donald Trump to be the next U.S. president compared to 27% who prefer Biden. So, like, he's wrong on every account. And it's obviously a ridiculous thing to fucking say, oh, I'm more popular in Israel than I am here, which is like, you're not running for president in Israel, okay? The fuck? Why would you ever say that? But regardless, Donald Trump is ironically more popular in Israel than he is. So there it is.
Oh, and of course he is, because if Biden, pauses 2,000 pound bomb shipment for 1 week, then it's a huge betrayal. And Israeli politicians talk about how they need to reevaluate their entire relationship with the Democratic Party. How could they possibly do this? And so you would have to bear hug and bear hug only the entire time. Like you say one thing critical, you're going to be down in the 20s. And it's hilarious, that he's almost losing 2-1 to Trump. Hopefully he's closer to Trump in the U.S. than he is in Israel.
Well, the thing is, also, of course, Trump is more popular in Israel. Israel somehow is even more reactionary than the United States of America in their politics. Yes. They are currently directly participating, not by way of like our defense contracts or anything, but directly participating in an ethnic cleansing campaign. Of course, they're fucking significantly more reactionary and prefer Donald Trump. Anyway,
yeah.
But yeah, the reason why I bring this up is because I think it is a bullshit narrative to claim that Biden is this brilliant elder statesman who has done a phenomenal job in terms of foreign policy. Israel being one of the most obvious instances where his foreign policy flub is the most glaring, in my opinion. The bear-hugging Netanyahu strategy, as you guys also pointed out, has been a genuine fucking failure from the start. Excuse me, I'm sorry for cursing. I know your mother is watching, Jeremy, but
always.
Yeah, but it's just objectively ridiculous. But as long as he just says the right things and doesn't call Zelensky President Putin, the media is going to go, oh yeah, no, he's actually he's being so presidential. This is like in the early Trump era when all of these like CNN commentators like Van Jones, former Maoist Van Jones, would come out and be like, this is Trump's presidential moment. He's appearing presidential. They're doing that now for Biden. And you can tell when the Hill and NPR and all these other like mainstream institutions are saying like maybe the poor debate may not have hurt Biden as much as we previously thought. And they're doing pickup.
My mom just texted me. Why are all these people saying hello to me now?
Oh, yeah. Everyone in the chat is.
You guys are making her night, man. She watches everything I do. She caught me once on this show, and now she randomly watches it. It's kind of amazing.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Hi, Jeremy's mom.
Anyway, but
what you're saying, this is also true. Like I think, to be president of the United States, to one degree or another, you're a sociopath, or you become one very abruptly. And Joe Biden's entire career, and we've talked about it on this show before. I mean, Joe Biden's entire career when it comes to Israel has just been a continuous defense of the most extreme criminality of the Israeli state. And he's constantly reiterating, that his relationship with Israel began sitting across from Golda Meir. And, there's a whole other story about how he exaggerated what happened in his meetings with Golda Meir. But, I think there's real questions about to what extent was Biden, with his, incapacitated mental state at times, driving this policy versus, fully with it, criminal minds like Antony Blinken and Jake Sullivan. And the answer to that, I think, will tell us a lot, about what's happened here. But the reality is this is the face of the American empire when it comes to policy on Israel. Rashid Khalidi, who is widely considered to be the leading U.S. historian on Palestine, one of the top historians in the world, who is actually quite careful in his comments on these issues, said that it is clear that Netanyahu is in charge of the American policy right now, that it's the tail wagging the dog. And, I'd resisted thinking that for a while because I think it lets the U.S. off the hook when you say, oh, it's Israel running the policy. This is, a U.S. policy. But in this particular case, Netanyahu has put Biden into check and possibly mate with this situation now, because he's managed to endure and survive and receive U.S. weapons and support and defense for going on into 10 months now. The election is on the horizon. Biden is a severely weakened political candidate. And the reality is that even if they sign some sort of a ceasefire in this phased manner that looks like it's going to happen, it could be a paper tiger, because Netanyahu can resume the war at any time. Biden has made clear he's not going to cut off the weapons. He stretches it into November. Let's say Trump wins in November. Then what? You have lame duck Biden. What's he going to do? He is not going to have the last thing he does before he leaves office, cut off Israel. That's not going to happen. And then you start having these kind of Reagan-esque discussions between Trump and Netanyahu. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if there was a plan to relocate every Palestinian that manages to survive in Gaza to, under Trump and Kushner. They find some way to just get rid of them all. But that's not a way of saying, oh, but look what Trump is going to do. Biden made that possible. That's the fact that no one can escape. Biden has set this entire thing up.
Yeah. Just like Biden also allowed all of this to happen by not reversing any of Trump's decisions on Israel, like continuing along with Trump's policies on Israel. Trump greatly escalated this conflict by just taking the reins off Israel completely in terms of moving the embassy to Jerusalem, in terms of the Abraham Accords, like setting up the Abraham Accords and having Jared Kushner be the point guy that completely sidestepped the Palestinians in this conversation. Biden could have gone back on any number of those things and maybe not like remove the embassy back, but the annexation, recognizing the permanent annexation of Golan Heights, like all of this stuff allowed Israel to feel emboldened, and it is legitimately concerning that this is the worst political instinct in this moment at a time when international organs of justice are at odds with the American state, and all the American state is communicating in terms of defending Israel, because even from the perspective of those, let's say I'm in the State Department for a brief moment in this hypothetical, like I would be very concerned with Biden's mishandling of Israel, with Biden's understanding of foreign policy, because it greatly diminishes America's soft power capabilities in the future, and shows the rest of the world that America is asleep at the wheel when it comes to Israel, that Israel gets to do whatever it wants, and it puts them at odds with the rest of the Western world even.
Yeah, and not only did it embolden Israel, but it also pushed, and Jeremy had some of this in his first piece. Curious for his take on this. The Abraham Accords really pushed Hamas into a place of desperation for the Palestinian cause, because now you were getting to a place where you were going to have, if the Abraham Accords continued on, normalization with all the other Middle East countries with Israel, by completely sidestepping the Palestine question. That was Kushner's entire insight, and so then Biden picked up where Kushner left off. That's the incredible part. And so you have Hamas, sagging in popularity. The economy is completely in shambles, and the world is acting as though they're going to move on without ever grappling with this question. Just going to leave the situation as it is, with creeping annexation in the West Bank and a tightening chokehold around Gaza. And so with that as the context, October 7th you don't know what's going to happen on October 7th, but you're basically over-determining it to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I mean, remember that for 20 plus, just one point on that. For 20 plus years, the posture of the Arab nations and Muslim nations that had not normalized quote unquote relations with Israel was that any normalization would necessitate a resolution on the question of Palestine and Palestinian statehood. And, of course, the Palestinian people feel utterly betrayed by so many of these Arab nations that have stood by as Israel has quote unquote mowed the lawn, seized their territory, consistently killing them, locking them up, implementing an apartheid state, putting the blockade on Gaza, engaging in collective punishment, putting people on a restricted calorie existence, and they do nothing. And then you have, Trump starting to broker these agreements with Jared Kushner. Biden, as you say, rightly, picks up the mantle. And 2 weeks before October 7th, Netanyahu appears at the United Nations to give a speech at the General Assembly. Almost everyone boycotted it. No one was there except his, minions. But he gave the speech anyway, and he is talking about the new Middle East and what a change this is going to be. It's going to connect Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, and Israel is going to be this sort of new Silk Road. And he displays a map where Gaza and the West Bank do not exist as Palestinian lands. And I'm not saying that was the motivation for October 7th. I'm saying that Hamas's assessment from the end of the 2021 bombing, which Biden also supported, and then 2 days after Biden called Netanyahu to tell him it was over, But for those 2 years, they watched as, and they were deeply concerned about Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia, for its own purposes, the Saudis are not, are motivated by a number of factors here, including that they want to become a nuclear power. And there's a whole other track that the United States is dealing with the Saudis on that is linked to any agreement that they make with Israel. But there were indications that the Saudis were going to settle for some circumvention of Palestinian statehood in their negotiations with Israel. And Hamas, as Ryan said, was concerned about the internal situation in Gaza, was watching a ratcheting up, particularly under Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, of settler violence, which was sponsored by the state, of the defiling of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the single holiest site in Islam in Palestine. You had a decrepit, corrupt Palestinian authority under Mahmoud Abbas that was basically like a Bantustan, like a Vichy regime there that was doing the bidding of Israel, not only arresting people that Israel said were a security threat, but attacking labor unions, activists, dissidents, journalists, writers, deeply, deeply unpopular. And I think that Hamas felt that this was the historic moment where they needed to take action or it was finished. And so that's what I think the motivation was behind October 7th. They wanted to entirely shatter the paradigm, not only on Gaza, but to call the question on a Palestinian state. And they don't see, even if there is a ceasefire or an end to the intense slaughter that's happening in Gaza, my sense is that they believe that the world has changed now and there is no return, that this is the beginning of a march onward that they believe is going to end in victory against Israel. And I think some Israelis recognize that this is not something like 2021, 2014, 2009. This is far more serious. There is an incendiary situation in the West Bank right now. The conditions potentially for a third intifada are starting to present themselves. And if Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas were to openly endorse an intifada, then I think we would be looking at a very, very serious situation. On top of this genocide.
Yeah, and what is the expectation, really? 500 plus deaths in the West Bank since October 7. Many children, many of them children as well. Like it's just completely unacceptable. And you have former members of the Shin Bet, when they do their like little woke tours, they always come out and they're like, "Oh yeah, we hate the situation in the West Bank. Like we have to dial back on the situation in the West Bank." Like their calls have fallen on deaf ears time and time again. You have thousands of people being arrested, being permanently detained with no due process whatsoever, and it's understandable that it's a powder keg in the West Bank as well. By the way, while we were having this conversation, a chatter informed me that the International Court of Justice will deliver its advisory opinion in respect of the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. This will happen on July 19th, on Friday at 3 p.m. So there's also that coming down. There was also reports of Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he's fearful to travel to, I believe it was Hungary even, that, in fears of due to not the ICJ, but the ICC's decision or the preliminary stages of the warrant application that is being processed at the moment for his arrest. That hasn't come down yet, but I suspect that will happen sometime soon, maybe even before his travel to the United States of America that's upcoming in July 24th, in a couple of weeks, as a matter of fact, to speak to the Congress, which is ridiculous. But, that's another glaring misstep, in my opinion, that harms America's soft power opportunities. Not that I care about that sort of thing. Ideologically, I'm not in favor of America having this much influence over the global stage. But like, even if you are someone who cares about that sort of thing, even if you're one of these like NATO guys, right? This is something that should be a cause for concern. But yeah, I don't know what this will look like. I don't know if you guys knew that this was coming. The ICJ. I
didn't know
ICJ.
that. I didn't know the timing, but yeah, they're moving more quickly than they typically tend to move. And I think one thing that's going on is that I've been done some reporting on this. We'll have stuff over at Drop Site probably in a couple of weeks about the coordinated efforts around the world to bring charges. And so I think the ICC has competition here. Like the ICC, I think William Ruto, I think who's a Kenyan president now, is one of the first ones ever indicted by the ICC. But there were not people clamoring around the world to kind of go after Ruto. But in this case, like the world is outside of the United States so shocked at what's going on that there are prosecutors and judges all over that are looking at what kind of accountability could be coming, and so that could be why the ICC might be moving a little quicker than it has in the past. But the United States might end up being one of the few places where he can safely travel going forward.
Yeah, I mean that's probably all. That's probably all that they need. Like that's probably all Netanyahu needs. But that it's still a tremendous amount of pressure applied as Israel continues to become a pariah state for very good reasons. This should have obviously happened at any number of different points over the course of the past 76 years of apartheid and ethnic cleansing, but it is happening now in a way that I don't think the Israeli public even fully comprehends. So Israel's motivations, Israel's actions show that they are not exactly aware of this, or maybe they are aware of it and they're trying to just like finish the job to the best of their ability, considering that, and this is another chatter from Israel who's bringing this up. Two notable recent decisions. First was the passing of all civil affairs in Area C to the deputy head of the CA, and appointed an appointee responsible not to the military but to Smotrich, who is a settler himself, the finance minister who's incredibly reactionary, alongside Itamar Ben-Gvir, for those of you who don't know, in the defense ministry. The second is a law that passed its first calling yesterday, allowing Israeli building enforcement in certain areas of Area B. Nothing creeping about this. This is rapid and de jure. Biden's complete silence here opens a window for more explicit declarative recognitions under Trump. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The way that basically works, actually, your audience is probably pretty familiar with this, but allowing Israeli authority in Area B means, so in order to kind of build, like in anywhere else, you need a permit if you're going to build, you're going to add a bathroom, add a spare bedroom to your house. What Israel does is basically make it impossible for Palestinians, homeowners, either to prove that they own the home or to get a permit to build this extra bedroom or to put on, you want to put a back porch on, whatever. And so a lot of people, they do it anyway. Like, but it's not even overcrowded. You need a bathroom.
Yeah, it's not even just bathrooms and bedrooms, by the way. It's wells, it's water wells. Like it's very significant parts of infrastructure that like Palestinians need to survive.
So then the guy will show up at the door now that they have this authority. They'll be like, oh, hey, look, I don't see a permit for this well. I don't see a permit for this chair that you have out in the front yard. We're confiscating your property. And it's done legally. Like this is, I'm an agent of the court here. We believe in the rule of law. Everybody out, settlers in. So yeah, that's not good at all for anybody who's on the other end of that.
Yeah. And it seems like with the change of power in European allies, like America's close European allies, with the Labour Party in the UK, with Keir Starmer, unfortunately, leading the helm, but also with the new coalition government in France, which is openly and outwardly, especially with France and Somme, being significantly more pro-Palestinian than prior leadership. You also run into you run into more American soft power diminishing in Europe specifically, or at least like on this issue alone, on the issue of Israel alone, like America getting pushed aside even further. Now, I don't know. I don't know what Keir Starmer will do. I suspect that he is probably going to continue being as outwardly pro-Israel as the previous government, especially with the weapons contracts that they have. But who knows? Who knows what happens there? Because Keir Starmer has made some post-election. He has made some interesting decisions in terms of like putting people in the positions of power that were very critical of Israel. So who knows? But it
look
seems
at look at even,
go ahead, Trevor.
I mean, well, you know, the limits of what we can expect from you know, someone like a Keir Starmer, or even if Bernie Sanders, you know, were making decisions for the United States, you know, at the beginning, in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, and for several months, you know, Sanders was, his politics were not great on this. You know, he's certainly critical of Netanyahu, but his position on ceasefire was deeply problematic for a sustained period of time. And now what Bernie has shifted to is his entire criticism or critique of the genocidal Israeli war against the people of Gaza it's Netanyahu's extremist policies. It's Netanyahu's extreme government. It's Netanyahu's extreme cabinet. This is a line that's been picked up then by Schumer and Pelosi. And it's kind of, you know, this is the way that they've reconciled their way of criticizing it, that they're putting it all on the bad ship Netanyahu. And, you know, the thing that none of them want to talk about is that whether you had a so-called liberal government in Israel or you had Netanyahu, you know, the policy would have been a massive war of annihilation against the people of Palestine that live in Gaza, and that's what none of these people want to talk about. It's easy, you know, especially this late in the game of genocide, to start saying, "Oh my God, we need to end this," and it's all Netanyahu's fault. But the reality is that this was made possible because of politicians within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. And in the case of Britain, there's a slight difference. Jeremy Corbyn would have been militantly opposed to this. Jeremy Corbyn has a lifelong record of standing on the side of Palestinian liberation. He would have been, I think, a transformative figure. But Sanders himself gave us an indication of how he would have approached this. I don't think he would have been as catastrophic as Biden by any stretch of the imagination. But if that's the best that we have to offer, you know, in terms of people that can get close to winning the presidency, it explains a lot about the policy.
No, absolutely. I agree. It's shocking to me that more Democrats and more like center left or center right politicians have not shifted their position in the same way that Bernie Sanders has to liberal Zionism in an effort to like defend the next steps forward into continuation of Israel's apartheid. It actually is, I think, a shocking display of the worst political instincts that these people have in positions of power, for sure. The only reason why I brought up Keir Starmer as a potential is because Starmer, obviously, when running for election, ahead of the election, time and time again reiterated his commitment to Israel and stated that, you know, Israel has a right to defend itself, much like Bernie Sanders has as well, and that he would not pronounce that something is either genocide or not. But he also said that every country, including Israel, has to be properly held in account in the Court of International Law. David Lammy, the new foreign secretary, who is expected to visit Israel soon, broke ranks with the UK's official line in late May when he backed the International Criminal Court's independence after it sought arrest warrants for Israeli officials. We saw that from a lot of European leadership, including Germany, which has been super far right on the issue of Israel, where like the ICC decision was seen as fairly significant, and that all of these officials did openly say that the ICC does have jurisdiction and they are allowed to operate, and they're allowed to continue with their application for an arrest warrant. Richard Hermer, the new attorney general, is the reason why I'm bringing this up. However, chosen by Starmer, is one of the interesting appointments in the new government. He has criticized Israel. He specializes in human rights law, and he decried the former government's push to criminalize boycott campaigns, and was among a group of small Jewish lawyers who wrote an open letter reminding Israel of its international obligations at the start of the war. So I think that is why, like maybe I'm trying to be as like hopeful and as optimistic as possible, but there is definitely, it seems, a little bit of a change of pace in the way that Keir Starmer has conducted himself before the election versus the decision making within the Labour Party in terms of appointment and even in terms of communicating certain positions, like Starmer hinting that Britain could recognize Palestine before US or Israel. This is today from The Telegraph. Prime Minister repeating calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and insisting UK's Middle East policy won't follow anyone else. This feels a little bit like a shift in the attitude that the Tory government had.
Yeah, well, certainly it's a shift from the public posture of the Tory government, but again, we're entering now month 10 of the genocide. And I think you're going to see the dam is going to break on this as as the historical legacy of what has taken place starts to become clearer and clearer. You can go back not that long ago to David Lammy making atrocious statements in defense of Israel, promoting lies that were told, that some of which you cited, Hasan, earlier in this program. I think it's this is to an extent. We should welcome any shift to a position that has justice at its center for the Palestinian people, certainly. But let's be clear that there is also cynical politicking here. There's an understanding of the tides of history and which direction that they're headed in. So, if Keir Starmer and others are going to take a moral position on this, an ethical position on this, that should be welcome. But we shouldn't forget what has happened the past 10 months with these individuals.
You're right. You're 100% right.
So, the nuance is important, but I think we have to keep that in mind. And we've seen Biden doing that too, where Biden has, started to be more open in his denunciation of Netanyahu, and took some symbolic actions. But at the same time, none of this would have happened if these people had listened to those that actually understood what was happening before it became a genocide. And that's a huge part of the problem that we have.
Yeah. And make no mistake, of course, Starmer's rise to power within the ranks of the Labour Party directly came with the issue of Israel specifically. I mean, the Corbyn wing of the party was sabotaged, openly sabotaged by the more conservative Labour members that used cynically deployed the calls of anti-Semitism towards him and other more radical, more progressive members, more progressive wing of the Labour Party. So I'm not saying that I'm all too hopeful. I'm simply talking about this kind of communication being another instance where there is maybe some pressure points against American foreign policy and American dominance. Because if these countries do break away from the United States of America, even as like a means of PR to whitewash their previous actions, I think that moves the needle in a more hopeful direction. All things considered, in a direction that will hopefully bring about some kind of ceasefire in the short term.
Can I ask Ryan a question? Even though I talk to Ryan all day long, but it's something I haven't asked him that is related to this. You had this Bernie Sanders tape the other day, defending Biden and his candidacy, and AOC, came out backing Biden. What's going on with what's going on with AOC and Bernie that they're doing this right now? That they're like, nope, Biden is our dude, ride or die.
My read is there's a couple things going on. One is that they understand and they have been told that nothing they say is going to influence Biden positively. And in fact, if they see if the left is seen as leading this charge, then actually it could have caused the censors like Schumer and Jeffries and others to dig in more. So that's the strategic element. Then there's their own little game theory where like nobody cares what they think, in the sense that if Biden does drop out and is replaced by somebody, everybody will forget what the hell the members of the squad and Bernie said. If by some chance he stays in and wins, which is getting to a nil possibility, then people will remember, oh yeah, they stuck with him. So some cynical calculation there. But the actual thing going on, I think, is related to the fact that Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar both have competitive primaries. And if you look at the way that, say, Summer Lee and Jamal Bowman ran their primaries, Summer Lee much more effectively, she didn't run as like, I'm a radical, I'm going to shake up the Democratic Party. But she ran for re-election hugging Joe Biden. Like, Democratic primary voters are loyal Democrats and are far more partisan than kind of Republicans are, actually. Like, in the Republican primaries, it's everybody runs kind of against the Republican elites that don't even really exist anymore, but they all run against Mitt Romney. In the Democratic primary, Ilhan Omar is running ads with Joe Biden saying nice things about Omar, and Bush is, going to organize a lot of her campaign around, like, I fought for the IRA, I fought for all of this money that that I helped bring back to St. Louis, and so it just makes it awkward at that point to then be trashing or to be saying that Biden should step down when the ads that you're running on television are Biden endorsing you. So they're in this really weird spot where they have to hug him to get reelected. So I think that's actually secretly kind of what's driving a lot of that. Even though all the rest of it is also true.
Thank you for saying all of that, because I've been literally saying this nonstop to everyone in this community for the past week, and everyone has been yelling at me and saying I just love AOC so much, and that's why I'm just coping. Now that you've said it, I hope people will listen. Beyond that, I think there was another thing I wanted to mention that that plays off of exactly what you mentioned, is that with Jamal Bowman, we saw an unprecedented amount of money being dumped into this primary race, a historic amount. And obviously it was AIPAC subsidiaries, but they didn't really talk about the issue of Israel or Jamal Bowman's radical positions on Israel at all. One thing that they talked about quite frequently was something that Jamal Bowman did in defense of Biden's policies, but they were able to successfully present this move where he originally voted against, it voted to not separate Biden's own policy in defense of Biden alongside the progressives as a way to claim that Jamal Bowman was not going to play ball with Joe Biden, and that he was actually a radical who was against Biden's policies. And that worked. That worked very well, which was ironic because, of course, Latimer had openly said that he would step aside and be at odds with Biden's policies, and he 100% will be at odds with Biden's policies if he becomes the representative in terms of, like, if the Biden administration wins and then they do push for some kind of tax increases. Latimer has openly said he is not going to allow that to happen. But regardless, in terms of the political calculation that the progressives are making, you're absolutely correct. I think that, there is nothing to lose for them when they come out in support of Biden, because they're already the progressive wing anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And that was that vote on the infrastructure bill. And he voted no because, Manchin and Sinema and Gottheimer and others had not committed getting the rest of the agenda through. Although, they wanted the infrastructure, but not all the rest of Build Back Better. So it was the most cynical thing ever, because it was literally a vote in defense of the Biden agenda. And it was used as say, look at this disloyal guy who voted against infrastructure spending. How crazy is he? Got to get rid of him. And it's a sad reality that, Democratic primary voters might actually agree with the Sanders wing on a lot of things, but any time that they get seen as being disloyal Democrats, they just walk away from them. It's a very difficult kind of terrain to try to organize in and win on.
Yeah. Well, guys, are there any things that you would like to discuss that you haven't gotten to yet before I
wanted
move
to say
back
something
to...
about the site that we're doing, about Drop Site.
Yes.
I was one of the people that co-founded The Intercept, and 11 years ago with Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras, and Ryan's been there for more than 7 years, was the DC bureau chief, and really was a really influential figure in broadening out the reach of The Intercept and building up a really serious coverage of politics in Washington. And of course, Ryan also does foreign policy and has been doing great work on Pakistan and also on Gaza. And we really made a run to try to, in our view, save that place. And there were internal disagreements over vision. The board didn't want to take it in the direction that Ryan and I wanted to take it, and we left. And and we left to start something that we believe is going to be a lean, sustainable, hard-hitting news organization that is focused on doing investigative journalism. And investigative journalism takes time. It costs money. We're starting from scratch. And we have some people that stepped up and gave us a modest amount of seed money to get this thing rolling. And it's a little bit scary when it's like jumping off a cliff, in the dark, and you don't know if you're going to hit water or sharp rocks. And that's sort of where we're at. But we've been overwhelmed by how many people have hit that subscribe button. We're at about almost 120,000 subscribers right now. That's total subscribers. That's not paid subscribers. We're seeing like a great uptick in people that are actually paying to subscribe. And the thing is, though, that comes with fear, or like uncertainty, it reminds you of what it was like to be a hungry young journalist. That you're in that game because you want to be there, because there's a passion burning in your heart. And I feel actually a sense of relief that we're starting from scratch, and that I'm doing this with Ryan, because I think we're on the same page about what we want to do. And for me, I feel like it's going back to my roots. I begged my way into an unpaid gig working for Amy Goodman at Democracy Now! And, I literally would write her actual letters and say, if you have a dog, I'll walk your dog. And, if you have a cat, I'll go feed your cat. And she either had to get a restraining order against me or agree to let me come and volunteer. And, I get a little bit emotional when I think about it, because she had no reason to take a chance on me, and she did. And I've watched her build up what I think is the most important independent news program 5 days a week on radio and TV in this country. And, what Ryan and I want to do is build not just an independent news organization, but a non-aligned news organization. And what we mean by that is, we're not interested in toxic turf wars with people. That doesn't help people in Gaza. That doesn't expose injustice. That doesn't help people who are struggling or suffering. And good journalism at its best saves people. It confronts bad guys. It takes big swings at the powerful with no fear or favor. And so, we want people to support this news organization, and it feels good to actually walk around knowing we're accountable to the people that support our journalism and read our journalism. So, you have a great crew of people. I love coming on this show because I get really thoughtful comments from people who've never heard of the work that I do or Ryan does. It's a totally different audience of people. And I have huge respect for what you're doing and the exposure to these kinds of issues that you're bringing to audiences that may not normally pay attention to it. And you have a great audience, and we'd love for them to join us as well at dropsitenews.com.
Yeah. How can what would be the best possible thing that people can do in this community for you guys at this moment?
But yeah, I mean, go if you go right there, dropsitenews.com, and sign up just to get the free emails. That's the first step. That's great, because when we have a story, it's going to get emailed out to you. If you can be a paying subscriber, you can do that. It's, I think, $9 a month or something like that. And that's the thing that makes it sustainable. If you're a super rich Hasan fan, then we've got donate.dropsitenews.com, where you can actually it's tax deductible. We're a fiscally sponsored C3. It's a nonprofit news organization. So at donate.dropsitenews.com, you can make a tax deductible contribution. But what I also would like about that is that, to Jeremy's point, I like being accountable to this kind of audience. That's who I want us to be accountable to. And you may not know, you played a significant role in our kind of decision about what to do at the Intercept, because as it was getting hot internally, I reached out to you and also to the boys over at Chapo. I was like, look, if Jeremy and I, went out independently and built something new, would you have our back? And both you guys immediately were like, yes. And what I see us as, and that gave us a lot of confidence, like internally, and to move forward. And what I kind of see us as is the kind of investigative journalism arm of like the Hassan Chapo axis, like that, that crew like needs an independent investigative news outlet that is producing material that is letting you know what's going on in the world. We can't produce at the volume of the New York Times, but we can pick our spots. We can hit them hard, and we can hit hit all the malevolent actors that are out there pretty hard, and we're going to get taken seriously, which is my favorite part of all this, because we're in this not just to like produce pretty articles, but to like produce work that has to be reckoned with by centers of power. So thank you for that. Yeah, for that, like that vote of confidence at a moment when we were kind of in the thick of it.
Of course,
it's all true. Let me just on one last note. There was a brief window of time when I was allowed on like CNN and MSNBC, and like I was on fairly regularly when I did Blackwater, about the mercenary company, especially when Bush was in power. They loved me on MSNBC. But if you look at how a lot of those big institutional media outlets are configured, they have their own kind of self-licking ice cream cone, where they're in an enclosed media ecosystem. The Washington Post people are on Morning Joe, or like they're all doing their thing, and they create this sort of echo chamber of their own. And I was talking to a friend about it today when I was explaining your show, Hasan, and I was saying that like, in the same way that it's it's important that there's cross-pollination with like-minded media organizations. What Ryan is saying is true. We can build an informal network of non-aligned media institutions that share some basic sort of spirit and ideas, and you create a different ecosystem, because the world has radically changed. No one is watching those shows. No, people are not reading those newspapers.
Yeah.
They're not reaching new audiences. They're not thinking outside of the box. This stuff that we did on Hamas, they should have been doing this for the past 10 months.
Yeah,
why no one's thinking to say like, hey, let's try to understand. We're told these are the new Nazis, that these people are the greatest threat in the world, so much of a threat that the US has to facilitate a genocide. Maybe we should talk to those people. So I think what we have here is an opportunity to sort of move away from some of the toxicity that helps no one, find the common ground that we have, and build our own ecosystem of non-aligned media entities.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, in domestic affairs, we saw this with East Palestine, Ohio, that when there's enough of a stink that is brought up on TikTok and other places outside of the sphere of influence of mainstream media, it actually causes mainstream media, which obviously has an interest in maintaining its veneer of legitimacy and credibility, to cover those stories with a different approach. Because East Palestine, Ohio was a train derailment. There are 1,000 train derailments that occur every year. So, of course, no news editor at a serious media outlet is ever going to cover it. They're not going to look at that. They're going to be like, what do you mean? There's 3 of them a fucking day. But once that became like a serious point of contention, and the story itself actually became, why is mainstream media not talking about this? It kind of forced the hands of CNN and MSNBC and all of these other places to actually cover this train derailment and the chemical spill that actually harmed the lives of these people in the small town. And I think what's going on in Palestine with the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign is almost identical. That for the past 20, 30, 40 years, American mainstream media has rarely ever discussed the issue of the Israeli apartheid on terms that ever gave dignity or humanity or even recognition to the Palestinians as human beings, right? And now, because of the groundswell, because of the previously unimaginable amount of real momentum, real support, and posturing coming from the younger generation, the attitudes that the younger generation has, and the reality that they see on the ground due to all of these incredibly brave independent journalists and outlets like Al Jazeera, but like Palestinian people just, being able to just show what is happening to them in real time. It is, in my opinion, causing mainstream media to have to cover it in a way that they previously never had to. And you see that they ran with, in early October, they ran with the contextualization of the violence narrative. Every single time Israel would blow up a hospital or a school or something, you would have Jonathan Concuncrius or whatever the fuck that dude's name is, go on CNN and immediately contextualize it and frame it as a totally permissible, dare I say, moral act, morally righteous act that they had to blow up this school. And you don't see that anymore. You don't see that as much anymore in mainstream media. And that is because of the obvious death toll and how unimaginably cruel Israel has been. But beyond that, I think it's because there is a lot of people an entire generation of people who no longer trust no longer trust CNN, no longer trust MSNBC, no longer trust the New York Times when it comes to covering foreign policy. And they have to try and make up for that. They have to try and at least claw on to some shred of credibility. So I think what you guys are doing and what I try to promote here will inevitably cause better journalism to occur in mainstream media as well, hopefully.
Yes, because the ecosystem that Jeremy's describing, to the extent that it exists now, it actually includes elements of all of those newsrooms. There might be somebody sitting, I guarantee you actually, that there are people right now.
Wait, Ryan.
You're muted or something.
Ryan, you muted yourself. There are people right now, you said, and then after that it muted.
Unmute it. Now you click unmute. Ryan and I are old.
Ryan, you just muted yourself. There it is.
All right.
There are people right now as we speak, in the CNN newsroom, watching this stream probably. The ecosystem overlaps into and creates friction inside major media and gives succor to the people who are in there kind of waging the good fight. The fact that we were able to report on the New York Times internally because so many people from the New York Times wanted to speak to us. You're exactly, I think you're exactly right. It put, and we and they then put pressure on the kind of old guard. And it does kind of come out in the end of the coverage. It's still not good coverage, and it's not coverage they're happy about, but it's less bad than it was. And it's just at the beginning because this ecosystem is growing and that one is shrinking. And also politicians are noticing, which is going to cause problems for the major media. Politicians notice that independent media is now just as good a way to reach the American public as CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, maybe even better in a lot of respects. And that's going to cause all sorts of problems for the major media too, because then they'll lose that. They rely on the myth. And once the myth is gone, all they have left is their ability to break news that the public wants. But right now they don't have to do that.
Yeah. No,
I mean, just looking at your comments, at the commenters on the side, it's really interesting. I mean, I can barely keep up with it, but I've noticed as we've been chatting over the past hour, the crowdsourcing of information. I mean, there's a bunch of really intelligent notes that get dropped in this, and then there's things that I don't even understand the language. But it's really a fascinating. No, but there's actually, I've stopped it at a couple of points and read what people said, and there's really interesting comments. It's a very interesting alternative to the Chiron news stream that flows under CNN or MSNBC or what have you. Anyway, I know we've taken up a lot of your time and your audience's time.
No, of course.
But one other thing is if people have money to spare and they want to subscribe, that's amazing. But we're not going to put our content behind a paywall. Ryan and I are both committed to information should be free to everybody. And we're in this because also we believe journalism at its best should be a public service. But if people have the money to support us, we're deeply honored to have your trust and hope we, preemptively earn it and then earn it after you've paid attention to us for a while.
No, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on, and once again, thank you for all the phenomenal work you do. I hope that there was a lot of support from this community. I mean, I of course, I have uncritical support for you guys always. So I'm very excited to see what you guys are reporting on in the future.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right. Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for coming
so much.
on.
Keep up the great work. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, guys.
All right. That was Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill, formerly of The Intercept, now at dropsitenews.com. Go support their journalism, of course. They are phenomenal, as you already know. Some of my favorite guests to have on. And yeah, they're doing brilliant work. This is something that I have, in terms of talking specifically to Hamas officials, this is something that I've brought up many, many times over. It's something that I've actually, and I've told you guys this as well, something that I've talked to mainstream media journalists about as well, behind not closed doors, but in DMs and private correspondence, where I'm like, why the fuck is nobody covering whenever there's a negotiation happening, right? There's just never any coverage over what Hamas is saying. It just doesn't make any sense. There's two parties to these negotiations process. So, I don't expect Anderson Cooper anytime soon to turn around and fucking cover it, but I'm very glad that this is happening, and I hope that this will push mainstream media to do better reporting as well. So, why listen to evil people? Consent successfully manufactured. Of course. Jeremy Scahill called our comments intelligent and valuable. You're never allowed to yell at us again. Okay, I'm going to continue yelling at you guys. It is because I've yelled at you guys so many times over that you are capable of putting together intelligent commentary in a moment where it matters. Okay? If I just let this chat run its course and let you all run loose, you would not be. But that is the reason why I must be abusive at times, seemingly abusive at times, in order to maintain a steady flow of good messages, productive discourse, in order to be able to open source a lot of this commentary. Okay? That's why for every time without an OWO, there is a million silly billies in the chat. Okay? Be more like Themasius and not like your worst instincts. Talking about, and I saw this comment in the chat, I can't believe it. As soon as while Jeremy was talking about how good the chat is, someone was like, why don't you explain to Jeremy what cussy is? Okay? We're not kids, Hasan lol. What a funny time to say that we're not kids, Hasan lol, as chat is spamming sussy. Understand this. Anyway. All right. We don't all come here to be productive. I know. I get that. That's why this is supposed to be parts entertaining and parts informative. Whoa, what? Someone asked, why do you consider Germany's position on Israel to be far right? Why? Because one, they are one of the primary weapons dealers for Israel. And two, they have been completely committed to the death and destruction of the Palestinian population and are incredibly right-wing on the issue of Israel. For a multitude of different reasons. I've described it so many times over. So obviously, if you want to learn more, you can go and find it on my YouTube page. Okay. But yeah, the German government arresting anti-Zionist Jews for their supposedly anti-Semitic crimes of criticizing Israel is not making me feel too confident about the way things are going over there, especially as they militarize significantly due to the fear of Russia. All right, let's now get back to the COPIUM panel. But more importantly than the COPIUM panel, we're going to move on from the COPIUM panel. We're going to talk about Hakeem Jeffries. This is very important. Hakeem Jeffries is basically Nancy Pelosi 2.0. Okay, Speaker of the House. He was groomed for the position by Nancy Pelosi. He is reflecting the attitudes of Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus. Anyway, and he has not offered Biden his endorsement at the White House meeting that he conducted today or yesterday. And he actually came out with a relatively neutral statement which is a big fucking deal. Okay? Pretty big deal. He's the top House Democrat. These are people with institutional control. Does Chris Hayes watch you? Yes, he does. Let's watch.
Up first, a meeting between the top Democrat in the House and the President of the United States. They talked at the White House last night after Biden's NATO news conference. Now, we know little about that conversation right now, and Jeffries, in a vague letter, offered scant details about the face-to-face. He said he relayed, quote, heartfelt perspectives and conclusions about the path forward. He said that Democrats have shared with him, the leader. I want to go straight to Capitol Hill, and there where we find Lauren Fox. And Lauren, an 18 Democrat just came out against Joe Biden. What do we know about that call for him to step aside and this meeting between the leader and the president?
Yeah, Manu, a continued dripping of Democrats coming out against the president, arguing that it is time for him to hand the torch over to a new generation of leaders. But obviously, all eyes are on getting more details about this meeting that happened yesterday after this press conference between President Joe Biden and the Democratic leader on Capitol Hill, Hakeem Jeffries. Now, Jeffries has been keeping his views pretty close to the vest, offering very little insight into his position. But we are learning this morning that he did meet with the president. And in his letter to colleagues, he wrote, quote, on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, I requested and was graciously granted a private meeting with President Joe Biden. That meeting occurred yesterday evening. In my conversation with President Biden, I directly expressed the full breadth of insight, heartfelt perspective, and conclusions about the path forward that the caucus has shared in our recent time together. Now, the caucus had a full meeting on Tuesday morning. They've also had separate meetings breaking out in smaller groups to discuss what to do about the president's future. Our colleague Jeff Zeleny getting some fresh reporting about that meeting between Jeffries and Biden, where Jeffries did not explicitly offer his endorsement of the president. Again, we are still trying to get additional details about this meeting, but very watched here on Capitol Hill, as a lot of Democrats have been waiting to see what their leadership would do and say to President Biden. Manu? All
right, Lauren Fox there with that key piece of reporting from our colleague Jeff Zeleny. Jeffries did not offer the president his endorsement in that meeting today. Thanks for that report. And later today, President Biden will head to that battleground state of Michigan, where he'll keep making the point that he's up for the job of beating Donald Trump in November. The question remains, is it too late? Arlette Saenz is in Detroit. And Arlette, tell us a little bit more about what we expect later today and anything else we know about this meeting that happened between Jeffries and the president, and the fact that the Democratic leader did not endorse the president.
Well, Manu, President Biden has said that he will just keep moving in this campaign despite the pressure within his own party from some for the president to step aside in this moment. Now, the president's advisors are well aware of the concerns within some parts of the Democratic Party. A top advisor to Biden, Steve Ricchetti, told lawmakers just yesterday that he promised he would relay the concerns, relay the insight and input that they were receiving from a meeting with the president directly. But for President Biden's part, he is really trying to push forward with his campaign. The campaign scheduling several travel stops over the course of the next week. That includes spending time here in Michigan, then Texas on Monday, Nevada on Tuesday and Wednesday, all as he's trying to show voters that he is up for a second term in office. The president, I'm told, here in Michigan plans to really try to draw a contrast with former President Donald Trump when it pertains to policy. The president is eager to try to turn the attention back to Trump while he is trying to also save his own candidacy at this moment. Now, the president will be here in Michigan, joined by some elected officials in the state, people like Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. You will also have Congresswomen Haley Stevens and Debbie Dingell at this event with Biden. But it is notable that at least one Michigan Democrat has called for President Biden to step aside in this race. That is Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, signaling some of the pressure that he might be facing here in this state. Now, the Biden campaign has argued in a memo just yesterday that they believe the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are the clearest path for President Biden to get the 270 electoral votes in November. November. So it really speaks to how critical the state of Michigan will be for President Biden as he continues to try to make his case, not just to American voters that he's up for a second term, but also is trying to prevent any further Democratic defections coming from within his own party.
All right, Arlette Saenz in Detroit, thanks for that. And while President Biden continues to lose congressional Democratic support, one of his closest allies in the House is still sticking with him.
Should the conversation about the president getting out of this race, should that conversation continue?
No, it shouldn't. I am all in. I'm riding with Biden no matter what direction he goes, no matter what method he takes. I'm with Joe Biden. And if he were to change his mind, I'll just answer the question that I would be all in for the vice president.
All right, lots to break down with my great group of reporters this afternoon. Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, CNN's Phil Mattingly, New York Times, Zolan Kano-Youngs, and CNN's Eva McKen. Nice to see you all. All right, so he says he's running no matter what. We have additional Democrats coming out saying, no way. We have Hakeem Jeffries saying, not offering his endorsement. What exactly does that mean? We're still trying to learn, but seems significant. And now we have the New York Times reporting $90 million of money was going to be on hold. There were big donors going to give $90 million to this Biden super PAC that they pledged to give it to him, to that super PAC. No longer going to do that. Does that have an impact now on Joe Biden? That's not an insignificant sum of money.
I mean, look, just that amount of money, it's going to have an impact, when it comes to the momentum sort of behind him in the campaign. But I don't think when you talk to campaign officials and administration officials that they ever thought that this press conference would sort of quell immediately all of the dissent among Democrats. Just the fact that we're at this point in time right now, I think does show just sort of the amount of anxiety that Democrats are feeling across the country when it comes to Joe Biden's candidacy. I mean, this is a party where...
These are kneecap bones that I'm giving Kaya right now, and they are, god damn, they're oily. Holy shit. They stink? No. I mean, it smells pretty good. It actually smells like just regular fat. Like, it just smells like animal fat. It smells awesome. Like, it smells like something you would make broth with, basically. Depending on how hard she bites them, those knees wore off my dog's canines real bad. Okay, well, it is full of cartilage and marrow. Seems pretty good. Here's some data for Biden to chew on. What a great segue. 4 years ago, Biden had a steady 9-point lead over Trump in the polls, which dropped to a 4.5 lead on election day. Yes, his big lead dropped by election day 2020. So what the hell is going to happen now when he's not even leading and hasn't led for a while? What's the plan, pro-Biden Dems? What's the plan to take the lead and win? Says Mehdi Hassan, who also has an independent journalism outlet now. Zeteo. Oh, this is, yeah. Data for Progress. New. We asked voters whether the questions of Biden's mental and cognitive fitness are mainly concerns of the Democratic voters who want to defeat Trump or out-of-touch elites. A majority don't think these questions are just elite concerns. Wait a minute. Out of black voters, 26%, only 26% are saying it's out-of-touch elites, and 51% are saying questions about President Biden's mental and cognitive fitness are mainly the concern of Democratic voters who want to defeat Donald Trump. By the way, yeah, once again, the 20 to 30% rule always. You can always get 20 to 30% of the American population to agree to anything, believe anything, say anything, really. Anyway, just something to consider. It's just so strange to me. It's so strange to me that the narrative that they are trying to set here is the narrative that the Biden campaign is trying to set here is that, it's only out-of-touch elites that are afraid of Biden. Like, actually, all black people love that the president is 800 years old.
Any criticism against the White House in year 1 and 2 was a pretty big deal if you came and went against the White House. And now we have a situation where donors, members of Congress.
Why are the Blue Anon crowd so convinced we want Trump to win? It's because that they're one speed. That's all they know. That's it. That's literally all they know. I don't think you guys understand like how powerful of a narrative this has been, for how long of a narrative this has been. That's it. It's a thought terminating cycle. That's how they protect their identity and ego. Yeah. This is literally the same narrative against Bernie bros, or anytime someone steps out of line with whatever the neoliberal policy makers want within the Democratic Party. They have been so heavily conditioned to feel this way. Just like Donald Trump took advantage of the Republican conditioning on undocumented citizens, or the fact that undocumented migrants were like secretly and illegally voting for the Democratic Party. That narrative did not magically come to existence under the Trump regime. That already was set for decades prior to Donald Trump. He just basically leaned into it. January 6th is not simply the machinations of one narcissistic man. No matter how hard MSNBC tries to fucking put the blame exclusively on Donald Trump, this is a reality that I stressed over and over and over again. Donald Trump cannot change the trajectory of the Republican Party. He can only lean into the trends and push them further. And that's precisely what he did. And in the same way, the Trumpian blue MAGA Biden dead enders are basically just reiterating the same commitment that they have to the top of the ticket, when we all know that they'll vote for whoever the fuck replaces Joseph Robinette Brandon.
If you came and went against the White House. And now we have a situation where donors, members of Congress, Democrats across the country are expressing these concerns. So I don't think that it's a surprise that it's continued in the wake of that press conference. There were some flubs. You still had a president that still struggled to articulate sort of a coherent case for why he is the best person to be at the top of the ticket to beat Donald Trump. When he was asked about that, he pointed to his record in the first term rather than providing assurance for the future at this point, which is where the concern is. Mm-hmm. And I think you're probably going to see that continue in the days ahead here.
Yeah, and look, we heard Jim Clyburn there say that he was with Biden. We don't really know where Barack Obama is or Nancy Pelosi is. We do know
Blue MAGA is a stupid term. It's not equivalent. It needs to be a different phrase, like blue balls or something. They don't want to kill the country like red MAGA. Doesn't matter. No, I think it's a perfect term. The Democratic Party Brandon dead enders are operating in an identical cult-like manner to the diehard Trump loyalists. The major difference, however, is that they will vote for whoever the Democratic Party's presidential candidate is, whether it's Joe Biden or someone else. Whereas some in the MAGA loyalist fan base will not be voting for anybody but Trump.
From our colleagues reporting that they talked recently about their concerns about the campaign. How much is riding on what they ultimately decide here and forcing Joe Biden to make a decision about whether to stay in this race?
I mean, I think everything's riding on whether they decide to do something like that on some level, right? And I think our colleagues, Isaac DeVera and Jeff Zeleny, had such a great kind of contextual breakdown of the news that they broke last night about the former speaker and the former president being in contact over this. There's history here, and the idea that President Obama could go to President Biden and say, "You need to leave." My sense of things, having covered this Biden White House.
Wait, so you're against voting for Biden? Said a chatter. I don't know if you're new here or not. I'm confused. What has Biden done that's against the liberal agenda? Biden hasn't done anything against the liberal agenda. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider to be the liberal agenda. But I don't know if you're new here or not. You might be. You've been following us since 2020. But I'm not exactly a fan of Biden outside of the situation that's unfolding for Biden. I have said over and over again that I will not be voting for Joseph Robinette Biden. You can vote for him if you want. Go ahead. Vote till your heart is full with joy. If you'd like to do that. My calculation is irrelevant in this situation. Okay? I am not a liberal, nor will I be voting for Joseph Robinette Brandon. Now, if you come in here and you say, "Oh my God, I'm voting for Donald Trump," well, then you're a fucking baboon. You're an idiot. Okay? Your reach is influential, though? No, it's not. In the grand scheme of things, my reach in 2016 was not as influential as you think it is. My reach in 2020 was not as influential as you think it is. Okay? It is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar mainstream media apparatus. It is nowhere near as significant as the Democratic Party's influence is and its reach is. I cannot undo the work of the Democratic Party in any meaningful capacity. Okay? Bro, the vote difference is like 10K in swing states. What are you saying? You people are not understanding what I mean by this. I'm not saying I'm not influential in any way, shape, or form. I'm simply stating that no matter what, myself or so many other people, we get together in independent media, we get together and we're like, yeah, that's right. Fuck Biden. Don't vote for Biden at all. Or vote for Biden. We have to vote for Biden. We must vote for Biden. No matter what our narrative is, it is nothing in comparison to the campaign and what they do. As a matter of fact, I urge people to vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I urge people to vote for Biden in 2020. But Hillary Clinton did not campaign appropriately. Do you see what I'm saying? Hillary Clinton was a bad candidate. The Democratic Party's decision making in terms of its reelection chances are significantly more consequential, so much more important. If I had any sort of influence, I hope that it could be on the staffers that are close to Joe Biden, people within the DNC, potentially, which I don't have any influence over anyway, so that they could do something that will, greatly improve their chances of winning. Many of you, of course, have horse blinders on in terms of the prominence and influence that this community has. It's fine. It's nice of you to think that, but ultimately, you cannot ever, even CNN could not ever legitimately change the trajectory of the Democratic, the DNC. The mainstream media would barely be able to make a dent in the campaign and what they want to do. I get so sad when you go emo on us like this. No, it's not. It's not me being emo. It's just me being realistic. By the way, this is another thing that I clocked, but 24 million people watched Biden's NATO presser. That is half the viewers of the debate. The vast majority were over 55, over the age of 55. That's crazy. This is troublesome. It means that a lot of people are paying attention to the election cycle now, and they're paying attention because they want to see whether Biden is competent or not. But they're going to think he nailed it? No. Those people still heard Biden say, those people literally heard Biden fucking openly say Kamala Harris is Vice President Trump. What are you talking about? No, there's still plenty of people. There's still plenty of people that heard him fuck up spectacularly. Also, none of those people give a shit about NATO. So the issues that he was actually coherent on, sure, he demonstrated competence, but those aren't necessarily issues that they care about.
Very closely is Biden would probably say, remember when you told me that in 2016? And then we lost, Democrats lost to Donald Trump, so I don't know how that's going to work. I think Democrats have been waiting for those leaders of their party, Clyburn being among them. There's like a core group of 4 or 5, whether it's Pelosi, it's Obama, it's Schumer, it's Clyburn, it's Jeffries, to kind of get together and go down to the White House and deliver their message. And I don't know that that's how it works. And I also don't know that that has an effect on President Biden, which is something that everybody's factoring in. And that brings me to the question that I've been asking throughout the course of the last 24 hours to any Democrat I talk to who wants Biden to step aside. Tell me how this ends. Mm-hmm. Tell me what is going to get you from this point to that point. Because no one can fill in that blank right now. Yeah. And if they can't, and they never do, then he's the candidate.
And that basically benefits Biden. And a lot of the concerns are, if you get rid of him, then maybe ballot access issues or some of the new candidate, it's a mess, and which is why a lot of other members are not coming out and calling Biden to step aside. I want you to listen to what Biden said yesterday about what would actually cause him to step aside.
Anarchist, your admission that you will not vote for Biden is essentially a vote for Trump. Oh my God, I'm not going to relitigate this over and over again, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Please, shut the fuck up.
About whether he has a path to the presidency again.
Like, yeah, dude, I can in good conscience. No, not that if I live in California. Even if I fucking lived in Ohio, suck my dick, okay? What do you mean? By the way, I love anarcho sin. Great response, but it's the truth. Okay, dude. Great. Well, I'm not voting for Trump either. So, you know, I guess I'm voting for Biden that way. There we go. Argument destroyed. You happy? You good? I love the anarcho syndicalist. In our system, as unfortunate as it is, a vote for Biden is a vote in favor of Trump. No one admits he's a great candidate. Oh, okay. Well, then a vote against Trump is a vote for Biden then, isn't it? I never said I'm voting for Trump. As a matter of fact, I said if you say that you're going to vote for Trump, I'll urge against that. And I will tell you exactly why you shouldn't do that. Oh, it only works in one direction. If you vote for Biden, then it's a vote against Trump. Okay, so it doesn't work in the other direction. It just works in only one direction. Okay, never mind. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. You started out by saying you won't vote for Biden is a vote for Trump. And then I said, well, I won't vote for Trump either. So I guess that's a vote for Biden. And we're back to square one. A vote against Biden is a vote for Trump. A vote against Trump is a vote for Biden then, right? No, we are not back to square one just because you say we are. Okay. If a vote against Biden is a vote for Trump, a vote against Trump is a vote for Biden. Don't be coy. You understand the system perfectly well. Yes, I do. You're saying a vote against Biden is a vote for Trump. I'm saying a vote against Trump is a vote for Biden. I don't think you understand the points that you are trying to make. If you vote for Biden, yes. If I vote for Trump, then also yes. But I'm not. That's 2 votes. That's illegal. You're going to jail. Anyway, this is like fighting a passive-aggressive retail manager. Yeah. Fantastic democracy you got there with 2 choices with the same shitty politics. Yeah. It's a bad faith argument. I know it's a bad faith argument. It's one that liberals try to deploy all the fucking time. It's silly. Okay? And it's not even necessarily about like just the genocide in Gaza. Okay? I'm not a liberal, but thanks. Oh, you fucking are, baby. Let me tell you. Okay? Lesser evil voting posturing, especially in the fucking eve of Biden literally adopting the entire position of the 2020 Trump election on immigration beyond all the other shit, is not even lesser evil voting. It's just evil voting at that point. And I've been speaking of Gaza and Palestinian right to self-determination before you ever knew how to spell the name Palestine. Oh, man. I am not a liberal. Boomer chatter checks out. Yeah. I've said this before, and I will say it again. If you want Biden to win, you shouldn't be climbing up this tree, okay? You should be smiling and dialing. You should be, because you're such a brave advocate for the Palestinians, you should probably be calling up as many elected representatives as you possibly physically can to urge Biden to change course. Maybe even urge him to drop out. You're not using your time wisely, okay? If you want to play with one-liners that hype your chat, good, but you know very well voting against Biden when there are only 2 viable candidates is a vote for Trump, okay? Once again, it's not a one-liner. I'm literally saying that voting against or not voting for Biden is a vote for Trump, and therefore not voting for Trump is a vote for Biden. I don't think you can comprehend this. I don't think a single person has turned around and ever told this to you. So right now you're short-circuiting a little bit. Okay? So I guess I am voting for Biden by not voting for Trump. You know very well that is not true because voting against Trump for a third party, I never said I'm voting for a third party, is not a vote for Biden. It removes a potential, what's good? It removes a potential vote to be casted in favor. What do you mean a potential vote to be casted in favor of Biden? It is essentially a wasted vote. This is not how elections work in general. No matter how hard liberals like this anarcho-liberal is claiming it should work. Okay? Democrats, just like Republicans, know that is not how it works at all. The broader electorate is not going to make these calculations. Okay? People do not operate with the same personal convictions that you operate with. You have to earn people's vote. Otherwise, this is not a democratic society nor a democratic system. As an anarchist, you should care about this, right? Saying, sorry, this is God ordained and you must vote for blue MAGA over red MAGA doesn't change that equation. Okay? I am not making these calculations for them. I never said you shouldn't vote for Joe Biden. As a matter of fact, I said, go ahead. Even when you approached me, I said, go ahead, vote till your heart is full. If you want to vote for Brandon, you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. If you want to vote for Biden, go ahead. Okay? But I'm always going to be honest with you. You are not going to be able to convince me nor anyone else in this community, I suspect, with this kind of rhetoric. Okay? You should be working to convince those who you can convince. Okay? I'm voting for Mr. Beast. Is that a good idea? Fuck yeah, it's a good idea. RFK supporter coded language. If you think I'm voting for RFK, you must be RFK the way you're on fucking different forms of heroin. Okay? No, the chatter friend. Oh, you got the same brain worms that motherfucker has if you think I'm voting for RFK. Anyway, let's continue.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said,
I thought you would engage in lesser evil voting. When did you change your mind? Listen, I've been doing lesser evil voting every election cycle for my professional media career and far before that. Okay, lesser evil voting is the reason why these guys can posture in the way that they do. It is a failed procedure. It is a failed attitude. It doesn't matter. That's why I say it doesn't fucking matter. You can do it. You can do lesser evil voting. It's correct. Okay? It's correct. But it's just not going to change the trajectory of the Democratic Party. It didn't after 2016. I did lesser evil voting then. It didn't after 2020. I did lesser evil voting then. No, my advice is not to just don't participate and speed up in the process. I'm just saying, if you want to vote for Biden, you can. Go ahead. Pop off, kings and queens. Who's the best candidate for Palestine? Right now, what do you say? There's no best candidate for Palestine. Both viable candidates for Palestine as it stands is dog shit. There's no real pro-Palestinian candidate. I am not an accelerationist.
there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that.
Okay, does no poll say that? I mean, you guys had, you guys looked at the map and looked at number of states that are moving in the wrong direction for Biden. There's not a path according to that map at this moment. Is no poll saying that he can win?
No. I mean, it's more that the map, this has been clear even before the debate, let's be honest, that those Sunbelt states were going to be tough for him. And the debate, this is the whole thing, the debate was his opportunity to put those back on the map. Mm-hmm. And it's hard now to argue that, oh boy, I've laid out my case so clearly and confidently to the public and to the voters that are undecided that we can put those back in. And the fact that the campaign basically agreed with that assessment, saying we just got to go get the blue wall, tells you what you need to know. So I think what we're looking at is a map.
The argument I'm seeing from chatters is that they're mad at you because you're not campaigning for Biden, which in their eyes means Trump wins. And then their anxiety kicks in and start lashing out. Yeah. Wait till they start talking about how privileged I am. And as a rich person, I will not be seeing the worst consequences of the Trump administration. Here, let me give you some talking points. It's classic. Hasan doesn't care about the actual working class. Hasan doesn't care about the working class at all. He serves a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. What better example is out there? Go ahead, dude. Say it. I don't give a shit. I'm waiting for black people, my people, to be blamed because we didn't 100% vote for Biden. Yeah. Nah, you got the commies mad at you for defending the squad. I know, there's that too. Everybody is mad. Now, what are you going to do? That doesn't stop me from advocating for what I believe is the correct position before, and it won't start now. It won't start now. I'll use the Brandon technique. See? He's doing it. Privileged to refuse to even vote. Also, you should always vote, 100%. I'm not anti-voting at all. I am very much pro-voting. Anyone that says I'm anti-voting is delusional, and either they've been clip-chimped or they are bad faith in their commentary. I love voting. That's not a joke. I'm not being sarcastic at all. Yeah, I love voting. I come when I vote. Every time I'm like, fuck yeah. Okay? Especially for down ballot races, especially for ballot measures. You know, that's hugely, hugely important. It's Oat Meek's birthday. Happy birthday, Oat Meek. Yeah.
That now is narrower for Biden, though it's been pretty narrow, I think, for the last couple of months. And to Phil's point about tell me where we go from here, what is the case that Biden makes and how effective is he?
What is this?
Democrats to lose, understandably. A lot of people want the Democrats to be punished and to suffer a historic and humiliating defeat. And white liberals are very tense, right? They're like, is that what you really want? Is that what you really want? You want Trump to come back? You want Trump to win? What I want is for you to not lecture us on how to respond to a genocide you didn't try to stop, okay? You think that's a good idea? You think that's a good idea for your community? Because it's your community that's going to suffer if Trump comes back. People like you are going to suffer. What do you think of that? I think that a political system that ultimately makes you choose between genocidal dementia and cheeseburger-powered fake tan Hitler is a system worth overthrowing, okay? Maybe that is the conclusion you should be coming to instead of lecturing black and brown people on why they don't worship the Democrats, okay?
It's also so funny when they're like, oh, Trump is going to deport your people. It's like, yeah, what are you going to do? Because it doesn't seem like you give a shit at all. As a matter of fact, it's just about your team winning. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait until Trump comes back and deports your people. It's like, excuse me, what? I'm sorry. The fuck? What do you mean you can't wait? Hello? Liberals are like, no, you don't understand. I want my guy to do the deportations 4 years later. I want the guy I voted for to do the deportations, but like 4 years later. You know what I mean? I don't want the other guy to do the deportations now. I want you to have 4 extra years in the country, and then my guy will deport you. And I also want you to shut the fuck up when he's doing the deportations and say, thank you. Please, sir, can I have some more? That's what I want you to say during the deportations process.
Democratic Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina was one of the keys to President Biden's success in 2020, throwing his support behind the president in the Palmetto State's critical primary, which a lot of folks say put Mr. Biden on the path to the White House.
Do you see voting for Biden as worshiping Democrats? If people just lesser evil vote, Democrats will be emboldened? No. Dude. This part is also wrong. Make no mistake. There are a lot of people who think, oh, we'll teach the Democrats a lesson if we don't vote for them. That's not true either. I need you to understand something very important. The Democrats are not learning a single fucking lesson from you not voting for them. Okay? Oh, we're going to vote for Jill Biden. Oh, I'm going to vote for PSL. I'm going to vote for Cornel West. And that'll show the Democrats. That'll teach them a fucking lesson. No, they won't. They won't learn that shit at all. That's why I say vote till, your heart's content. Okay? The Democrats ain't learning no goddamn lessons from you voting for Jill Stein. What are you kidding me? Did I say Jill Biden? Fuck. I'm brandining out right now. If they learned that lesson, they would have learned it in 2016. Did they learn it in 2016? Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. It's pretty funny, though, to think. Yeah, dude, the Democrats are going to learn a lesson. Yeah, because they want to win really bad.
Congressman Clyburn is with us this morning for an exclusive conversation. Congressman, always good to see you.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
If that is true, then why not lesser evil vote? That's what I'm saying. If you want to do that, do it. I don't think chatters hear what I'm saying. They want black and white commentary on this issue, and it's like, I'm not stopping you. The only thing I'll put my foot down on is if you're saying you're going to fucking vote for Donald Trump, because that's, ridiculous. No, I get it. It's just depressing. My motivation to not vote Biden was to try and make some change of some sort. Yeah, good luck.
Let's start with this news conference last night. Again, the news conference was supposed to allay concerns that a lot of folks have, many of them within your own party, about the president's ability to do the job. He starts by confusing his vice president with former President Trump. That was just a few hours after he confused President Putin with President Zelensky. Did he allay those concerns last night?
Well, those of us who are real close watchers of Joe Biden, we do know that he sometimes mangle words and phrases, but all of that is almost natural for people who grew up stuttering, and they do focus a little more. And when you focus a little more, you tend to lose the flow.
But you're not saying that what we've seen.
It's pretty funny how old Clyburn is. It's just like, obviously he's less senile than Joe Biden, but it is like, it's just, they're putting out all the best and brightest in the Democratic Party, you know?
From this president over the last few weeks is just a function of him stuttering. I mean, it's more than that.
He doesn't stutter now. He is still working to overcome the stuttering of his childhood. I've been around that condition for a long time, and I know exactly how it operates. But he has one of the best minds that I've ever been around. And the people who've been around him will tell you that. And so I would hope that we will focus on the substance of this man rather than these sometimes misspoken words and phrases and how he has run this country.
But, Congressman, you've got 17 Democrats. One of them is a sitting U.S. Senator who have called on their president to step aside. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi 2 days ago saying, quote, it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short. That is not a full-throated endorsement from your friend and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Should the conversation about the president getting out of this race, should that conversation continue?
No, it shouldn't.
The conversation should be over.
No, the conversation should focus on the record of this administration, on the alternative to his election, and let Joe Biden continue to make his own decisions about his future. He's earned that right, and I am going to give him that much respect. If he decides to change his mind.
Donate to text-to-speech doesn't work. Dude, do a chargeback, okay? If you want to fucking say something in the chat and have me read it, just write it, dummy. Like, what do you mean? Why are you freaking the fuck out? Yeah. Have you noticed any sort of text-to-speech? Check my previous messages. Oh my God. Read my messages. Who to vote for? Does voting in the USA change anything? Okay, stop. I'm not answering your question.
And later on, then we would respond to that. We have until the 19th of August to open our convention. And so I would hope that we would spend our time now focusing on the record that we will lay out for the American people, remind the American people of what is in store for them if Project 2025 were to become a law in any form. That is where our focus ought to be.
But Congressman, again, how is this a candidate? How is this a candidacy or candidate that can remain viable if you literally have a Democrat every day calling on him to drop out of the race, down ballot Democrats who are going to be answering questions day in and day out about the president's mental acuity? How is that a campaign that can be successful?
Well, Joe Biden is focused on the future of this country, and I always say, the best predictor of future performance is past behavior. Let's continue to compare the past behavior of Joe Biden as to the past behavior of his opponent, Donald Trump, and let that be a guide to our reactions going forward. And I think if we do that, we will give the American people exactly what they need to make the choice for our children and grandchildren. That's what this campaign is all about. It's about whether or not we're going to have a viable democracy.
But you recognize there are a lot of folks in this country, many of whom in your own party, who don't think this is the same Joe Biden that we saw 4 years ago. You've known him for decades. You're traveling with him next week. You've spent more time with the president than just about anybody else in the House. Is this the same Joe Biden that we saw 2 years ago?
Well, look, I grew up.
Is it the same Joe Biden?
No, I'm not the same Jim Clyburn that I was 4 years ago. And given a few, 10 more days?
You'll be 84.
I'll be 84 years old. That's the 45th anniversary of my 39th birthday, however. It's not another birthday.
Yeah, genuine demon, by the way. Just a real fucking demon. I hate Jim Clyburn so much. Overseeing one of the fucking poorest districts in America, in the pocket entirely of Big Pharma, a massive opponent for Medicare for all and any kind of socialized health care. Just such a bad person. He is like legitimately a bad person. Pure evil. He's also a traitor to the Democrats and no one cares. Facing the possibility of an unsafe district, South Carolina's most powerful Democrat sent his aide to consult with the GOP on a redistricting plan that diluted black voting strength and harmed his party's chances of gaining seats in Congress. I don't even know this. He is a literal feudal lord of South Carolina. Oh, yeah. Are racists like you would say this? Yeah, good one. I'm incredibly racist for saying all of the poor black people in his district need health care. Okay? More than a rich white person like myself. He says he's a progressive. Yeah, okay, dude. Sure.
It's an anniversary of my 39th. But I am a bit wiser than I was before. And I'm a bit wiser than I am on many fronts. And so you are better. But you remember, it's biblical. You know, when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Joe Biden has put away childish things because he's become a man. His opponent is still being a child.
But, Congressman, you will acknowledge that the president that we've seen over the last few weeks, last few months, he is not the man that you endorsed 4 years ago. But in terms of mental acuity, in terms of his physical ability, is he still the same man?
Physically?
Yeah.
I don't think so. And mentally, I do think so. He is still grasping what this country is all about. He knows what a democracy is all about. He knows what we need to do as a country to take advantage of the future and maintain.
If he did, he would step aside. Okay? If he did, you wouldn't have to fucking spend any more time going on mainstream news networks to be like, nah, he's fine. He's just, he's lost a step or two, but he's still super sick. The entire point of this conversation is that Biden is old, demented, and unimaginably narcissistic. If he actually recognized the trouble that he's in, then this conversation wouldn't be had.
In our relationship with all of our allies around the country, around the world, and what we need to do for our constituents throughout the country.
Last night he said he would be willing to take another neurological exam. Should he?
Well, he should do what his doctors told him to do. I'm not going to put myself in the place of his doctors, and I don't think any of us should.
He's done fewer news conferences than any president. The last 7 presidents, fewer news conferences, fewer interviews like this. Do you think this White House has shielded him too much?
Well, I don't know what the magic number would be, but I do believe that he is pacing himself.
You can acknowledge he has not been out there as much as some of his predecessors. Has that been to his detriment?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I do know that all of us, I've been asking him to do more town hall style meetings because I think that he performs well when he interacts with people. And I think people feel better about him when they're allowed to interact with him. I don't want people to think that you got to be going through the trials of a press conference. If you let the press look in on your interactions.
But Congressman, don't you think that would help allay a lot of the concerns that people have in this country, that the president's just not up to the job, if they saw and heard him in more unscripted settings on a more regular basis?
Well, that may be true. I'm not saying that won't be the case, but I'm saying that is not required in order to prosecute the case. Get out among the people.
Lastly, last night the president did acknowledge that there are other Democrats who could beat Donald Trump, including his vice president, Kamala Harris. Hypothetically, if the president does decide to step aside and it's Vice President Harris, does she have your full-throated endorsement?
Absolutely. No question about that. She has acquitted herself well in the job as vice president, and he never would have picked her in the first place if he did not think that she was capable of being president.
Yeah.
And I think that she's demonstrated, especially in these recent weeks, when all of this microscope has been focused on her and him, she has acquitted herself famously.
Knowing what you know now, would you still have endorsed the president 4 years ago?
Absolutely.
All right. Congressman Clyburn, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Otherwise, it was burning.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you so much.
Savannah.
All right, Craig, Congressman, thank you. I want to turn to Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. Congressman Clyburn gets to listen to as we analyze this, but here's what I heard. He's sticking with Biden, But he left open the possibility that Biden could change his mind and mentioned that specifically we have until August 19th to make up our minds. I'm looking at Congressman Clyburn. You can correct me if I'm wrong, sir. That's what I wrote down. Okay, so to me, he's trying to close the door on the speculation, but he didn't shut it tight. Kristen, is that what you heard?
Savannah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think Congressman Clyburn would agree because he said, quote, let Joe Biden continue to make up his mind about the future. As you said,
I do have to point to something, the chatter that's duking it out in this community being like, point to one anti-trans legislation from Biden. Don't you find this cynical song and dance that you have to play every 4 years increasingly more difficult when in 2020 you could have said immigration? You could have said a number of different things that Trump had done. Now, Biden has shut off a bunch of those avenues. So all you have is just trans people now. You don't give a fuck about trans people. Like, you never did. Especially when you do it in this chat, you're most likely fucking talking to a trans person that's like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for Biden. So it's like so funny. Every year that passes by, one of the marginalized communities that the Democratic Party cares to claim about is no longer in contest. Like, they can't even fucking advocate that they care about these communities any longer because the agenda has shifted right wing, more rightward. That's it. I'm in the interest of protecting my family. Trump wants to erase my siblings' right to exist. I'm voting to protect it, but you can say I don't give a fuck about trans people, but it's not true. Well, if you give a fuck about trans people, and you think Joe Biden is going to defend trans people, okay, then smile and dial. You're not doing that right now. You think being fucking annoying in here is actually going to fix the problem? No. Also, given Biden's instincts in terms of defending marginalized communities thus far, if you think that, dude, under Biden's reign, the attitude towards immigration became so fucking reactionary that 60% of the public is now talking about mass deportation positively. Okay. Also, yeah, the anti-trans, the White House communications coming out saying it opposes gender affirming surgery for minors and blah, blah, blah. Like, that stuff is also bad already. And it literally disproves the point that you're trying to make, because the point that you're trying to make is that Republicans want to kill trans people. So Biden wants to do a little bit less than that. And that's already stupid. That goes back to the lesser evil voting argument that we are stuck in right now. Okay? Nobody disagrees with you if you are to say Donald Trump is worse than Biden. Okay? Nobody's going to disagree with you because Donald Trump is worse than Biden. That is just the truth. Okay? That's not the conversation. That's not the conversation that we're having right now. The conversation that you want us to have is like, and this is why everyone should vote for Biden. I say, if you want to, go ahead. Have fun with your vote. Go ahead. But if you're going to come in here and be like, look, you don't understand, like, Biden is actually the greatest advocate for marginalized people overall, like, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all a matter of focus groups. The moment that like polling reflects exactly what the Biden administration did on gender affirming care for minors, they'll drop it. If there was the same appetite for killing trans people by directly jailing them and imprisoning them and then killing them in prison as there is for like mass deportations, for example, the Biden administration would reflect that instantly. They will come out and be like, we're the ones who want to kill the trans people, but the Republicans are playing political football and not letting us kill trans people. That's exactly what they did with immigration, which was a pivotal position of the Biden administration. They went back on that, which is why your bitch ass is not bringing up immigrants now. 4 years ago, you would have been chirping about immigrants.
The congressman delivered a full-throated endorsement this morning. There's no doubt about that. But that line is going to be significant. It echoes what we heard from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was asked about the fact that Joe Biden's been very clear. He has made up his mind. You heard that last night in the press conference, Savannah. But here you have Pelosi, here yet again. You have Congressman Clyburn just leaving the door open just a crack to the possibility, that President Biden could make a different decision. So there's no doubt there are going to be some discussions about that.
I'm going to do something unorthodox because I still have Congressman Clyburn. So did we read you right, sir? This rarely happens that we get to do instant analysis. Did you leave the door open just a little bit for these continued questions about President Biden? Because he said he made up his mind. And you're saying
And I
has
took him
until
at his
August
word.
19th.
I took him at his word, and that's why I am all in. I'm riding with Biden no matter what direction he goes, no matter what method he takes. I'm with Joe Biden. And if he were to change his mind, I'll just answer the question that I would be all in for the vice president.
All right, Congressman, thank you so much. Kristen, thank you very much. Lots to talk about Sunday. Meet the Press, including exclusive interviews with Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic Senator Chris Coons, co-chair of President Biden's campaign. And coming up Monday, Lester Holt sitting down one-on-one with the president, the complete and exclusive conversation.
Screen, our chief Washington correspondent John Carl, our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott. Rachel, congressional Democrats really the target audience of last night. What happened right after?
Yeah, and I talked to a number of Democrats after this press conference, and one Democrat had put it to me this way, that this puts them in a more complicated, perhaps even worst case scenario, because what the president did during that press conference was enough to ease concerns, but it was not enough to erase them. There were certainly Democrats that felt like the president looked confident and in command on the world stage, strong on issues of foreign policy and national security. But there were other Democrats that just flat out admitted that there's not a single press conference, television interview, campaign rally.
My cutie pies are in here. Can you have Jill Stein and Claudia De La Cruz on? A united left with some celebrity and union endorsements could have a fighting chance. I love you, cutie pies. Actually, you're my favorite. No, they do not have a fighting chance. It's ridiculous. It is the other side of the same coin of Hasan. Be careful what you say. You have the capacity to swing elections. No, I don't. Okay? This is the leftist version of that.
That would really do enough to undo the damage that the president did during that debate performance, and that there's a growing sense here on Capitol Hill that the president is running out of time to turn this around. We know that a handful of Democrats had statements already pre-written calling on the president to step aside before he even stepped on the stage at that press conference. They did not release them earlier out of respect for the president being at the NATO summit on the world stage, but within minutes of it ending, we saw 3 additional House Democrats come out, call on the president to step aside, including the top Democrat in the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Jim Hines. That brings the total number up to 17 Democrats calling on the president to withdraw from the race, George.
And John, this seems to have turned into a game of beat the clock. Effectively, the president has, what, a week to 10 days? After that, he's either in or out.
Yeah, or the convention is in August. But look, George, nothing changed after that press conference. On one hand, Biden did exactly what his doubters asked him to do: come out, take an unscripted moment. It was about an hour long, questions from all comers. The most significant exchange, though, George, came at the very end when he was asked if he would step down if he could be shown that Kamala Harris would have a better chance of beating Trump. And he said no, but then he added, unless he was shown that there was no way he could win. So the bar has shifted now for Joe Biden. He told you in your interview that it would take the Lord Almighty to tell him he couldn't win. Now he's suggesting polls could do the same trick. And the bottom line is, Democrats, many more Democrats than you're hearing publicly, but
mean towards Nice Chatters, Hasan Special. What? I'm not mean. I said I love you, cutie pies. What the fuck? Dude, you have heard me be mean. You've literally heard me be mean. I can get mean. I wasn't being mean at all. I was being nice.
A lot publicly as well think there is no way that he can beat
And John,
Trump.
Democrats across the country are commissioning those new polls as well. We're going to see more coming out of the battleground states. And I think one of the important facts to remember is that, last time around, Joe Biden won by, 4.5 points. And it was still a very, very close election.
Yeah, look, some of Biden's supporters will point to the national polls, which do show the race essentially tied, certainly within the margin of error. But that doesn't matter. I mean, he lost the popular vote in 2016 when he won the presidency, Donald Trump. So he needs to do more than be tied on national polls. And the bottom line is, consistently now, for some 9 months, polls in those key battleground states have shown that Donald Trump has the edge in almost all of them, almost all of the polls. So clearly lots of evidence that he is heading in the wrong direction in his race against Donald Trump.
John Carl, Scott, thanks very much.
Mary Alice, the New York Times is now reporting that some major Democratic donors have put roughly $90 million in pledged donations on hold.
Dude, it's because the elites are rising up against Brandon and his Maoist regime, dude. You know what I mean? And I'm a fake phony who loves the billionaires and millionaires. And that's why I'm not allowing General Secretary Brandon Mao to thrive. Okay.
If President Biden remains on top of the ticket, what more can you tell us about that? And this is really.
It's pretty simple, guys. There's a return on investment. That's it. These guys don't donate to the Democrats because they love the Democrats. They donate to the Democrats because they want the Democrats to win. And then when they do win, they, pay their favor in terms of lobbying, in terms of having a legislative agenda that reflects their interests. Okay, go drink your water, baby. Oh my God, you crushed that kneecap. Okay? The idea that these guys have to keep giving unlimited funds to the Biden campaign, despite the fact that it's becoming increasingly more obvious that he is going to lose, is ridiculous. The Democratic Party, and I love this, the Democratic Party is so invested in the narrative that you have to vote for them that they're literally turning this on the fucking donors now, the only constituency they do care about. Okay? They have literally now, they literally now started shitting on the donors. Who's left then? They've been outspending Trump 2-1 in every key state so far, and it has not reflected positively in the polls. The donors are looking at that and going, why the fuck am I dumping money into this? You're losing, and it's gonna get worse. But it's so funny that it's identical to the attitude reflected by that one chatter. And it's just why don't you give, what do you mean? Democracy's on the line. You have to give the Democrats money. You don't understand. You have to give Joe Biden money specifically.
Really interesting. We don't have this reporting yet. This is according to the New York Times, but this would be hugely significant. I mean, in a campaign, you follow the money always. And while donors obviously don't get a vote, they can change a lot of votes. And especially because the White House, the campaign, has sort of told us since that debate, since that disastrous debate performance by the president, they've told us they fundamentally believe that they can still sort of organize their way to victory, that they have ground games, they have volunteers, they have campaign offices in these key battleground states. If the money dries up, it makes it significantly harder to do that organizing work. And so it puts even more pressure then on those public performances, on the national narrative, on those headlines. So I think that it's hugely significant if the New York Times has that right. We've reached out to sources. I've reached out to sources at the party and at the campaign to see if that's true or if they're reacting to that. But obviously, we've been in touch with donors these last few days and few weeks, and we've heard a lot of anxiety, but that would be really big news.
Now, President Biden said Vice President Harris is up for the job, but that he wouldn't consider leaving the race unless polls show there's no chance he could win. What did you make of that? Is he leaving the door open here at all? And is it definitely Vice President Harris if he were to step away?
I think yes to that last part, absolutely. What I've heard from so.
He'll win if you vote for him. Oh, God, you're so annoying. That is the strategy. That is the method. There's not, dude, you know how we talk? This is such a perfect parallel to the Republican Party in so many ways. Because you know how I talked about the Republican Party being in a state of panic over Donald Trump becoming the presidential candidate for the Republican Party and being in this unique predicament where, they are a victim of their own success. They're suffering from their own success because, they're so reactionary, and then when they actually follow through on their reactionary legislative agenda, they ultimately arrive at a position where they can't shelter the public from the genuine consequences. Whenever there's a woman in a red state that literally dies or has serious medical complications due to not being able to get a termination for their pregnancy when they have an ectopic pregnancy, right? That is directly in the hands of the Republican Party, and they can't even fucking hide that because they did it. They did that damn thing, okay? And they can't even get ahead of the messaging on that front because that's all they've pushed this entire time. There's another parallel here with the Republican Party against the Democratic Party, okay? The Republican Party is obstructionist on principle. So the never-kevers and those within the Republican Party leaning into the further and further reactionary elements within the Republican Party, have created a situation where they keep cucking themselves. It used to just be the Tea Party caucus. Now that momentum has grown. So there was a big part of the media cycle where the Republicans were literally refusing to put together a speaker, if you recall. And that was because they're so used to just fucking hitting that obstruction button that they were obstructing themselves. And an identical parallel exists within the Democratic Party. They're so used to being like, you have to vote for me. I'm the fucking president. I'm a big boy. They're so used to taking like everyone's vote and support for granted and have this sense of entitlement that they're literally doing that to people who are in the Democratic Party. They're doing that to the donors now. It's awesome. It's great. Like, they are hitting the button so much that they're hitting the button against people that are like basically a mirror image of themselves. It's awesome.
So many people across the Democratic Party at the state level here in Washington is that the cleanest, easiest solution, if he were to step away, would be to just tell all of his delegates that he supports the vice president. And that a lot of people sort of believe the party would get on board with that. And we've even heard that from a few members of Congress. Look, it was interesting to me to watch the president kind of walk a fine line here. On the one hand, he has to show absolute and total confidence in his vice president. We know that anything could happen to a president on any given day, especially, obviously, to an 81-year-old. We've been talking so much about his age and his health, but even to a younger president. I mean, that is why you have to have total faith and confidence in your vice president. They are a heartbeat away, and you have to know that they could do the job. And we heard the president say yesterday repeatedly that he has total faith in his vice president, that he believes she could do the job. That said, there's obviously been such speculation about whether he would step aside, especially if she might fare better in a head-to-head matchup against Trump. And there we saw him really push back. He said no, he wasn't considering it.
Like, this is awesome. They're so used to running against like a Bernie type in the primaries that they're treating the Pod Johns and Nancy Pelosi and like any Democratic elected representative that speaks out as a Bernie bro. Like, they have no comprehension of the situation that is unfolding in front of their eyes. And they're just so goddamn used to just hitting the Bernie bro, you're a spoiler button, that they're doing it to themselves, brother. It is hilarious to watch. Just complete and utter chaos with a bunch of the funniest morons in charge of, again, the most powerful elected office on the planet. It's hilarious, but also very sad, but still hilarious. You know, clown show, total fucking clown show.
He continues to think that he is the best person. He's beat Trump before. He thinks he will do it again. It was very interesting to me, that line that he said about at the very end of the press conference. He said, unless he was presented essentially with information, with data to show that he could not beat Trump, that somehow might change his mind. It's interesting, that seems to be a shift, like you said, a little bit of an opening, a different calculus. It's also interesting because we see that data. We have seen a lot of polling that shows he has just such a tough road ahead. We've heard from...
Also, by the way, this is an older point that I have to bring back, okay? But, you know, I say I'm a fucking idiot all the time. And, yeah, I am not the smartest guy. I'm not the brightest crayon in the box. But I do understand politics a little bit, okay? So remember that. Remember what Ryan Grimm said in terms of how close it was, how close his analysis was. And he's one of the closest journalists to the squad. I mean, he's written 2 books on it, basically, at this point. A lot of you did not agree with my initial reaction with the squad coming out and presenting themselves as Biden dead-enders. Just something to remember.
Democratic sources that are doing their own polling in key battleground states that say that the polls are so tough for him in those key battleground states. So interesting to see and to sort of wonder what information is getting all the way to him, Diane.
Interesting indeed. Mary Alice Parks at the White House for us. Thank you.
And along with public calls from allies, donors, and lawmakers for him to step aside, is a whole lot of source reporting about what's happening among the influential few who can speak honestly with the president. For more on that, let's go to the New York Times. And it reports that a small group of Biden's longtime advisors are convinced he will lose in November. And they're figuring out how to convince the president to bow out gracefully. New York Times investigative reporter Michael Schmidt helped break that story. He joins us now. So, Michael, walk us through what you've been told.
Well, basically, people that have worked for the president and alongside him for a long time, and people that have influence with him, have seen what many Democrats have seen, and that is that Biden. They've come to the conclusion that the pathway to victory is not really there for him, and that their biggest obstacle now is convincing him that he cannot win, and that they have to do that. He acknowledged as much last night at the press conference, saying that, you know, he would need to be convinced that he cannot win. But they realize what many other Democrats, certainly on the Hill, some that have said it publicly and some that have not, that there is the chances of him winning are increasingly low, and that they need to do something. And this really speaks to the crisis and standoff that we face. You have a president of the United States who is increasingly entrenched in his position of wanting to stay in. I think, you know, we knew he was entrenched behind closed doors. We certainly saw that last night, and the aides realized the political reality, and there's a big gap between those two. There's the same gap between the congressional Democrats and the president. Some of the congressional Democrats coming out and saying, you know, he has to go. Others willing to say it on background, not willing to say it on the record yet. And that's the standoff. That's the crisis. That's where we are as we come into this third week. You know, we're entering the third weeks, you know, after.
Is there any chance that the Dems are scared if Biden drops out, the reps will select a different candidate than Trump? I don't think you guys understand. If the Republicans swap out Donald Trump for someone else without Donald Trump's prior approval, okay, then they're lost. Donald Trump is such an awesome gift for the Democratic Party at this point, because like he's one, too radical for a lot of moderates, all things considered, too chaotic for a lot of people, but two, has his own constituency. 67% of Republican Party voters are voting for Donald Trump, whereas 70% of the Democratic Party voters are voting against Donald Trump. Can you donate some money to the children's hospital that was bombed? Dude, I do, with my tax dollars. Chatters that come in here and do this are specifically doing this in the most cynical way possible. Not only has this community raised money directly for Ukrainians, but I also fund the Ukrainian defense with my tax dollars. Not only that, though, but also it is crazy that you come in here and say that specifically because I think you're doing that as a comparison to be like, oh, you donated money to Gaza. Why won't you donate money to Ukraine? You know, anti-ruin me. Russia is not the bad guy. Ukraine is. Yeah. If Ukraine didn't want to be invaded, why was it looking so sexy? You're right. Hey, Ukraine, have you thought about not being a border nation to Russia if you didn't want to be invaded? Yeah, sorry.
After the debate.
Do they have an idea of what they can say to convince him? Is that presenting somebody who has a better path to winning the White House, perhaps his vice president? Because he was asked about that last night, and he said he's not getting out of the race so long as he has a path to win the presidency.
Yeah, look, he told people before the debate that he thought he had a far better chance than Harris at beating Trump. He is convinced of his own singularity, of his own power, and for good reason. This is someone that people counted out time and time again throughout his entire political career,
this narrative.
And he was able to overcome it all and win the presidency. And this
motherfucker's never won anything once, bro. He was hard carried by God. First by Barack Obama and then by God. COVID happened. Donald Trump got COVID like a week before the election. And in the midterms, he wasn't on the ticket. It's crazy, man. It's madness. I hate that narrative so much. So wait, you're for the NATO expansion of Ukraine to Ukraine? When did I fucking say that? The fuck?
Sees himself as an underdog. He does have deep resentment for what has gone on, for the way.
Yeah. Ironic enough that I don't even think NATO is for NATO expansion into Ukraine. So I don't know what we're talking about there. Shadows be like, wow, so you want NATO expansion into Ukraine? Bro, have you seen NATO? They don't want expansion into Ukraine either. I think they think what's going on right now is fucking awesome. Okay? They're just dumping funds into Ukraine. Nobody else is dying except for Ukrainians and Russians. You know, they're undermining America's foreign adversary. It's great. Money machine goes brrr.
That these Democrats have come out against him, and the fact that they haven't rallied around him, say in the way that Clyburn did today, I think, you know, for the president, that's a really positive sign. But, you know, I talked to one of the 17 who have come out, the congressional Democrats who have come out, and he said to me, this congressman said to me, look, I was really worried about this. I didn't know what the reaction was going to be. I didn't have polling on what my constituents were going to say, but I thought I needed to come out and do this. And since I've done that, I haven't really faced a lot of backlash from my constituents. About 80% of them think that I did the right thing, you know, based on my interactions with them. And to me, that was sort of telling that here was one of these members who took the risk of going out there against the president, and the reaction to it wasn't an extreme backlash. It was.
What? It's not a comparison, it's just a situation that's happened that I think deserves attention. Sure, America already gives money to Ukraine, but America's technically making profits from the taxes it's investing into the war, right? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't. What do you mean? You just gave yet another reason as to why, like, America's motivation in this situation is not good. Didn't realize how anti-Ukraine this stream was? I'm not. Like, Russia is committing war crimes with the money that American weapons manufacturers make from weapons and components. Stop complaining about your taxes going to the wrong places. When you make sure that your money goes... Bro, there is 0% chance this chatter actually is in here in good faith, right? Because, like, I think the part that he is conveniently avoiding, like it's the top of the fucking hour ad break and he's a subscriber, even though he's not, is the part where I said I have raised money and have donated directly to Ukrainians, but you don't give a fuck about that. You literally fucking avoided that point because that point completely undercuts everything that you're trying to present here. So you can go back to your fucking dumbass subreddit and talk about how reactionary and how anti-Ukraine Hasan is or some shit. Sorry. He made me chirp at him. This chatter is definitely approaching in good faith. Oh, if you understood, you don't really make videos or promote anything that's happening ever anymore, even like pointing out the shitty parts of what America is doing. Yes, I do. Except the reason why I haven't as much over the course of the past, I literally covered the Ukrainian hospital getting fucking blown up. What are you talking about? Okay. I did cover it. That's number one. Number two, not only did I cover that, it's okay though. I get it. It's not as big as a story anymore. Oh my God. I literally covered it when it happened. What the fuck are you talking about? I've brought it up multiple times, even during the conversation that we were having yesterday when I was like, Russia literally blew up a children's hospital 2 days ago when talking about China. You're wrong. Did you talk about our Biden calling Zelensky Putin? I did. That too.
Actually people that agreed with what this congressman had done.
Do they believe that President Biden has a base of voters, or is the base of voters anti-Trump?
Look, there is an enormous amount of anti-Trump folks out there. I think that one of the biggest problems that Democrats see here is that, you know, the media, Joe Biden surrogates are not talking about Donald Trump as much as they are, you know, talking about his performance last night. How many words did he stumble on? How many names did he forget? Was his performance a B+ or an A- or a C+? And, you know, what does that mean? I think that the deeply frustrating thing to Democrats is the fact that it distracts from two things. One, Trump, Project 2025, all of the anti-Trump sentiment that they are running on and trying to raise the issue of, and the accomplishments of the past few years. You even saw that in what Congressman Jim Himes said last night when he came out asking Biden to step down. Democrats think they have accomplished more under Biden than they probably have under any modern president. And they think that is something that they're not obviously just proud of, but that they believe can help them, win the presidency and maintain seats in the House and the Senate. So if you're talking about the age, and if we're sitting here saying, oh, well, he said this, he didn't say that, he was good on, this issue, he wasn't whatever, you're not talking about Trump, you're not talking about the accomplishments of the past few years.
Michael Schmidt, really good to have you. Thank you so much.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me.
It's so funny that the Dems keep complaining about why nobody's talking about Biden's accomplishments or why nobody's talking about Donald Trump and how scary he is. Meanwhile, the major reason as to why people are not talking about that is because Biden is so fucking old that is driving the narrative no matter what. Oh.
I personally voted for Biden in the last election.
I voted for Biden, and I encouraged other people to vote for Biden.
I have been a lifelong Democrat.
A dues-paying member of the Democratic Party.
Being a Democrat means you support democratic values, and paramount to that is the value of human life. There's no way in hell come November that I will waste my vote on Biden. I will never vote for Biden.
I will not be voting for Biden for sure, and no one will be voting for Biden that I know of.
A handful of swing states will determine who gets elected.
The secret history of the Muslims in the U.S. Oh my God. That headline feels like a threat. I'm sure it's like not negative, but okay, well, let's continue.
President. Michigan is make or break for Biden. He's in too much.
Stop showing this. Chatters are going to be so mad. Yeah, chatters are about to unlock new slurs for Muslims after this coverage.
Trouble in the others. In 2016, Trump won Michigan by 10,000 votes. In 2020, Biden won it decisively by 154,000 votes. Can he do it again? The answer to that fateful question may lie in one particular community. Michigan has more than 200,000 registered voters who are Muslim. That's more than enough to swing the state.
Dearborn, Michigan is the epicenter of Arab America.
In the summertime, you drive down Warren and you smell the shawarma and the coffee that comes from back home.
It truly is an enclave.
This enclave may pick America's next president. In other words, age isn't Biden's only problem.
As long as Biden continues to send weapons to Israel, I can't cast a vote for him.
If I were to sign the ballot for Joe Biden, the ink that I would use to sign that ballot would be through blood.
Thousands of children who are being murdered. 1, 2, 3. Do you want me to count? You want me to tell you their names? Do you want me to mention their crimes? The 1-year-old, what crime did they commit?
Listen, Trump is a racist, a con man, a fraud, an idiot, but he might be the sharpest tool to beat Joe Biden.
If the election is that close and it's a deadweight tie, I'm going to break that tie, and I'm going to vote for Trump to ensure Biden is held to account.
No American should vote for any president.
Bro, okay. I wouldn't go that far. Hold up. Hey, yo, what? Yo, chill. Yo. Dude, there is genuinely no better representation of assimilation than seeing a person that literally probably was hate crimed for like most of their adolescence in the post 9/11 America turn around and be like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm voting for Trump just to fuck over Biden. Like, saying you're not going to vote for Biden is one thing. I get that. Okay, I'm with you, sister. But then turning around and being like, and that's why I'm voting for the guy. That's so American, dude. Oh my God. And no, there are definitely people that are that angry at Biden. I think those people are pretty easy to convince, though. All you need to do is literally show them that Israel thinks Trump is better than Biden, and Netanyahu likes Trump more than Biden, and then it's over. They won't vote for Biden, but they won't vote for Trump either. It's called being a real hater. Your ass wouldn't know. Yeah, no, I can't in good conscience ever do that.
President who supported a genocide.
As we speak right now, we know that there is American bombs that me and you have paid for that is dropping on children in Gaza.
The United States is not some third party to this. The United States is actively funding this.
Imagine you are paying to murder your own family.
Donald Trump did not do that. Joe Biden did.
Yes, he did. I mean, no, he did. Come on, brother. He did too. Come on. Brother, Donald Trump is also responsible. Please. Oh, my Lord. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, Donald Trump is not in charge right now. He's not in power right now. True. This is all on Biden. True. But it's not like Donald Trump. It's not like Donald Trump didn't fucking contribute. He was the president. If Donald Trump wasn't the president in 2020 and he was just running fresh right now, I would be 100% on board with this sentiment. Okay? But he was already president. And when you're an American president, you do that shit. And Trump definitely did that shit.
Did that. Actual genocide is worse to me than hypothetical genocide.
I don't know what Trump would do under these circumstances. I know that Democrats would speak out against it if Trump were doing it.
A second Trump's presidency would have scared me before the Gaza genocide. But after Gaza genocide, our worst nightmare has taken place.
I'd rather see my community banned than see them slaughtered.
I stood proudly with our friend. The state of Israel will always stand with Israel. Proud to be the greatest friend Israel has ever had.
People said, but he said this, but he said that.
As far as Israel, you should let him go and let him finish the job.
Well, Biden is already doing it.
We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them.
Nothing that you can bring me about Donald Trump will ever push me to say that I believe he's a worse threat than Joe Biden. He is the one that put...
Is this like becoming pro-NATO because Putin bad? Who are you referring to? I think people who are pro-NATO are probably oblivious to the history of NATO. I'm going to be as charitable as possible and take American foreign policy and a lack of interest in like covering it adequately for granted. White people from Iowa in the chat malding. Listen, all I'm going to say is these people are understandably angry. Okay? They have every right to be. It's more like becoming pro-Putin because NATO bad. Yes. I feel like, yeah. I guess hypothetical genocide Trump versus actual genocide Biden is the main point here. But like, it's not necessarily a hypothetical because he fucking created the conditions for it. Or rather accelerated the conditions for it because it wasn't just Trump. It was, you know, it was Barack Obama. It was Bill Clinton. It was George W. Bush. It was every American president. Trump also accelerated it further than prior American administrations, though, which is why I have like a little bit extra stink for Trump when it comes to this issue.
Put democracy at risk.
Brothers and sisters, I've been crying for Gaza for the last 8-9 months, but I feel I have to cry for America as well. We need presidents who stand for peace, stand for justice. President that stops supporting ethnic cleansings. We pray for a better future for our country.
The political process is a long-term strategy.
If he wins, no one will ever listen to us ever again. If he loses, we'll probably have more political power than we've ever had before.
The goal is not 2024.
Wrong.
The goal is 2028 and beyond.
Wrong. I can tell they're lifelong Democrats from just that statement alone. That's how you can tell. I can tell they're lifelong Democrats and they're old enough that they've like always voted no. Is that, do you have the backside of it too or no? Is that still connected to the road? No. As long as you just pull that out. Yo, what the fuck? You fucked it up. Huh. So the thing is, when explain why that take is wrong, I agree with it. Oh, you can tell that they're fucking lifelong Democrats because they think that you can convince the Democratic Party to learn a lesson by not voting for them. That's never, yeah. Like if they were at least somewhat progressive overall and weren't just like reliable Democratic Party voters historically, they would have learned that lesson by now. They would have known Democrats don't give a fuck, dog. That's a classic. It's like saying, oh, I'm voting for Biden because at least I can convince him. Bro, Nancy Pelosi can't convince him to drop out so the Democrats win re-election. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you can't. Not voting for the Democrats is not going to teach them a lesson. Voting for the Democrats is not going to convince them to listen to what you want. You are completely powerless. Give some examples of who tried and failed. 2016. What? Dude, 2016 happened. The Democrats literally went, nah, it's Russia. Nah, it's Bernie bros. And there was proof that it wasn't, okay? And it didn't matter. They were like, nope, it was Russia. God forbid it was Hillary Rodham Clinton. Nope, could not have been the case. Could not have been the case. Could not be further from the truth. How dare you? Are you guys filming? Did you film stuff? Oh, really? Oh, to interview? Oh, okay. Good luck. The only way to teach the Dems is to vote for progressives. That's why we are blamed for their fuck ups. Anyway, the point is, only someone who is like voted for the Democratic Party for their entire existence, since they've been 18 years old, would have such a laughable, dare I say, naive point that not voting for the Democratic Party will teach them a lesson. They are unimaginably out of touch. The Democratic Party is, I mean. But you can pressure Democrats for marginal change. You can try and pressure the Democrats for marginal change, and you should always do that.
And so, yeah, we might have to swallow the bitter pill of Trump becoming president.
I hope the Democratic Party will wake up. If they still think that they're party of decency, they still have a chance to present a better candidate than Biden.
I'm very doubtful that Biden will be removed from the ticket. I'll believe it when I see it, and then at that point, I might consider voting for the Democratic nominee.
I would love for me to be posed with the dilemma of, wow, Biden called for an arms embargo. Biden is having conversation on how to rebuild Gaza. Do I want to maybe like risk losing all this progress we had and put Trump in office? I would love for that dilemma to happen, but it's not.
It is your responsibility. Your vote is translating into bullets. So you cannot ignore that.
I haven't changed my
Holy shit, Subcomandante Cutie with the 50 gifted subs. God damn, Subcomandante Che Guevara. Well, that was Comandante Che Guevara. Subcomandante of the EZLN. The fuck was his name? Marcos. Anyway, thank you, Cutie. Subcomandante Cutie. It's okay if you don't know. Subcomandante Cutie. How have you not changed the vote to vote for Trump? Wait, what? I think she's just angry, bro. That's it. I don't think she means it. It's like when chatters say shit that they don't mean when I serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Hassan joins Cutie on a road trip.
If you two can we pull over, I ran out of diet soda, and if I don't get something, I'll say something about Joe Biden that will get us both banned.
That was a good one.
What the fuck? Did this just happen? Oh my God. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Kaya, please. I said please. That's crazy. All right, when you guys come back, I got some stuff to do with you. I'm going to put your ass to work. Is that a I Did a Thing merch? Wait, has that come out yet? It looks sick. I still think it looks sick. It looks dope. Are you going to leak it? Or are you going to show the merch? Oh, you have been? I didn't notice it. So it means you haven't been promoting it at all. It looks dope. I like it.
policies, my views, free healthcare, student debt elimination. All of those things are still things that I love and value and want to see put into place. My conscience is telling me that genocide outweighs every single domestic policy. So I'm voting my conscience in November.
I can't believe Donald Harris did a Elon Musk video. All right. We talked about the Hispanic caucus meeting, but we didn't cover what Biden's answer was. So now it's time to cover Biden's answer to Mike Levin, who literally went to the Hispanic caucus meeting just to tell Brandon to his fucking face that he needs to drop out, which, you know, I mean, he sucks, especially on Israel. If I'm not mistaken, he's not. He's like another one of these like weirdos. But I do respect the move. Like, that's a respectable move to just be like, listen, dog, fuck you. Anyway, he also released a video, which we'll take a look at. But before that, this is how Brandon responded. That's why I'm going out and letting people touch me, poke me, ask me questions. I think I know what I'm doing. Because the truth of the matter is, I'm going to say something outrageous. Anyway, no president in 3 years has done what we have in 3 years. other than Franklin Roosevelt. Because of your help. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a fact. No president. No president. And so that doesn't answer the question anyway. That's great. When you were feeling good, Biden, are you okay now? That's what's underlying. That's what the people are worried about. I got a grandfather who's 85 years old and he can't walk. It's a legitimate concern for people. But that's why I think it's important that I got to get out and show people everything from how well I move to how much I know. And I'm still in good charge. Still in good charge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch me. The idea. Listen to him. Am I kind of popping off? Is my branding getting a little bit better? Like a little bit? Like a tiny bit better? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's what Mike Levin had to say.
Like so many of you, I was naturally concerned about President Biden's performance in the recent debate. Since then, I made my opinions known in the appropriate manner with House Democratic leadership and my colleagues. And I called upon all Americans to give the president a window to make an expeditious decision about his candidacy. In the 2 weeks since the debate, I've had a chance to connect with so many of you, our constituents and supporters. The response from literally several hundred of you has been overwhelming, and I'm very grateful for your candor. First, let me say that President Biden has been an outstanding leader, not only of our nation, but of the entire free world. Making the statement is not easy. I have deep respect for President Biden's 5+ decades of public service and incredible appreciation for the work we've done together these last 3.5 years. But I believe the time has come for President Biden to pass the torch. We must prevail against the incalculable threat Donald Trump poses to the American institutions of freedom and democracy. Donald Trump actively seeks oblique authoritarianism and the overthrow of the values which have guided us towards justice and prosperity for nearly 2.5 centuries. Once again, our national mettle must be forged in the crucible of history. It's time to move forward with a new leader together.
Why does this logo look like the Fox News logo? I don't fucking know. I mean, I kind of like it. It's like an old school Democratic Party poster. I do like that. Like that font, it does remind me of like old school party posters in general. Connecticut's Lamont appears to be the first governor to turn on Biden. Dude, this is an amazing moment for Aaron Rupar. Lamau, bide or die on life support. His odds of victory are very, very slim. Chances of winning, Biden 51%, Trump 49%. Dude, you think 51% isn't slim, Lamau? Consult a dictionary. Not trying to pile on, but this definition is directly from the Cambridge Dictionary. The polls show Brackett leading by a slim 51% to her opponent's 49%. Oh my God. But he's right, a slim chance to win does not equal a slim lead. It's a different context. That's a slim lead, not a slim chance. Dude, what do you mean? 51% is absolutely a slim chance. Okay, it's a slim lead and it's a slim chance. What are you talking about? Yes, his odds of victory are very, very slim. This is the moment English majors have been waiting for. Anyway, it should be noted the founder of 538, Nate Sliver, thinks his chance is closer to 40%. No, it's lower than 40%, he said. But it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. Yeah, also, we're going to talk about friend of the show, Kat's coverage from Mother Jones. This was sick. Former Rep Jane Harman compared efforts to push Biden aside to the 2011 overthrow of Egyptian dictator Hosni Mubarak. It's easy to knock people off. We saw it in the so-called Arab Spring. Where is Egypt now? We're gonna talk. We're gonna do Kat's thing in a second. An exchange I had with a Donald Trump supporter at the former president's rally in Florida this week.
As you're saying, you're concerned about Joe Biden's age and abilities. Trump is only 3.5 years younger. Do you have any concerns about Trump's age?
John F. Kennedy, he's still alive. John F. Kennedy, he's over 100 years old. Our president, they have bed.
Bro, I'm so close. I'm so fucking close. I'm so close to instituting like a cognitive test, which I know was used for very racist purposes. Okay? But like, maybe it should be just like, do you think JFK is alive? Yes or no? If yes, you can't vote. Okay? I'm doing a mandatory cap on voting. 65 plus, you can't vote. Okay? If you think JFK is alive, you're not allowed to vote. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Like, one of the funniest things is to claim that JFK is alive because, like, he so publicly is not alive. Like, yeah, 9/11 conspiracies are one thing. JFK conspiracies are one thing. But the conspiracy that he is still alive is just like, this is somehow dumber than being a flat earther. And that's pretty fucking dumb to begin with. But at least the earth feels flat. Everybody saw his fucking brains. Like, who in America has not seen his brains splattered across the fucking car? I think she's talking about RFK. No, she's not. She literally said JFK is 100 years old. She's talking about JFK.
He's over 100 years. So our president, they have bed. So this technology is to generate everything. So our president is 20 years because his inside organ is young.
He's saying our president is like basically a 20-year-old because of this technology that is, for some weird reason, not given to Biden, who is old, but only given to JFK and also Donald Trump.
So our military, they have the technician of bed. So President John F.
Dude, I swear to God, dude, at first I thought people were escaping Cuba. Now I feel like they just sent their worst. Like, not to sound like Donald Trump, but I'm beginning to feel like Cuba was just like, yeah, go to America. It's sick. They're not sending their best. What the fuck is going on, bro? Cuba did the Canadian move. Cuba literally did the Canadian move and just shipped off the most reactionary people into the United States of America. That's crazy.
F. Kennedy, he's still alive. He's over 100 years. I think he's still alive. And our vice president is John F. Kennedy Jr.
Like, people talk about the Jewish conspiracies or whatever. Ain't nobody talking about the real thing that's happening, which is the Canadian conspiracy. The Canuck conspiracy that, like, there is an overwhelming amount of right-wing charlatans that run foul over the American political discourse that literally are just almost always Canadian. Overwhelming majority of American political commentators on the right have some kind of Canadian association. I'm sorry, but you cannot fool me any further. Justin Trudeau, possible child of Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro sending the reactionary Cubans to Florida. Justin Trudeau, son of Fidel Castro, sending the reactionary Canadians into the United States of America. This is a two-front war. Two-front war. Think about it. How come she gets to have all of these conspiracies about JFK's alive, but when I come up with a very reasonable conspiracy that Justin Trudeau is the son of Fidel Castro and is continuing Fidel Castro's legacy as in a deliberate attempt to destroy America from within by shipping off some of the dumbest reactionaries into the United States of America, I'm looked at like I'm a crazy man. How come? How come I'm looked at like a crazy man? Stephen Crowder, Canadian. Ted Cruz, Canadian. Jordan Peterson, Canadian. Faith Goldie, Canadian. Lauren Chen, Canadian. Brett Stevens, Canadian. Lauren Southern, Canadian. Tom McDonald, Canadian. Oh my God. I do have a list of Canadians. I just realized, you know how like, you know how fucking Nazis have a list of Jews in media? I just realized I have that, but for Canadians. That was Top Dome. That's fucked up. Oh, that's crazy. Gavin McInnes, Canadian. David Frum, Canadian. Oh my God. The list goes on and on and on. I already mentioned Ted Cruz. I've been a long time believer that Canada only sends either their absolute fucking worst or their best and nothing in between. I've never met a mid-Canadian. They're either the biggest fucking piece of shit I've ever encountered or the best person ever. Straight up. In the realm of politics, unfortunately, many of them are the biggest pieces of shit.
We
but-
will stop them and stop them and stop them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to him at a rally. You already know how it is. You know, you already know he's fine at reading the fucking teleprompter. Okay, like it's just boring. I don't want to hear him fucking chirp. And if he actually fucks up, we'll hear about it. Trust me. All right, let's get the Cat's coverage on Mamala. See what she had to say about Mamala Harris.
There's understandably been a lot of talk about Kamala Harris lately, but one conversation I haven't heard much about is how the right's portrayal of her would affect a Harris ticket. So this week for Mother Jones, I want to dissect how the right has been presenting Harris to the public for the last 4 years, how this differs from 2016, how far the misogynoir or deeply ingrained prejudice against black women runs, and how they might have shot themselves in the foot this time. Because even as right-wing pundits ramp up their attacks against Harris, it still feels like they're missing that little bit of misogynist magic that really won them 2016.
Kamala Harris was Hillary Clinton in blackface tonight.
As the affirmative action vice president.
But I would say that she probably gets more favorable treatment because of her race and gender.
On paper, Kamala Harris is everything the right
Famously in the United States of America, when you're a black woman, they give you more favorable treatment. Like famously so.
She's an intelligent black woman, second in line to the presidency. Harris has an accomplished career as a senator and a DA. She's earned multiple degrees, and maybe worst of all, she has no biological children. By all logic, right-wing media should be painting Harris the same way they painted Hillary Clinton, but worse because, you know, she's black. But outlets like Fox and Newsmax went a completely different direction. For the last 4 years, instead of telling their audience that Kamala is some evil political sorceress, that she wants to ruin America with gay immigrants and trans windmills, they've been saying this.
She kind of comes off a little Meghan Markle-y.
She is a really shallow, uneducated, and uneducatable person.
Uneducated. She's a thug. Kamala Harris, a fucking cop, dude. Hard teeth thug. Uneducatable and uneducated is a wild thing to say.
She's like a biracial werewolf.
Like a vacuous, incompetent female vice president.
They just can't sell one of Montel Williams' hoes to the country.
According to right-wing media...
Ew, dude. Oh, God. Oh, gross. Oh, my God. I can't stand Republicans and just right-wing conservatives in general. Like, also, did I forget to run the top of the hour ad break? I just realized. I think I did. That's crazy. I can't believe I'm running it in the middle of the hour. Holy shit, dude. No, I forgot to run it. I said I would. Like, I did the debate, and then I forgot to run it. No, you ran it? No, I haven't, bro. Look, it says 60-second commercial break an hour ago. God damn, I'm running it now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That debate, that pressive debate fucked me up so hard, I forgot.
Vice President Kamala Harris is a joke. She's a punchline. She's a hoe. She's a DEI hire. That's one of those phrases where even if you don't know what DEI stands for, you know it's racist. And none of this is great. It's condescending and degrading and racist and sexist. But that happens to any woman the right hates. But after years of watching right-wing media as a job, I found they sort women into 2 categories. Women conservatives don't want to sleep with, because obviously that's her life purpose, and women conservatives desperately want to sleep with, but never will. One of those is irredeemable in their eyes, and I'll let you guess which one. Now, each of these categories has their own subsections. In the former, you've got your frigid bitches, your ugly lesbians, your woke nags. Villainization is the name of the game, and Hillary Clinton is the poster child for everything that idea stands for. She's old and stale. She's an overeducated bitch who'll castrate you if you let her. I heard she drinks baby blood and started ISIS. Honestly, at this point, we should probably execute her.
I never said she should be assassinated. What I said she should go in front of the firing squad for treason.
To anyone watching right-wing media, Hillary Clinton is
Bro, that's so me. I'm sorry. I can't. That's so me, dude. That's literally... I feel like I've actually said that in defense of some of my more unhinged moments.
the antithesis of everything good and moral in the world. And you know she's dangerous because you don't get hard when you look at her pantsuits.
When she comes on television, I involuntarily cross my legs.
I cross my legs every time she talks. Do you really cross your legs when Hillary Clinton talks? Oh, every time.
But no matter what, the coverage usually plays out in one of two ways. Either overt sexualization or a more subtle touch. Rather than constantly attacking her looks, the right will attack everything else about her. But you know they still would because they don't constantly complain about her unfuckability. The conversation is focused around condescension. She's more of a bimbo we can point and laugh at rather than Hitler's successor. It's the stuff that makes men feel really big and cool.
Kamala Harris has now become the jive-speaking spokesperson.
Jive-speaking? Dude, you're too young to be like that kind of racist, okay? It's like, you're not 78 years old, brother. What do you mean? Like, what is his hairline? What is going on with his face? There's so much fucked up about it. It's just like, dude, this is like, they packed up jive speaking as a way to say the N-word when people no longer said colored people, okay? It's from a bygone era. Like, the racism still remains, but they like updated the terms. Okay? You can't on the one hand talk about DEI as a substitute or woke as a substitute for black and also say, oh, she's jive speaking. Like, what the fuck?
Of equity.
So now we come back to the idea of a Kamala candidacy. When Hillary Clinton ran in 2016, the stage had already been set. Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and every right-wing figure you can think of had spent over 2 decades making her into a supervillain. Hillary Clinton already had so much baggage that it had bled into normal discourse. In contrast, Fox News has had 4 years to focus on Kamala Harris. And the most sinister thing they've come up with is that she's a DEI vice president. Once again, even with no context, it just sounds like a racist dog whistle. Her candidacy would bring outrage. There is no doubt about that. Black women suffer a disproportionate amount of attacks from the right.
There she is, acting all gangsta.
But when it comes to the influence of right-wing media on a Kamala candidacy so far, their only narratives that have truly penetrated the mainstream are her laugh and her ditziness.
She just wants to flaunt it, and I think she wants to flirt a little bit.
She's more
Dude, I don't know which type of like Republican commentary I hate more. When they get like weirdly horny, like they do with AOC, it's like so rapey. I think I hate that more than when they just like do the classic like, oh, this old haggard feminist is gross. It's so rapey when they're just like, ooh, she's a sex pistol. It's like, oh, she's flirting with me. Like, dude, keep it in your fucking pants, dude. You need to get that shit chopped off, okay? God damn. It really, it's so gross. Like, they do that for AOC and they do that for Mamala a little bit.
more ineffective than evil.
Total diva.
Like many vice presidents, Kamala Harris has been a convenient drop-off for the more complicated issues that the Biden administration doesn't want the president to be saddled with, at least publicly. This ranges from the border to abortion, and she's definitely been attacked on both of those fronts. But for the last 4 years, Kamala has managed to stay clean from those major tabloid scandals that Fox salivates over. Even the latest right-wing attacks on Harris have fallen short of their usual frothy barrage of woman-hating.
It's very easy to make, say, a DEI hire, but it's almost impossible to do a DEI fire. Oh, yeah. You know?
They're shallow,
Brilliant.
which is great if you want to condescend to powerful women, I guess. But if you want to truly influence the mainstream, influence those people who didn't like Trump but also didn't like Hillary, or maybe this time around aren't.
He thought he ate. Excuse me. That's Greg Buttfeld. Okay. King of late night. Hello? That's Greg motherfucking Buttfeld. King of late night comedy. Killing it. Kaya. Place. Good girl.
Impressed with Biden. Ditzy and cackling don't sound that bad. I mean, if you're a center-right baby boomer who's worried about losing their social security or military benefits to Project 2025, Kamala Harris may as well be the lesser of two evils. And that's something Hillary Clinton could never manage. Because the right
Guy on the bottom left is living out your dreams. Josh Hawkinson playing for Japan in the Olympics. Dude, Rui Hachimura is my GOAT. I love him. He might not be all that great as far as I understand for NBA standards, but he's so sick. I follow him on Instagram. He's doing the coolest shit all the time. Best of both worlds. NBA and also the Japanese connection. The white guys from Portland, I think. Dude, how good was he that they were like, we have to have him for the Japanese team? Not gonna lie, you mad riding? I am, dude. Whatever.
Its strong point is their long game. It's how Roe got overturned.
America's been embarrassing all these poor basketball teams. Yes, dude. Everyone was talking about how the Canadian team has a fucking deep ass lineup and actually will show the American team some trouble. And the American team just fucking, oh my lord. Oh my lord. What the American team did to Canada is inappropriate. Okay? It's just, dude, the USA team is so stupid though. It's like it's fucked up. Like, people are coping, I think, on TikTok and everywhere else when they talk about like, oh, the Serbian team could be great. You got you got the Joker. Like, they talk about the Canadian team, they talk about the French team, and it's like, bro, if you're talking about Ruby Gobert, bearded Jokic, he's the best. I mean, look, I think Rudy Goober got him. Yes, I like Jokic a lot. You guys know this. He's literally, I mean, he is a pasty, out of shape white boy who dominates in the NBA. We love to see that kind of representation. Okay, finally, one for the tall, out of shape white boys. You know what I mean? Fair. But basketball is ultimately still a team game. And, you know, like, one superstar is not going to be able to, in my opinion, change the outcome. And if you hate LeBron James, you're a white supremacist. Facts.
It's why we have to worry about Project 2025 in the first place. But when it comes to Kamala Harris, it feels like right-wing media has been remarkably short-sighted. By not hitting her seriously over the last 4 years, the national electorate isn't primed to turn against her with Pavlovian ease. They don't have a trigger phrase like Benghazi or a sticky nickname like Crooked Hillary. Right now, there are already moves being made to attack Harris if she's the nominee, but so much of this messaging is pushed by the right-wing media. Those two parties are clearly not on the same page. At least not yet.
What the fuck? Alec Baldwin got his case dismissed. Another HasanAbi vindication moment. Oh my God. Why do they keep coming in like this? Bro, why? Why does it just keep happening over and over again? Holy shit, dude. 2024, the year of vindication. One after another. Dismissed because of evidence withheld, I think. The prosecution was hiding evidence, apparently. Dude, you guys are doing QAnon shit, okay? It's crazy. You defended Alec Baldwin? No. No, that's literally what they said. No, I'm simply stating that regardless of how airtight that, like, regardless of whether they withheld evidence or not, that case was going to fall apart. I'm sure that that's the reason why the judge dismissed it, but it doesn't matter. Because even if the judge hadn't dismissed it, they would have lost it anyway. I told you from the jump that fucking prosecutor, the moment that she showed up on Fox News, I told you that was 100% political. Okay? It was already a very ridiculous case to prosecute. But then she went on motherfucking Fox News. Hasan, which way does yours curve? Left. I had forgot about this. You answered? I don't know. I mean,
the whole cackling idiot narrative is the one that stuck, but pundits are definitely going to go back and look at their old lines of attack, sharpening their focus on her sex life or her woke policies or something new altogether. But they've got a lot of ground to make up. Even as Harris's importance in this race skyrockets, Fox is still struggling to villainize her properly.
She reads to children and their literacy scores drop. Crazy.
Americans definitely, Greg, hate Black history makers.
We're going to keep an eye on right-wing media outlets to see how they pivot in real time. But that's going to take at least another week, because right now, this seems to be the best they've got.
If the test for president is can you cackle, is the test can you laugh in the middle of your statement, can you not be ever serious, she passes with flying colors.
I'm really excited to be working with Mother Jones. I'll be producing weekly content on our current political and media landscape.
I'm happy Kat got a job.
Don't forget to follow Mother
She's
Jones
awesome.
on social media and check out their website for
already covered the Elon Musk and communist EU clash. No. There is the Rise and Rule of Elon Musk by Donald Harris. They can never make me hate speed. They made the right person famous.
Can I what?
can't help you to eat something. I don't take drugs or something like that.
What?
If you can't help you to eat something, bro.
Oh, you hungry? Nah, bro, he hungry, bro. He hungry. Yo, give me that. You hungry, bro?
Yo, I don't take drugs, bro, really, man. No, he don't.
All right, bro. What you want to eat? What you want to eat, bro? Hey, come on. You're not gonna buy no drugs, right?
No, man. No.
Where the money at?
Speech transformation this past year has been so cool. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's incredible content watching him. I mean, there are moments that makes me so mad, like when they're fucking spamming the N-word at him in like Bulgaria, which he calls Bulgaria, and it's like really fucking annoying. But he's hilarious, dude.
Hold up, chat. He hungry, y'all. He hungry, my bro. What's your name, bro?
Zon.
Zon? All right, bet. Come on. Wait. Come on. What you want to eat? Get what you want, bro. Come on.
We love Minstrel Man. No, there's like, I mean, I get the argument you're making, but he is also very funny. Like, he's not leaning into a stereotype. Like, that's not, Great Name is raised for this take. Great Name is a Canadian black person, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure. Regardless. Why would you remember that? Because I know entirely too much about my own community. Bro, you the CIA? Yeah. -1 core memory. Exactly. Also, yeah, no, I keep tabs on my black chatters.
Yeah, get what you want. Yes, sir. Putana malaga.
On my ops.
Oh, yeah, you want a burrito?
Yeah.
This all you want?
Yeah.
This all? All right, bet. 2? All right, bet. I'm going to do card.
Just kidding. I lied. That was a misdirection. I only keep tabs on my Canadian chatters. You should be very scared if you're Canadian.
You want a drink?
No, that's okay.
You sure?
Yeah, of course.
Bro, like, you need some water to wash that down. Okay. Yeah, bro, go get some water or juice or some Gatorade or something, bro.
When's the basketball game? At that mentioned on stream today? Oh, shit, he knows? Yeah. Those in the Discord saying, I'm Quebecois, I'm safe. You're not. You're extra not safe. Chatters think I am not constantly fucking watching everyone and everything at all times. Okay?
Yeah, exactly, bro. Go get you some water, bro. I want this too. Yeah, bro. Go get you some water, shit. The fuck? Here we go. All right, bro. You keep this though, all right, bro? You keep this though. You keep this though.
What's your name, man?
My name's Speed, bro. Bro, have a nice one, bro.
Thank you, man.
Uh-huh.
Thanks so much, bro.
Yeah, of course, bro. W Grease chat. Come on now, bro.
Listen, bro. Even though he's saying W Grease right now, I'll allow it. Okay? Ever since he fucking said that Turkish donut, an objective fact, by the way, but Turkish donut is better than Greek heroes, I've been committed to defend him unconditionally forever. And before then, I already liked that he was like, free Palestine. Joe should immediately take a cognitive test, and I will go with him and take one also. For the first time, we'll be a team and do it for the good of the country. And from now on, all presidential candidates should be mandated to take a cognitive test and an aptitude test, regardless of their age. W. Trump. Show this image to 55-year-old white Midwestern swing voters, and Kamala will instantly gain 5 points in the polls. What is this?
Chicken bake. Sam's Club guys, what do you got? We're Sam's Club guys. We have cola ices. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got a double chunk chocolate cookie. Hey, Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
We're Sam's Club guys. We have these pizza pretzels. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got 25 pounds of meat. Oh, meat. Hey, Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
We're Sam's Club guys. We have a 25-pound bag of long grain, water polished enriched rice. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got the Pirate Booty Cheddar Blast.
Alexa, stop delaying the inevitable, dude. Get your fucking ass over here, dude. It's time. Oh, wait. Oh, nice. How much was it? He's already doing it. He's streaming without being on stream, dude. He's already doing bits off stream.
What a waste of a joke.
Oh,
I love this kid so much.
Dude, honestly, so there's a war brewing.
What, there
Okay.
are other kinds of guys?
Yeah, there's a war brewing. There's a battle in the ranks. The Costco guys have a new enemy. It's actually a good-spirited, good-natured back and forth at the moment, but it could turn into a massive problem. It could turn.
Are they just got guys from like a different store?
You nailed
or
it.
A different kind of Costco.
You fucking
guy?
nailed it, dude. You nailed it.
Oh no.
Sam's Club guys, what do you got? We're Sam's Club guys. We have Doritos Baja Fiery Mango flavor. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got the King's Hawaiian Sweet Roll Twin Pack with 32 rolls. Hey, Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
We're Sam's Club guys. We have these 24-pack brioche slider buns. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got the Fruit Thief, 180 feet of fruit fun. Sam's Club guys, what do you got? We're Sam's Club guys. We have
Sam's Club guys aren't as excited about it.
No, and there is a really important part here that is not being addressed, and I have to address it, of course. The Sam's Club guys have strawberry slices or whatever, but you know what they don't have? Yeah, pull it out. Just move it around. You know what they don't have?
What? Pete.
A little bit.
They don't have the Rizzler, bro.
Oh, true. They might. It took a while for the Rizzler to come out in the original team. Maybe they're keeping him behind.
Nah, the Rizzler is a once in a lifetime type talent. Like, it's generational talent. I don't think they can do a Rizzler situation.
Strawberries that are 100% strawberries. Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got jumbo plush assorted squishmallows. Hey, Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
We're Sam's Club guys. We got these really cute pool buddies.
It seems like
hey,
an ad.
Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got this Tommy Bahama Wood Sling Beach Chair. Sam's Club guys, what do you got? We're Sam's Club guys. We have these sick Baltimore Ravens chairs. Costco guys, what do you got? We're Costco guys. We got this woven patios.
Am I crazy, or is this like gone on for much longer than a minute and 35 seconds?
I've been here for 5 seconds and I feel like I've been here for a minute.
Like, there's just something very weird about the energy of this video. I feel like it's somehow longer than the actual fucking video.
Swing the canopy. Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
We're Sam's Club guys. We have these amazing affordable gazebos.
Wait, but these guys
great for
aren't
your
as
backyard.
excited. They just
hey,
look
Costco
like
guys, what
they
do you
work
got?
there. They're like, I don't know. It's
They
just
don't
like
work
an
there.
ad. No, I know, but it looks like an ad for the place.
Also,
like the Costco guys just look like unhinged and happy. The other guys look like they're forced to advertise this
Also,
stuff.
how cool would it be if your dad was on roids? I'm not saying he is.
That guy's not the dad, I don't think.
What?
What?
Your favorite father?
Oh no,
and
this
son?
guy's the dad. I'm saying the other guy's just the older brother.
Costco guys, we got a milk fridge.
So you don't know, like the other guy
Hey,
might
Sam's
be
Club guys, what do you got?
We're
like, this is not the dad, it's the older brother. The dad might be on steroids. Like, you don't know that.
Sam's Club guys. We have this 4-burner gas griddle, great for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got Naked, the juice. Sam's Club guys, what do you got? We're Sam's Club guys. We have orange juice that's squeezed fresh daily. Costco guys, what do you got?
We're Costco guys. We got the Star Wars Oreo cookies. Are you on the dark side or the light side of the Force? Hey, Sam's Club guys, what do you got?
No,
We're
this is an
Sam's
ad.
Club guys. We got this 16
I think Costco
flavor
is
hot
smartened
sauce.
up to the meme. Because that's none of the fun of the original videos. It's literally just showing product.
And what's the other make-believe supermarket?
The other fake one in America?
No, what's the other one?
Sam's Club?
Sam's
It's not
Club.
make believe. This
It's
is
make
real.
believe. It's not a
No,
real
that's a
name.
real
Sam's
super
Club.
Costco and Sam's Club are two of the, like, they're retailers that sell wholesale. Like, it's amazing. Have you ever been to like an American Costco? I don't know. You guys
No.
have probably Costco in.
We have one Costco in Australia.
We went to one in America. Oh, I did. It was
I don't
sick.
know. I don't know
liked
how it works. I don't know how it works in other countries, but like when I first
I was in Australian
entered,
Costco.
when I first Australian Costco.
Whoa.
Yes, just press for your groceries.
That is perfect.
So unnecessary.
You did them both at the same time?
Yes, we've got a community workshop where we will, it's really...
That's just Bunnings. It was great.
So Costco just put out a summer song. It's the song of the summer. Oh yeah, I know. Dude, that shit got stuck in my head when I first listened to it. Like, the way that you guys react to when I say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break is the way I was reacting to the Costco guys song, which immediately caused me to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone was jumping in the air and cheering.
Yeah.
Boom.
Oh God, he's doing it.
I love it.
Don't do it.
my
Don't fucking
favorite.
do it, bro. Do they not have hot dog buns in Australia? What the fuck was that?
Oh, we use white bread. Shitty white bread.
Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah.
In
That's
Bunnings
so
Fairs.
weird.
I think it's
Talk
better.
to an hour. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hopefully that meme will die soon.
Challenge. Costco guys, what you got? We're Costco guys. We got all the Nutella we can handle. Costco gets a big.
Sam's Club gets a big.
Oh, this is a total cultural victory for the Costco guys. Like,
Yeah,
the
they've even
Sam's Club
started
guys are like
booming.
literally doing the Costco guy like classic rating scale. Like they've already capitulated. You know what I mean? Like they don't even have their own. Anyway,
I think they're on their way out.
Yeah.
That was not as pleasant as the other ones.
I will admit, like, I'm a little biased because, like, Sam's Club was my first interaction with this kind of, like, wholesale retailer shit. And
You got brand loyalty to
yeah,
the
I have brand
wholesaler.
like, dude, it's owned by the Walton family. It's a
So it's the
Walmart.
same. Also, Costco is a mum and pop business.
Yeah.
It's against the big business. That's awesome.
Yeah. What is this? Kaya, place.
Why are her feet wet?
Oh,
they're always wet.
No.
I think she pisses on them.
No, she was when she wants to eat something, she positions it in between her paws. So she's like licking her paws while she's like eating the thing. I gave her a kneecap, and she downed it. Yeah.
I don't care.
Anyway, where were we? Slim Shady going after Candace Owens.
To get a can of Coke and Candace soap. I ain't mad at her. I ain't gonna throw the fat bitch. Forgot she was.
I can't even listen to this whole thing. I fucking hate this shit. Mike Levin. Oh, it's time to look at some liberal copium.
Oh,
sick.
We're gonna read this out.
No.
No, what? You don't want to read it?
No. We'll get to that in a second because that's the old one. Pundits. Joe Biden needs to drop out. Biden. No. Pundits. But we really want Joe Biden to drop out. Biden. No. 8 House Dems. Joe. The pundits say you need to drop out. They really want that. Biden. No. George Clooney. Come on, Joe. Just relax. You'll like dropping out. Biden. No. Voters. No means no, motherfuckers. Politics and rape culture are too similar for comfort.
No, we're all trying to rape Joe Biden by telling him to jump and to leave. That's insane.
Yeah.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Asking Joe Biden to drop out of the race so that Kamala Harris can be the fucking leading contender with better chances of winning the election is just like rape.
Sexual assault. Yeah.
You're raping Joe Biden when you ask him to drop out. You're raping this 88-year-old man.
That's a step down from the most powerful position in the world. I love caffeinated as a adjective. It's like so millennial and disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee.
She wants to read books, ride horses, pet dogs, and smash the patriarchy.
It doesn't sound like she does. She wants Joe Biden to be the king.
Yeah. Well, that's just monarchy.
Yeah.
Not patriarchy. He just learned English recently. He's Australian, Chad.
We got a monarchy. I assumed it was the only system.
Yeah. So that is like, I think that's like an all-time great, like an absolute banger. I love this. I agree with it.
I mean, the thing is, it was really stupid the whole time up until the end. Like, even without the end, it would have been embarrassing.
Yeah. And it's this is another classic all-time great. You probably don't remember this, but sorry, not gonna care about Afghanistan because I grew up with an alcoholic, psychologically abusive father in constant state of distress, anxiety, and worry about the future. Hearing the key in the door every evening was my own Afghanistan for almost 20 years.
It's awesome.
Dude,
that's so good.
This one is so perfect.
It's just weird to make it about yourself. Like,
It's not. That's Americans, dude. Americans are so unimaginably selfish that like everyone has main character syndrome.
I don't care about Afghanistan. It's like, well, you don't have to.
Yeah,
like you should, but like it's not a zero-sum game. You probably care about both things.
No, you can only care about Afghanistan. And if you care about Afghanistan, then that means you specifically don't care about that lady's.
Yeah. Or you've had a perfect upbringing.
Yeah. Aaron Rupar looks at chance of winning. Biden 51%, Trump 49%. His odds of victory are very, very slim. To which someone responds, dude, do you think 51% isn't slim? Lamau. Aaron Rupar, consult a dictionary. Brian Skinner, Not trying to pile on, but this definition is directly from the Cambridge Dictionary. The polls show Brackett leading by a slim 51% to her opponent's 49.
Oh, it's just so sad.
Like literally the dictionary definition of slim.
How can you care so much about this guy?
It's so strange.
It's just bizarre behavior.
Like, I understand people voting for him because they're like, oh, I just don't want Trump.
But
Look,
being that...
and chatters go, slim lead is not a slim chance. The English majors are slim lead versus slim chance. Big difference. No, the point is it's slim. Okay? It's slim. A 51% majority is a slim majority. A 51% chance of winning is a slim chance of winning. Okay? They are paid DNC grifters. Aaron Rupar has been invited to the White House. He's paid the glazed Biden.
Okay.
that
That's a bit more comforting.
Yeah.
Biden wins the count doing a lying media Trump move. Breaking. This is Biden's wins. Keeping score. President Biden's wins. Largest online community of President Biden's supporters. Even that's a lie. This only has 424,000 followers. That's not the largest Biden community, I don't think. Anyway. Breaking. President Biden was just greeted in the critical swing of Michigan with a thunderous applause and chants of "Don't quit, Joe." The media might not report this, but Democrats are excited to re-elect President Biden. Retweet so all Americans see this.
Oh my God. The media hates Joe Biden. They're always trying to put him down.
Another choice copium from Biden's wins the other day was Biden was able to flawlessly deliver a speech for 1 minute and 25 seconds. I'm not even kidding. Let me see. They tweet a lot. So
But I mean, if it's a record, then good.
Yeah.
Tweet about it.
He's getting better.
No, hold on.
He's on the incline.
It's from like a week ago, so they tweet so fucking much. I don't know if I can
Because
find
Biden
it.
keeps winning. They have to keep up. They're tweeting forever.
Wait, where is it? Where is it?
He wins.
Oh
He
my
wins a lot.
God. Oh my God. He's just winning so much. He's winning so much.
Whoa, look at that line.
They didn't tweet it all during the press conference, but posted this after. Breaking. President Biden just clearly demonstrated he is more than capable of handling America's complex problems. This is something Donald Trump has repeatedly failed to accomplish.
Most complex
Who
problems.
does this?
Yeah. Most complex problems, like calling the vice president by her name. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe
Is he
not.
unifying Japan and Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that is nice.
Bringing it back
Dude,
together.
what do you mean? Yeah, no, he's bringing Imperial Japan back. He watched the Johnny Harris video.
Yeah.
He watched the Johnny Harris video, and he's like, "Yep, that's right. I can't." They're doing Cool Joe edits.
Whoa. What?
You have that Trump shirt.
I do.
With him on the motorbike.
I do. I have a bunch of Trump shirts. I gotta bust them out again. Do we have any other Biden copium?
To be fair, I think Biden probably looks better on a motorbike than Trump. Skinny.
What?
It's not real. That is not real.
It's not
That's
real.
The,
Me so
the
much.
default shitting your pants
not
noise.
real.
It's a good face, though. The weird thing is, like, a part of me believed it.
That's just good.
I mean, even without the noise, why is he doing that face?
Yeah, why
what
did he do
what
that?
kind of handshake
I
face
don't
is
even think
that?
the face is real.
I think he
think
hates Keir Starmer like I do.
no, the face is probably fake too. There's no way he did that face.
This is what Johnny Harris warned us about. Didn't you do a video about the dangers of AI?
Wait.
People are using it to make the president shoot himself.
I think it's real.
Oh, you had
Oh,
this
I love
one?
my kid just said.
My kid just said, "It's sad to watch a pack of lies beat a good person just because the good person can't speak. I literally just gave him a hug and said that debates don't matter."
That's not real. They're tweeting that because they know it's a cliche thing to do.
I think I can't tell if this is a meme or not.
It has to be. Like, the my kid said is like 6 years old.
That's so funny.
Those kids are already like 12.
They follow me, so I feel like they're a memer. I don't think this is a real tweet. Oh, this one was awesome. After yesterday's presser, Andrew Bates, White House Senior Deputy Press Secretary and Deputy Assistant to the President, said, to answer the question on everybody's minds, no, Joe Biden does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good.
Fucking sick.
What? Wait, what? This is the conference. This is the press thing where he calls Zelensky Putin.
Yeah.
It's quite obvious he doesn't have a doctorate in foreign affairs.
This was really good. Everyone says Joe Biden is losing, but check out this one poll we found where he is also losing. Biden defenders have pointed to a 538 forecast of the fall election that shows the president's chances of winning have barely moved post-debate, but remaining at a 48 in 100 chance of winning. in the 538 average. Biden trailed Trump by 2.1%.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should play more True System again.
Wait, you want to play?
I want to be scared.
Oh, Harry Sasan, my goat. He said there are a lot of people who owe President Biden an apology right now.
What was that after?
Was that the debate? July 11th?
July 11th. That was yesterday.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
during the presser.
Vice President Trump.
Jojo from Jersey Dem news junkie Lebanese. First it was the debate, then it was the polling. Last night he gave an impressive press conference, and now the polls show Trump's lead is gone. Are you guys going to require feats of strength next, or can we finally get on the same page and win this thing?
I don't even know what they want. Like they just want people to stop talking about it. Just ignore it.
This is the greatest Cope video of all time. Oh, this one is like, she used to be a Gen Z activist for like Gen Z for Change, and then just decided that it would be significantly better if she just became like a Democratic Party spokesperson. But like, even then she fails to meet the test. She will never be like my goat, Harry Sasan. Okay? She's trying, but she's not going to be able to do it. Anyway.
Joe Biden should have his LBJ moment and drop out of the presidential election. It's something that people who have absolutely no clue about the history of this country say when talking about this election this year. In 1968, when Lyndon B. Johnson dropped out of the presidential election, he did it in March. We are in July. And in 1960,
Little do you know, we fucked up. It's way too late. Little do you know, this is a fucking horrible idea.
But also, like, okay, he did it in March. We're in July. Like, it's not that many months.
No.
Like, not that many months between March and July. Like,
also, why did he drop out? Did he drop out because he was senile as well? Like,
no, he didn't drop out because he was senile. He dropped out because he's a coward and a phony. He could have won, except he couldn't have. He was underwater in Vietnam.
1968, the Republican presidential candidate, Richard Nixon, went on to absolutely dog walk the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, LBJ didn't want to be the guy that's going to get dog walked by Nixon.
After we had an open Democratic convention. I think I've seen this film before, and I didn't like the ending. Biden is our nominee, period. And the LBJ moment that he should be having here is...
Yeah, RFK died a week before convention. Wait.
No one said anything.
Wait a minute.
Was this the one where Nixon
dog walk? He won by 1% after RFK got assassinated. Hold on, guys. Well, we must protect Kamala Harris. If Biden drops out, we have to protect Kamala Harris. Not RFK Jr. though. RFK Jr. He should not have any Secret Service protection.
He should learn that you don't run away from the fight, you run towards it. The entirety of Joe Biden's presidency has been built on promises made, promises kept. Almost every single one of the major legislative agenda items that he put forward, he has fulfilled. So when Joe Biden comes to the American people and says, I can do this, I can beat Donald Trump, I believe him. You know why? Because he did it before.
I find nuts.
And
like,
if you
this.
are an elected
like,
official...
when you see Republicans with this same like fervor, they're idiots. And it's just weird to see someone like this articulate that's like so stupid. Yeah. I don't understand what's fueling her. Like what?
So let's talk about
copium. The funniest thing is when Republicans dick ride Trump this much, they actually have a high likelihood that they won't vote for whoever is like the candidate if it's not Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
But these people will absolutely gladly vote for whoever replaces Biden.
Yeah.
And will defend that person even more ferociously than they're defending Biden.
An elected official, especially, I don't know, a 77-year-old U.S. congressman who has been in office since 1995, and you have the...
Wait, Biden has been in office since, like, literally... Biden has been running for president alone since 1984, I believe.
Aww.
And he's been in office since the 70s. So what the fuck are we talking about? Biden... Or 88. Not 84, 88. Oh, my God.
That's kind of cute. It's kind of cute that it was his lifelong dream. He should start like a hustle grind set podcast.
Dude, that's literally the reason why. That's literally the reason why he's holding on to the office.
That's great.
He's like, it was my lifelong dream. You can't let me not have this again.
I've never done anything that impressive. If that happened to me, I would also hold on. To be fair.
Jesus.
Pretty big
audacity to call on the president to drop out of the presidential race maybe you should realize the position of power that you have, and I don't know, kettle, zip it. When you are in a position,
Like, what do you mean, zip it? Like, she's telling Nancy Pelosi to suck it. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, that's
it's
what
not
more
like
people should
she's
be doing.
telling me to zip it. Like, I ain't gonna stop chirping regardless. I already said I'm not voting for Biden. I don't give a fuck. Like, but like, this isn't me, okay? This is like high-ranking members of committees within the Democratic Party coming out and being like, yeah, dog, you gotta cut it out. You know what I mean? Like, these aren't like random people or progressives or like candidates on the edges of the candidates in the margins of the Democratic Party. These are like literally at the heart of the Democratic Party, the people with the most interest in defending the institution of the Democratic Party and its legacy.
position of authority like that, you don't get to wet the bed in public. That privilege is reserved for us, the private citizens who are not elected officials.
Wait, isn't Joe
We
Biden wetting the bed?
Get to
Wait,
what are you talking about? You're making like senility metaphors
But
about
also-
not the senile guy.
But also, that's up to us, the private, if private individuals.
We wet the bed.
Wait, hold on.
Presidential race.
I wet the
Maybe
bed.
you should realize the position of power that you have, and I don't know, kettle.
Bro, the irony here is that these guys are like, they're like bloodless defenders of this institution, right? Because they think they'll get like a staffing job. But the irony is she's currently upsetting, like, if anyone even gave a shit about it at all. Luckily for her, no one cares about what she has to say except for us because we're making fun of her. But like, the irony is if this actually gained momentum, she would literally be pissing off. She's getting paid by the DNC. Okay, but like, she's gonna lose her job then.
Well, when they replace him.
Yeah, she is pissing off people that she wants a career from.
All right, all the people who are telling Biden to step down.
Yeah.
Right,
Like-
right. All the people who piss their beds.
Zip it. When you are in a position of authority like that, you don't get to wet the bed in public. That privilege is reserved for us.
Is that a phrase,
The
wetting
private
the bed in
citizens
public?
who are not elected officials. We get to be the bedwetting brigade. You do not. So zip it if you're not saying anything productive. Because all you're doing is giving these stupid Republicans ammunition for their advertisements. Get
my
it
God.
together and tighten it up, okay? We have work to
Biden's
do
doing
from
that.
now
That's so
until
much
November.
ammunition every single
It's really
day.
fucked up that the Democrats are giving the Republicans ammunition by causing Biden to say President Putin to Zelensky
So
or
beautiful.
or calling Kamala Harris Vice President Trump or saying stuff like we beat Medicare. That was really fucked up when the Democrats forced Biden to say that
Yeah. Who wrote that on the teleprompter?
at
for it?
gunpoint.
Some public bedwetters.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. Joe Biden understands that. Kamala Harris understands that. Gavin Newsom understands it. Gretchen Whitmer understands it. And all the other people who you have been throwing their names out there, they understand it. So why don't you?
Well, I'm just like, shut up and vote for this like skeleton. Is
But,
not
like-
a threat to our democracy. It's
Yeah,
just like,
well, that's like the classic. That is the classic stance. It's just funny to do this in the primary when like all of the people that she normally would be defending are actually saying like maybe we should swap him out, and I find that really funny.
I'm still waiting for someone to
Like
criticize.
he's not the candidate yet. You know what I mean? He's not the nominee yet. So there's no reason to do the shut the fuck up and put your head down and vote for him shit yet. They're going to do that when he is, if he doesn't drop out, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Anyway.
Oh my God, these people suck.
Yeah,
All
what
these
the
comments
fuck
suck.
is that?
Biden also surrounds himself with younger, smart, experienced staff. He's like the conductor of an orchestra. He doesn't do all the work, but pulls it together for a great result.
The conductor can't have dementia in an orchestra. Like,
Yeah.
none of that makes sense.
Also,
Conductor's
he has
fine.
increasingly tightened up the ranks and has made his inner circle smaller and smaller as people have been more critical of him in that inner circle as leaks are coming out. He's actively shrinking his inner circle.
My favorite one is still waiting for someone to criticize Trump. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, that's That's the entire kind of liberal media
Yeah.
shtick.
Yeah.
It's like, well, so everyone's piling on Biden.
I've never seen it.
Yeah. Nobody ever criticizes Trump.
No, I never heard it.
And also, the people that are saying Biden should drop out because he's losing to Trump are actually actively not criticizing Trump with that claim, with that demand. The other part of this equation also is really funny when people are like, nobody is asking Trump to drop out. It's like, yeah, because he's a weak candidate, idiot. Like, he's a really fucking weak candidate. Perhaps the weakest candidate.
Notice, there's a lot of speculation lately. What's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? Here's my answer. I am running, and we're going to win.
He's got a more powerful voice here than usual.
But how can you get pumped up from this guy? Like, I imagine hearing him talk and be like,
No,
yeah.
he sounded cool. He sounded like fucking, what's the guy, Clint Eastwood?
He just looks like Clint Eastwood.
Brooklyn Dad Defiant being defiant. OMG, the young crowd in Detroit, Michigan cheered Biden for a long time before chanting nonstop, "Don't you quit." Chills.
Goosebumps.
It's really cool that like the Democratic Party is spending all of the remaining dollars that they have, as donors have already said. $90 million of assets is frozen right now. Okay.
Holy shit.
On filling up these fucking rooms.
Are the
Probably
donors-
a good way to run the campaign.
Are the big kind of industry donors between Dems and Republicans, are they different companies? Or
Sometimes
are they the same companies?
Sometimes the same.
It's so
And a
funny.
lot of times the same, but like individual big donors
Right.
usually have like their own guy.
You'd probably just play it like you play like casino games, where you're
Yeah.
like, oh, whatever has the best odds, more there.
Yeah.
Some over here.
Or it's more likely to support me.
Oh yeah, they didn't quite expect all these K-hop people to be like, "Don't you dare make Kamala Harris the nominee." Yeah. Are men out here asking a black woman to put forth an entire presidential campaign in just 4 months and simultaneously missing the inherent racism and misogyny in that demand?
God.
That's crazy.
That's so good.
But why are you K-Hive? Take that shit out of your username. You know what I mean? Like, take that shit out of your bio. That's outright disrespectful to the queen. We're out here fucking running the Kamala Harris game, and these people were not invested. They're flipping on her. Yeah, you ain't coconut pill like we are. It's crazy. Are these white men asking a black woman to do the emotional labor of a presidential campaign? Yeah, I know. Really fucked up. If they dead ass woke her up at 11 p.m. EST to do damage control for him, they're right. Yeah, it's fucked up.
You know what's nice? Remember when
What?
like George Bush like almost died eating a peanut or something? What was that?
Not a peanut pretzel.
Whoa.
You remember that?
No.
It was huge news. My family was like celebrating on the day. It was massive.
Yeah, he almost died eating a pretzel. He choked on a
Yeah,
pretzel.
He survived.
Wow.
And he dodged the shoe.
And he almost died. He almost died riding a Segway.
Really?
Yeah,
Well, that's
he
dangerous.
fell.
Didn't the CEO of Segways die?
Yeah,
riding off a
Segway.
cliff.
Wait,
Yeah.
did he actually?
Yeah, he died riding a Segway.
That's poetic.
Same with the guy that invented pretzels. He rode a
died
Segway off a cliff.
riding a pretzel.
He has a stutter. I'm amazed at how well he did.
Oh, I hate this shit.
I want to know why the media is pushing the narrative that he's not about to do his job. He's doing a fine job now. Why do they want him out? Dude, it's awesome. Everyone is just so incredibly conspiracy brained. There's always an ulterior motive.
Oh, your head's going to get stuck.
Oh,
if you
it's
do-
so cute. Just trying to sit on the ground, but her head's lodged in the chairs.
Bush Sr. on his second run threw up on the Prime Minister of Japan. Okay, that's cool.
Threw
though.
up. What?
Maybe he had a long night drinking sake. What is this?
I see dead people. Hey, monster on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga here.
Okay, dude, this is not relevant to the copium that we're looking at. The Prime Minister of Australia shit himself in a McDonald's?
Yeah, Engadine McDonald's.
Wait,
It was
really?
after like a Cronulla Sharks game. Was it?
Yeah, and he was pretending he liked rugby as well.
No, this is when he was young. It was like
Really?
before he was Prime Minister.
Oh.
Yeah.
God damn. I wanted to show you guys this. A Russian student sent to a summer camp in North Korea says he played video games where hamsters driving tanks had to destroy the White House. North Korea uses propaganda to influence young minds, a strategy I observed firsthand during my reporting trips.
Fucking stupid.
He says even the video games had an anti-American theme.
Have they ever seen any of our video games?
Fucking insane.
Guy who's never played Call of Duty, watched a Hollywood movie. any movie, seen an ad,
Seen American Sniper.
seen anything. Guy
so
who was
nuts.
in a coma and then they dropped him like fucking Otto Warmbier into North Korea. Okay.
Wait. They're fighting enemy countries.
Whoa.
Wait a minute. Dude.
Oh my god.
What?
But the crazy thing is, like in North Korea, that's like a state-funded game. You don't even need government funding to make propaganda games here.
No, you do, but you do still get government funding.
Oh, really? For Call of Duty?
Of course,
Yeah.
dude.
That was
You
my,
didn't know that?
And military funding.
The American military literally made a game called America's Army,
yeah.
like specifically so that they could get children more involved.
And didn't they recruit people? Was that true? Like people that
Through
were
America's
really
Army,
good
yeah.
at it. They
Yeah.
recruited them.
Yeah, they also
they make the drone controllers shaped after the PS ones.
Imagine you're playing a game and you get a DM from like the army. Being like, yo, what are you doing tomorrow?
I see you killing those 14-year-old brown kids real well.
No, what I mean is that like you got America's Army, but then like Call of Duty is going to do the same shit without being a state-funded game.
Call
It's
of Duty
just-
does also get support from the Defense
I
Department.
remember the
Every movie that has like military equipment gets signed off by the military. Yeah, if the military is mentioned at all in media, the Defense Department needs to approve everything.
Beautiful.
Pretty much. Let's
destroying the White House in the U.S.
It reminds me of this exchange with two North Korean campers playing that same video game.
Who do you want to fight?
To fight the sworn enemy, Americans.
What if I...
Dude, these kids are so based.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, they're
It's like,
so sick.
what do you mean?
Yeah,
What
how do
kind
you-
of
It's such a
stupid question?
serious
Okay,
answer.
but like honestly, how do you sit there and go, "Oh my god, this is terrifying"? I'd be like, "Dude, that's a high five moment for me." Well, like, how do you hold yourself back from the urge of giving that child a high five? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, because the dude doesn't speak Korean. He waits like a minute to understand what he was told.
I told you, I'm an American. Do you want to shoot me too?
Say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome. These kids are so sick. Oh my god, they're so cool. That's so awesome.
Just straight faced yes.
Yeah.
Kim and Putin to the next generation.
Wait, Putin? What does he have to do with these video games?
You know, sir, I remember those youngsters later asked me, you know, are you a good American or a bad American? I said, oh, I'm a good one. And they said,
No, you're not. You fucking piece of shit. You lied to
He's
them.
in Taiwan talking
Yeah.
about how North Koreans are the only people who use.
Excuse me. What? You have a problem with Chinese Taipei?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Only now.
No, it's
it'll be better in the future.
No, it's just still. He's in China, dude. What are you talking
True,
about?
true.
Yeah, he's just communicating this message from China, Chinese Taipei. Yeah, who's a real dick rider now, huh? you failed to demonstrate your commitment.
fucked up.
You're gonna lose social credit. Anyway, he lied to the kids. You fucking piece of shit. You're not a good American.
okay, we'll allow you to live. So they were actually very polite and friendly, even as they were telling me they want to annihilate the United States.
Wait, this guy's my favorite military psyop propagandist. He's gay in the Air Force that just makes videos glazing all branches of the military. He's so funny. He's like an officer too, but pretends he's a photographer and does this for fun.
Oh, perfect. Let's save that.
Oh, this is him.
We've watched this guy a lot.
Yeah,
Wait,
he's
that's
about-
not that guy.
Oh yeah,
That's
this is a different
Ekman.
guy.
Yeah, but that's not the guy we saw.
Why didn't we watch him together?
We've watched
Oh,
him
we
before.
watched him in Australia.
He's
like
the,
for
he's
our
the best
last
one.
video.
Oh,
He's awesome. And he's like, he does like the hand gestures.
Yeah.
He talks like really excitedly to everyone.
But he also just gets to fly an AC-130.
Yeah.
I experienced that a lot in North Korea, and it was interesting.
Well,
for me
actually,
to speak
talking
with
about
them.
video games, it is AC-130 video. He shows the camera footage and then compares it to Call of Duty and shows how like realistic Call of Duty is.
well, yeah, because Call of Duty also works with the Defense Department.
So they were actually very polite and friendly, even as they were telling me they want to annihilate the United States. I experienced that a lot.
That's like the most American thing, by the way.
Can you believe?
Yeah.
That is literally just like what do you mean? Like 90% of the conversation surrounding North Korea is about either A, diminishing the crimes that we engaged in, or B, talking about how we should do more of the crimes that we did to Korea.
Like, does he not know that America killed 2 million North Koreans? He's just like, no.
Using Japanese war crime research, using the war crime research that we got from Japan as we refuse to prosecute the Japanese war criminals.
It's amazing.
Crazy.
In North Korea, and it was interesting for me to speak with that Russian youngster, and he was kind of fed the same propaganda that we were during all of our reporting trips there.
It was interesting when you said, who do you want to kill? And I thought they were going to say you, but they pretty much did in the end. But you said you were a good American.
She's like, how brave of you.
Yeah.
Standing up to those scary children.
Yeah, standing up to those 12-year-olds playing Call of Duty.
Oh, this is so
Call of Duty Korea edition.
American. Are there any other nations besides Russia that are able to visit North Korea at this point?
They're fucking everyone.
Wait.
Right now, based on all of the conversations I'm having.
Oh, by the way, some context for the game. The game those two boys are playing at the beginning of this clip appears to be Ghost Squad Evolution, a widely released Sega light gun rail shooter still found in arcades across Japan, the US, and elsewhere. There's even an old Wii port. It's not anti-American in the slightest.
No. They're too nice to make the kind of games we do.
Yeah, there was a...
there's like a clip of it on there. Hamsters driving tanks to destroy the White House.
Yeah.
With my sources, including tour operators, it is only Russians who are getting visas right now. You know, before the pandemic, the largest source of...
Yeah, the only Russians are getting visas in North Korea. It's like, yeah, bitch, what do you mean? Like...
But also that's not true.
We got visas.
Yeah, Australians can still go to North Korea.
It's literally just Americans. And it's not even imposed by North Korea.
It's
After the old
imposed by
Warmbier
America.
incident, America imposed it. North Korea would still take you if your government lets you.
I can't go to North Korea?
You got a Turkish passport?
Yeah. I haven't renewed it.
Yeah, you could probably stream from there.
Would I be able to stream from no.
Starlink, maybe? Can you carry Starlink around with you?
No, I don't think Starlink has North Korea coverage.
Yeah.
Well, ask Elon, put one above North Korea.
I would have to, I suspect I would have to connect with the government to be able to do that, but I don't think they would let...
Inbound tourism to North Korea wasn't even Russia, it was China. But Chinese tourists are not allowed in. Even nations like Sweden that have diplomatic relations with North Korea and have embassies that have been closed for the last 4 years during the pandemic, they are not even being allowed in to continue their diplomatic work. So North Korea right now is arguably the most isolated it has been.
North Korea would auto Warmbier your ass? Fuck no, they wouldn't.
No.
Why would they? I'm a fucking regime loyalist, dude. Are you kidding me? I love North Korea. They eat hamburgers for every meal there. They serve them French fries. He was telling me.
Yeah.
So many French fries.
Sad.
Yeah.
So fucking sad that they
No, it's a sign of prosperity, French fries.
No, that's what I mean. It's like you're so cucked by America and American hegemonic dominance that you see French fries as a sign of fried potatoes is a sign of prosperity to you.
To be fair, there was a lot of really nice Korean food there as well.
But it wasn't only that white people were like, we're just going to keep giving them American food.
This is what they eat.
It's the only people who are getting in, right now at least, Russians, Sarah.
It tells you a lot about where they...
RNC now, DPRK, bro will glaze anyone for content. First of all, the RNC...
You glaze the Republicans.
The Republican... I have, of course. The Republicans and the Democrats across the board are an infinitely more malign force on the entire planet than the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Get the fuck out of here, okay? I'm sorry. It's not even... They're not even on the same playing field, okay? Lithuania is worse to the planet than the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They're completely shut off from the global marketplace. They got nothing. What are we talking about? Yeah, sure. It's, their living conditions leave much to be desired, but ridiculous to make that comparison ever.
They are in the world right now and the relationship with Russia. I know you have been in many times. We will see what happens next. Will Ripley, thank you so much. That was a really
We'll see what happens next when you get killed.
CNN News Central starts right now.
You can say a lot of countries are better than North Korea, but the USA is not one of them. I mean, as far as global impact goes, what is North Korea's global impact? I guess right now they're making a move and offering artillery shells to Russia. So that's it.
Well, the thing people used to always bring up is they shoot ballistic missiles over Japan.
Yeah.
And that was the big thing that they're doing. And
while there's military training exercises.
No, they still do it. They still do that for sure. They still do that. But again, it's just at most posturing. They killed people, bro. Yeah, of course they've killed people. We're talking about a state, dude. What do you mean? Oh my God. I can't believe they've killed people. We're talking about a state, okay? Of course a state has killed people. We're making a comparison between state versus state. The moment that you talk about a state like they're a serial killer, then ultimately you have already acknowledged what we are saying right now, which is that, yes, their crimes, in terms of like in comparison to other states, is so marginal, it's laughable to make this comparison. If North Korea is so bad, why does Yami Park have massive knockers?
I think she got him in.
She did not get him in North Korea.
South Korea.
She did not.
I think it's a bodily response to eating rats.
Yeah.
When are we going to China?
Dude, I wanted to go this year, but I don't know if I can. What is this? Twitch streamers as things to never say to someone who just came out? What? Ludwig, would you like to go on the record stating that for our organization's diversity initiative? Sandwich, a little on the nose, do it during Pride Month. No. Peach jars, behold, the oracle has spoken the truth. Spooky, oh, like Ellen. Fan, you still owe me $45. Prezzo, I was planning to come out this very moment and you just stole my thunder. NMP Law, how do you know? Carolyn Kwan, I knew the second you told me you were gay. Hassan Piker, are you queer baiting me? Okay. This person is not that big of a fan of mine, if a fan of mine at all.
You love queer baiting.
Even though their name is HasanAbi Show, if they think I would say, are you queer baiting me? It would be me doing a hate crime. That's the more accurate.
You would hit them.
Exactly.
What was airport security like in North Korea? We didn't go through the airport. We're not Americans. Americans have to go through the airport. We can go by train.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Wait, why
do craziest thing happened? There was only one American on our tour. And we kept coming in, we all like met in the same part of the city, then we went to the hotel, and he left his wallet at the main station. And he came back and told the guy, it's like, oh, I left my wallet, what do I do? And they're like, we'll find it. And they kind of like, whatever, contact some people, and someone handed it in. And they got it back. It's like, wow, you got my wallet. He's like, yes, of course. It's a socialist country. The funniest line.
Did you see you got mentioned on Brad Trammell's post? I did. You already know Joe Biden is a whole ass mood.
That's a nice thing.
Brad is the GOAT. He's great. Wait, what? The real N-word is not voting. Don't let me catch you saying that, or I'll suck you off so hard you'll regret ever being born. Nick Mullen.
He's such an idiot.
Comedian. These aren't real quotes, man. I was hurt when Trump told me to shut up and dribble. Then Joe called me and said, hey, man, don't worry about all that. Just go out there and dribble. Surely I've been critical of Biden in the past, but if you look at his policies on immigration, they're considerably more humane than the alternative. Come on, fam. Let's get those kids out of cages.
You do always say fam.
Fucking asshole.
Nick Mullen's amazing.
I have never said fam.
I've heard you say
he called
fam.
me fam.
Yeah. You said, come on, fam, let's go play
Journalist.
basketball.
That sounds like a journalist. In the post-Obama era, Joe's the only candidate who wouldn't hemorrhage young people of color. Ed Buck. Oh, my God. Serial killer Ed Buck.
That's really good.
You're a Toronto mans? I'm not a Toronto mans. Have you guys seen this one?
No. If Biden gets back in, is there a chance it'll do anything about abortion?
What do you mean?
Like, well, if he's not doing anything now.
I was about to say, he's the president.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, is there like some kind of mandate he's looking for? Or he's just not going to do shit.
What would change?
I don't know. He does some executive stuff, you know, something cool.
But he's the president right now.
Yeah. No, I saw that in their pitches, like, because I get the Democrat emails, and they're like, we have to get back in because we have to like do this Roe v. Wade.
They're
shit.
just lying.
So there isn't.
Australian man finds out politicians just make bold proclamations.
Even the Democrats?
With
But
no.
they sent it in an email, Hassan.
And they asked for money.
They emailed me.
You can't lie and ask for money.
Like, I guess maybe he's saying like if they.
If lying to you, fam.
If they win like a super majority in the like a veto-proof majority, or not a veto-proof majority, but rather a majority that they can avoid the filibuster, that like they will do something.
Filibuster's the best word. Sounds like a WWE fighter.
Filibusting some bitches, fam.
I love this guy.
Most people don't know that the Air Force has a Special Operations Ground Force. We are the most deadly and most decorated ground force pretty much since the Vietnam War. If you go back in any major operation, any book that you've heard about or movie you've seen in the last 10 years, there's been a special tactics operator involved in that operation. If you want to be a special tactics operator, really we're looking for the best of the best. We want people that are very intrinsically motivated, that really want to be here, that want to do hard things, solve hard problems. and push themselves to limits.
Like, how many 14-year-olds do we kill today?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, real complicated math equation. Okay, because some people say 10. I say we go further than that.
Yeah, 11.
Okay.
That they've never pushed themselves to. We really need folks like that to serve and go out there and defend our nation.
I've seen this one Navy SEAL exercise that I just don't understand, where they're all linking arms and lying there while waves are just kind of
It's
crashing
just
over
like a thing to be like, how long can you endure?
But that's just lying.
uncomfort?
That's what you do at the beach. That's not uncomfortable.
Yeah, you go to the beach with your homies and lie down.
We actually do though. We play games. We're like, ah.
It's just, yeah. I think Americans don't go to the beach, and that's why it's like only the toughest people can lie
You
down
should tell
at
them,
the
Alex.
beach.
Yeah, it's true.
We specialize in global access, precision
That's
strike,
sick.
personnel
that's
recovery, and we also have a battlefield surgery capability. All
Oh,
the
have you heard of the
jobs
pig
that
man?
fall under the umbrella.
It's so fucking sick. I don't know what part of the American military does it. Maybe it's the Marines. I don't know. But you can be like a medic, like a kind of doctor. But there's this like extra rank, which is the pig man, and not many people pass it. And what they do is they get a pig, and they just like fuck it up. They shoot all these bullets in it and set it on fire. And then you have to keep the pig alive for like 5 minutes or something after all this has happened to it.
That sounds like North Korean
And no, it's real. It's real. It's real. I was doing my PhD on this. It's a real pig.
On the pig man.
That sounds like ISIS propaganda. The Americans love pigs so much.
Don't die on me.
Don't die on me. Gonna turn you into a hamburger.
They keep pig alive.
But then, like, whenever you're out, like in combat, you want to be with a pig man because he's like the best of the best medics.
Yeah, Pigman is the guy in Texas who hunts pigs off of a helicopter, which you can do, by the way, with an automatic machine gun.
I don't want to do that. Why are you offering that to me? I don't want to murder pigs.
This sounds kind of cool.
I just want someone else to kill them in a factory farm.
That's live tissue training. Most branches can do it.
What? Such a
He's telling the truth, cleric. You ain't never put together a pig. Don't fucking lie to me. Okay? You wouldn't be able to do that. Can you? I don't know. Cleric is a Iraq a combat medic. He toured.
Pigman's real.
He's
not just an urban legend.
He almost killed me with his fucking MREs that he sent me from his tours, and they were almost got botulism eating that shit. Oh. He's just smiling. See, he doesn't know how to put the pig together.
Put it together.
Umbrella of special tactics includes special tax officers, combat controllers, special reconnaissance, and pararescue, and tactical air control party men. Those are all what we call AFSCs, Air Force Specialty Codes, that live inside of special tactics and inside the squadrons. If you were to start the special tactics pipeline, you're going to go through an initial assessment selection. If that's special tactics officer assessment selection or the one that you do at Lackland for all operators.
This stuff's crazy.
Did you ever do that as a kid, though?
Assessment
I used to always do that when I was in a pool. I'd like have my hands behind my back and my like legs together and see how long I could like survive.
All
pretending I
these
was
things you're
kidnapped.
seeing are literally just Australian
just games you do at the beach.
I was going to say there's like Serbian epigenetic memories of being dominated by American forces.
No, Americans are pretty new to the game. I feel like the Turks are doing that to us for a bit longer.
True.
Selection is going to be varies between 1 week to a 4 week grueling process where we're really going to put Sam through the ringer, physically, mentally, emotionally, probably as well.
He's looking good.
And really test, hey, how prepared is this individual?
I'm gonna slow them down. I really can't feel my arms.
How much drive do they have? Do they really want?
He just has like, bro, his cheeks are too rosy.
No, he's just a twink.
No, first of all, he's not a twink. He's a twunk. He's a twink and a hunk crossover. He's a crossbreed. It's like his pectorals are far too large to be a twink. So let me just stop you right there. But like, I do think his cheeks are too rosy to be like he looks like a Pit Boy from Fallout.
I think that's what you need. You need one of them to lure the kids. And then the rest of them to kill them. You feel like it's fucking Jack from Jack and Jill.
They're like, oh my God, that's a kid just like us.
Want to be here, and when things are really bad, are they going to push themselves to a new level? Are they willing to go
Like, look at his
to a dark
titties, bro.
place?
He's
He would still fucking beat me in a
thrive
fight.
and strive in that
100%.
environment.
For the first time ever, they're letting a civilian like me tag
He's
along
not
to
a civilian.
experience special.
We did a
He
deep,
works for the
we did
fucking Air
a
Force.
deep dive on him after our video and followed. He like joined the military, then he suddenly stopped and then just started making military propaganda videos
With access to
Oh, so
everything.
he's just like he's a psyop
He's
guy.
in-house though. He's not like he's not getting sponsored. He's just the military.
Yeah.
This just feels like gay porn for straight men. No, this is just gay porn for gay men. Jubby literally just said, "Oh my God, they're so hot." No, this is just gay porn, period.
Special Tactics Officer selection.
They look like
a
minions.
grueling process, incredibly rigorous, and I don't know what to expect.
Look at this water.
They do that in Australia too.
Yeah.
Literally.
But after that, I'm then going to have the opportunity to go out real world and experience a
No.
mission
And kill some
alongside
people?
the Special Tactics operators to learn about all the skills and assets that they need to have.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Green light.
That is so cool.
In
Jumping out
partnership
of the
with the
plane.
U.S. Air Force.
All right, it is 5:54 in the morning.
I hate
always
this.
waking
I
up.
hate this. They're waking up so early. It's just so lame, bro.
Tara
Why
never
can't they-
sleeps.
I hate that.
Didn't you wake up
Like-
at 5 a.m. this morning, Hassan?
I mean, it's because I was jet lagged, and not this morning. It was 2 mornings ago. But like, no, I do technically wake up at 6. That's true. I do
He's
wake up.
beating you by 6 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even thinking of 5:54. I was thinking of fucking
The
the other video that we watched, where they wake up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or some shit.
I'm here at the training complex at Hurlburt Field. I didn't get much sleep last night. I don't know if it was nervous energy or what, but definitely don't know what to expect. The rest of the candidates
Why do
are
Americans
inside
do that
right
so
now, so we're
much?
gonna meet up with them soon. But
They're always
here we
warm in
go.
their hands.
On the front, you'll do 1 and 3.
Okay.
Just 5 fingers from the bottom of your collar.
5 fingers from the bottom,
Yeah.
1 and 3. The big one on the front or
And
the
the big
small
one on the back.
So I think for Sam showing up and going to kind of an ANS and never
That's a
being an
Sharpie.
assessment selection, I think he's really going to struggle. Because you really have no context for what you're getting into. It's going to be a real big shock to the system. We haven't done this with someone before. Normally they know they're coming here and
I
they
did this as a
want to be
kid,
in an
and I
assessment
wanted to
selection,
decorate my
so
shirts.
It'll be an interesting experience.
All right, I was handed this water bottle, number 13. I've got a rifle, which you're not supposed to let out of sight for
It's
the
not
entire
real.
day.
Oh, okay.
The rest of the candidates are outside.
Yeah, it's not real. This is the one time where we're watching someone with a fake rifle in America.
So
Getting ready for
un-American.
the PT test. I'm going to join them, and then it's game on.
I really didn't know what to expect. I saw they were all wearing these t-shirts with different numbers, and so I then realized that I had to get my shirt on. So we went to another tent, and that's
It's
where
like I
they
took my shirt off.
You did.
told me that I was going to be number 13. I guess lucky number 13. And the reason they use these numbers is because they don't want to use people's names. It's all based on numbers. So for the next day, I was going to be referred to as number 13.
Day one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
Pigs
real.
make lousy soldiers. Stop using animals to train army doctors. Troop deserves better
Use
dog.
real people.
Yeah,
Use that
dude,
filthy people.
This is the most vegan thing on the
Yeah, I hate
planet.
that.
It's like we're trying to make the military be more vegan.
Yeah.
It's like, do you know what the military does?
Yeah.
Like, that's the one time they're not killing a human, okay? The fuck do you mean?
But also, how many pigs would they use a year? Probably 100 compared to the millions and millions
Yeah,
that are
fucking
killed.
hell.
So,
They
like,
probably
why are
use a
you
lot more
picking
pigs.
that?
Well, it's probably like millions that just get thrown away as food waste in this country. Like,
Like, weird.
Give them an Iraqi child instead. Why a pig?
Sam is going to experience a PT test, and we're going to roll through kind of the initial physical evaluation of the candidates.
They are hot. They
reason
look like
we do
Australians.
that
They've got the
is
tiny
really
little shorts.
it's an entry exam. We can't have people inside the assessment selection that are not prepared to be there. And that PT test is really just a ticket to get in the door. If you don't make it, you can't make the standards that we have, we will ask you to leave and then come back another time. But that initial PT test is important just for your own safety
PTSD
as a candidate, but also for us to know that, hey, you prepared to come to this and you're not just showing up unprepared.
Now this isn't like any physical fitness test. I was in the Air Force, I did their PT test. I went to the academy, did their version of the PT test. But this was a whole other animal.
This guy's just a PT test enjoyer, dude. Holy shit.
He looks great.
Our goal with Sam is to say, hey, let's get a flavor on everything, push him a little bit, get a real good idea of what that feels like, what it's like to be in this very stressful environment, and you know, get him immersed.
So pull-ups done, sit-ups done, push-ups done. Comes next, the running and the
It'd be
swimming.
so frightening to have this
This is already,
cherub
I'm already
kill
tired,
you.
so.
It'd be like the most terrifying kind of death. This smiling, rosy, beautiful boy. Oh my god.
There's a very unsettling aura to him.
Yeah.
Like, there's something about him that just rubs me the wrong way. I think it's because he's gay. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just homophobic.
More straight soldiers.
Oh
please.
yes, you're right. He does look Mormon.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're
My
so
beautiful
right.
boy.
He does. He looks very like. He looks very Mormon.
Is that what Mormons
Nice,
look
at
like?
least for Florida.
No wonder
Yeah.
they have so many wives.
Yeah.
Fucking everyone
They're
wants
not
Maybe
that.
that's why Carter hates him. Carter's the one who fucking posted this video, and Carter is the most Mormon-looking motherfucker out there, even though he's not a Mormon, but grew up around them, and just by osmosis became Mormon low-key. I thought Carter was Mormon for the longest time.
60 degrees.
What is that in real
Good
degrees?
morning for a little 3
That's
mile
pretty cold.
brisk jog.
They said
No,
40,
Honestly, I
40
wish I
was
had more
4
time to
degrees,
prepare
no?
for this, so
50
we'll
was
see. The normal PT
Yeah, his
test
nipples
like
are
when I was in the Air
hard.
Force, it's
It's
just a
fucking
mile and a half,
cold.
So this is double that.
Cold as.
Curious to see how fast these guys go out though.
This is making a lot more men gay than it's making join the army.
Non-stop. Stretch out. We'll give you a
That's
couple
a lot.
minutes to loosen up.
No, no, what was the...
If the
Candidate stops anytime during the run, the test will be stopped.
I mean, it's not that much. It's still a pretty significant amount to run, man. I
To
think.
consider a failure for the entire test.
If you join like a run club, they're usually doing like 6Ks.
Yeah, those people are freaks.
Kind of paced myself
Or you do
here.
run club.
They took off fast.
You do a run club?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've done it once.
I've done it once, but I did it.
That's crazy.
Did you just
Home
pass a
stretch.
car?
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
The goal of the week is not to break the candidates. We're going to push them to the limits. We likely will break somebody and at least their spirit.
I hate
We don't
running.
try to break the human being.
I used to hate
themselves, but
running.
We want to test their
Then I
their
started
mettle, their
boxing,
grit.
and I was like, oh, it is a lot
And
nicer
So
when
what
someone's
we're
not
looking to
punching
see
me.
happen is we're going to push you to your threshold, whatever that is. If that's 80%, it's 90% of what you're capable of, and then we're looking for you to go a little bit beyond that.
5K in under 20 minutes is, you know,
That's
pretty
crazy.
pretty decent pace.
I've done 21.
For 5K?
Yeah.
Well, then you wouldn't make the cut.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
And show us that, hey, when the chips are down, when lives are on the line, when the mission's on the line, that you're going to drive to the end and be successful and bring your team home and get the job done.
That's a big step.
They're all swimming with their clothes on like fat kids. like me. Like me when I was younger, thinking I was fooling people by wearing a t-shirt
That
to
was
the
me
pool.
as well. Although in Australia, you have to wear shirts in the pool.
Wait, why?
Like rashies.
Yeah.
Because they, because the sun.
Oh.
We then headed into the pool, and this is something I was definitely nervous about
His
because I
face
don't
is
typically
so
train
good. He does that,
swimming
like, kinda like
my individual
sideways
workouts. But what they
Yeah,
had us
that's-
doing
that's
is
the most unnerving
1,500
thing.
meters, which that is 60 lengths of the pool, which is crazy. So my goal was to do as much as I could, and I remember jumping in the water, seeing the candidates on my right, really going after it, kind of
50,
trying to keep pace with
1,200.
them. But man, it was tough. Before this event, I had pretty much minimal pool training at all. I mean, I had done a couple training events back when I was at the Air Force Academy, but that's been several years. I don't train swimming normally. I knew this was going to be a struggle for me, and it definitely was.
They're the American military. When the fuck are the odds against them when the chips are down is psychotic? Yeah. They mean like when they don't have immediate air support to just like laser an entire mountainside and an entire village.
When was the last time like an active duty soldier had to swim somewhere?
Never. Probably secret missions we don't hear about.
Yeah.
But even then, they're
We're
using a
not-
little submarine. Or
No,
something.
then they're like, no, then they're just like flying in with a Black Hawk and then
Yeah.
it's falling. One of the 3 Black Hawks every time has to fucking explode mid mission.
We got a little bit of a break, gonna get dried off, change, and then we'll see what's next.
I think SEALs have to swim sometimes. Yeah, like those 2 SEALs that tripped or slipped and fell off the fucking ladder and died in and drowned in the Red Sea.
What?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No.
Dude, yeah, the only time Navy SEALs have to swim is when they're in a fucking osprey because you know that shit's gonna fall. You know that shit is going down. Okay, well, they die anyway, but still.
You need 2 MREs, 1 set of fields, which is these. Thanks for helping. I know you're probably not wanting to be worried about me.
We have your mask and your ropes, your snorkel.
My brother has a Purple Heart from his Black Hawk training, taking a hard landing after being hit by an RPG in Afghanistan. Okay, but that's fair because like an RPG actually hit it. Most of the time, Black Hawks just drop on their
Did
own.
he swim?
Yeah, that's
That
a
was
real
the question.
Yeah, but he's not swimming. Osprey is like a 50-50 shot at survival. Yeah.
One crashed in Australia and killed a bunch of US people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Japan too. Like literally.
What were they doing there?
And in Cyprus.
Why would they in
Are
all these
they invading
places?
Australia? What's going on? They fly Black Hawks around our country.
Special Warfare Operator First Class Christopher J. Chambers, 37. Navy Special Warfare Operator Second Class Nathan Gage Ingram, 27. We're part of a team of SEALs operating from the sea base USS Lewis B. Puller. Wow. Wow.
Would you like to share that with the class, Alex?
Yeah, fucking amateur hour, dude. You know, you got to put your phone in the pocket now.
My phone's on silent, but I don't have any
put your phone in the drawer, the teacher drawer. They were on a mission to search a DOE suspected of carrying Iranian arms to Yemen. The team found what it was looking for, a cache of Iranian anti-ship missile parts, but it came at a cost. One of the men was washed off a boarding ladder by a wave, and the other jumped to save him. After an exhaustive 10-day search, the Navy called off the rescue effort. Yeah, like he literally fucking slipped. DOE was like a dinghy. He slipped off the fucking ladder, dude. That's crazy. I'm telling you, that's the one time that they were swimming.
Headlamp. Your PT belt will go around the rug just like everyone else. All the uniform stuff that we have to bring. Want to, you can open up these MREs ahead of time. One of the, if you
Why do Americans wear these shorts more often?
Roll it up once you're done.
Everyone's got shorts down to their knees.
And what we call radio pockets, but at the very least it'll rest on top of your stuff. The second belt, don't worry about it.
So whenever
you heard the man.
Down, I need you to play.
3, 2, 1, team up. My cousin's husband was on this team, lol. The fuck?
You said lol.
There's another chatter who said that was like a relative of his. One of the one who jumped in was my family. What the fuck's going on? Why are there so many people who are directly related to these people? What the fuck is happening?
Maybe a lot more people died than what was reported.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, there's this guy.
That was the official statement. Was he chill? Yes. And the Navy said, don't talk about it to my grandma. Wait, why?
Only her though. You're allowed to.
Yeah. Wait, what? Why is your grandma about to chirp about it? Like, what do you mean? Why are you allowed to talk about it? That's crazy. We knew before. Oh, before it was announced.
Oh, damn.
That's fucked.
That would have been a wild way to be like, and my grandma was serving the top of the hour ad break, just like my relative was serving the military.
What?
Most brutal.
I'm sorry. Listen, he's like a 40-month subscriber. He's not seeing the ads. I'm sorry. Maybe he doesn't like his. He said OMG law. Maybe he was a shitty relative. You don't know. Maybe he wasn't a cool one, even though he did. He's not the one who slipped and fell. He's the one who tried to rescue the other guy. So maybe he was a nice guy. He was a good swimmer, though. Republican as fuck. Not good enough, it seems. Okay, I'm going to stop. I have to stop.
What's so dumb about all this training, though, is like, they don't need it. You could have the fattest guys, like, in the planes, flying the drones, and none of it would matter. Like, that would kill just as many people.
They can't do it. They because they have to like search all of the fucking little dinghies to see if Iran is sending weapons shipments or weapons parts. So they can't do it with just the drones. The real way to do it is by not having any of those guys there at all and be at home and yelling at their fucking wives who, you know, may or may not have been cheating on them, instead of having them out in the fucking Red Sea, because there would be no weapon shipments that are harming the international trade interests of the United States of America or the Western world if Israel was not doing a fucking genocide in Gaza, you know. But that's neither here nor there. What? You morons giggling about Navy SEALs dying, fucking losers? Oh my God.
I am a loser, but not for this reason.
My family wants to know why they didn't have GPS locators on them, though. They didn't recover the body.
Fuck.
Yeah, that is interesting. I thought they would have that. Yeah, well, I'm sorry for your loss, chatter. That other chatter has never Googled my name, I think, and has no idea. He's like, anyway, let's continue with this.
Forward.
What are they carrying? Just weight.
So next up is Intro to Calisthenics. In this, we really start to turn up the intensity. The cadre involvement is going to be a lot higher than it was in the PT test.
First team on the pull-up bars now.
We're just assessing that person's PT fitness. Now we're going to start to assess their grit. Like, hey, when people are in your face, can you hang on? How are you going to respond?
13, just hold yourself over the bar. Get on the bar, 5.
We were split up into two groups to begin an exercise called the push-up, pull-up, reverse pyramid. So by this point,
Dude, that's gay as hell.
In the morning, one of the candidates had actually dropped out. So we had 12, meaning 2 even groups of 6 and 6. Now, because they were even groups, that meant when I was going to...
You should be more respectful to those that serve. My girlfriend's husband is deployed right now. Oh, no. Thank you for your service, chatter.
The pull-ups and push-ups, my reps counted as well. And the cadre were treating
Don't talk about fucking the brave troops' wives, okay? That's really... It's not funny.
He's going to hear it on stream and come back.
Keep up 1-3.
Get over the bar. I actually can't feel my arms right now.
He's drinking piss. Not even for the Navy challenge.
Cadre are all operators that have deployment experience, that have been in the career field for a while, and they know what it takes to go down range. Many of them have some sort of valor award at this point, you know, maybe a Silver Star or a Bronze Star, and, you know, they've been in legitimate combat. And so having that perspective.
Love to hear the boys' thoughts on this. Husband lets black guy pound his wife.
You won't believe it.
This is the chaotic Darman.
Wait, this is Darman.
It is Darman, but chaotic.
It's a military-based one?
No.
It's just cuck videos.
Yeah, it's just a cuck video, I think.
Perspective really gives us the ability to say, hey, I know exactly what it takes to do missions downrange, and I know the type of people we need to be in that environment. And so they're the right people to make those assessments and judgment calls.
This was us this morning.
That bar was so rough, man. I just haven't done that many pull-ups. I got blisters on the hands. It's like you start feeling it, man.
Yucky.
Everyone's probably feeling it right now.
We just finished up Intro to Calisthenics. I am completely beat. I think pretty much everyone here is too. Sounds like we might have a little break, and then we'll see what's next.
His hair still looks amazing.
There's no putting your head, get your mask off your forehead. There's no putting your head on my pool deck. That will only result in more flutter kicks. Do you understand?
Amazon drivers work harder than these guys. Oh, 100%. Also, doing something infinitely, more important and useful. That's the worst part about this entire process for these guys, is that like their output is just negative across the board. Like, sure, we talk about how like, oh, they're defending. I mean, not we, but like people talk about how they're like defending American freedom of speech at home and abroad or whatever. But like ultimately, all they're doing is basically shit that you can manage through diplomacy and never have to like deploy and fucking die slipping off of a goddamn ladder in the middle of the Red Sea at all on an Iranian dinghy. Defending it from who knows? Someone's always out there being like, I hate Americans and their free speech. I wish.
If only they didn't have an army, I could stop them from exercising that democratic right.
I want to cancel them. That's what Osama wanted too. He wanted to cancel the Twin Towers. He wanted to do cancel culture.
Get in the flutter kick position. That doesn't mean just hang out with your feet.
Why is he so angry? Just ask them nicely.
No, this is it gets in their head,
We're going to go through what we call flooded mask. Flutter kicks, which is for people that
we need security for our logistic companies. Yeah, that's the funniest part, that like the American operation, like the operation, I forget what it was called, against Yemen, literally was $1 billion fucking dollars. It was $1 billion and they failed, so they had to stop it. Like a bunch of dudes who had Operation Prosperity Guardian. Yeah, they spent $1 billion fucking dollars. Every time I see those TikTok videos of like the dollar value assigned to each individual bullet, including the fucking tracers that are like also $3,000 for some goddamn weird reason on the Navy, like every time I see that, I just like lose my mind. Okay, they lost a bunch of dudes wearing sandals that are getting like weapon shipments delivered to them through dinghies from Iran, because like their fucking their anti-ship missiles cost like $3,000. The American ones cost like $50,000 on the cheap end. So stupid.
I've never done it. It is probably one of the worst things you're going to experience.
It's not that bad having water in your eyes.
No, but the arm exercises suck. But the water wouldn't do anything.
No.
And this is a crazy feeling because the water rushes in your nose.
Oh,
and
your
goes down
nose
your
is in
throat.
there.
You're getting screamed at the entire time.
No,
and I was literally doing everything I could not to throw up,
Oh, you got
not
a
to
shit
start
master.
gagging and choking.
Right. Line the water.
Line the water.
water is a way to simulate stress that really nothing else matches. And so when we look at like, how do I simulate combat stress? How do I test somebody?
This is the game I played.
This is fun.
Tie yourself up. Tie yourself up.
We have candidates tie their feet and hands together, hands behind their back, and then we're going to have them jump in the pool and conduct a series of bobs where they sink to the bottom, push off, and
that's
take
amazing.
a breath, and they do that for a number of times before they
We're gonna
travel.
put that in the
and
React.
do flips. There's a whole bunch of different things. The idea is like, hey, can you deal with the stress of this? Can you stay calm during the bobbing process?
The water temperature was also something I was not expecting. I mean, it was cold, and because you're doing so much in the pool for such a long amount of time, I mean, you're shivering. I was shivering, the other candidates were shivering, but that's just another challenge you have to add on top of all the other stress that's being thrown at you.
The attrition rate, I'd say, throughout the entirety of the pipeline 2-year process, I'd say there's about an 80% attrition rate. It can vary a little bit, but if I were to historically look at it, I would say that would stand pretty true. So 80 out of 100 people can't make it through this training.
All right, can you take her out, P?
That'll be a perfect push-up position. Stop, lay down.
It's the hardest thing I've ever done.
Here to perform. Get to do something out. We're doing these things for a reason. Everything has a purpose to it. It's not just to make it hard, right? It's a demonstration of how well you prepare. It's a demonstration of how well can you handle stress and think under stress. There's a lot of different things we're assessing, right? I need the best version of you to come out. If it isn't, I mean, you can make it through all day. That's fine. It doesn't mean you're gonna come out. Don't think that that's all this is, all right? You need to take care of yourself.
Yeah, you can show guns on stream. It's not real. It's not a real
down
gun.
to 8. So make sure you're eating, drinking.
Why are you pointing it at your dick?
This is how Americans hold guns.
Yeah. We're doing checking for pulmonary edema, signs and symptoms of hypoxia. So right now, I want to make sure your oxygen levels.
Oh, and then they do a rock march. Then there's a beat session. Making the team support thing. Okay, I'm bored.
This is the same thing though. Like,
I'm bored.
Why not just show the cool shit? Like, wait, can we see if they jump out of the fucking the plane?
Give them a taste of what it's like to really be one. We're going to take them out, do a mission similar to what we might do downrange, whether it's personnel recovery behind enemy lines, our global access mission, or a precision strike.
They look like such fucking nerds. Like, I mean, they're jacked and stuff, but it's like, dude, like all of these dudes should be, doing something good, okay, instead of doing something bad. All right, that's my take. That's my controversial take.
Imagine having like ripped garbage men. It'd be so sick.
Yeah, like they should be fucking filling potholes, man. What the fuck are you doing?
Imagine having hot guys filling potholes.
Yeah, get these goddamn hot guys to start filling potholes now. Okay. Yeah. It just pisses me off. Be a streamer, make a difference. Yeah, be a streamer. Nah, there's enough of them. But like even that, I mean, I don't care. There's plenty of fucking vets that are streamers now. Some of them I
play
like.
computer games where you fake kill people instead of actually killing people.
Yeah,
right?
even that's better.
He's going to apply tourniquets.
They're not jumping out of an aircraft.
Who brought me to a safe room to assess my injuries. They actually cut a little bit of my uniform off my leg so they could get better access to it.
What happened to him?
Applied a tourniquet. And
it's
then
like a pretend
we were just
injury.
waiting on the special operations surgical team to be handed off to do what they do best.
Just has to undergo a surgery.
I got a gunshot wound to the chest seal applied.
Lift up. Airways pain. Patient is phonating.
Yep. Jesse, you'll start working on clavicle down here.
Special Operations Surgical Team, or SOS, is a 6-person team that is responsible for DCR and DCS. DCR stands.
Boring. They should all be like 6'7" or something. What will these short dudes on 5'5"? I don't want some 6-foot tall dork doing these missions. I want purebred American monster warriors.
So they can fit in the tunnels and kill the kids, like you said.
Yeah. They're going to the places only kids can go to.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to be kid size for that. You watched this video, The Rise and Fall of or Rule of Elon Musk? Was he glazing him?
That's very specific. You remembered that.
He is glazing him.
Is he glazing him?
Musk's playbook? Why would you write that if...
Oh, this is Johnny Harris.
Yeah.
No, really? No. You're a gay guy.
Speaking of Elon Musk, billionaire Elon Musk has donated to a super PAC working to elect Donald Trump to the White House. My goat. I don't want to watch this video.
Aw.
I don't want to fucking...
I love John
let's watch McDonald's Gitmo.
Guantanamo Bay, Cuba is the best. So, I'm in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. We're going to try
so insane they still have this
So,
base.
I got
Fucking crazy.
the wings Yeah. Fries and then a spicy deluxe spicy sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich.
You're in Cuba. You're
Starting
having
off with the
such
wings,
nice
just 'cause
food.
Wings.
No fucking
they came in
chicken and
this.
beans and fucking.
So at first I was suspicious. I was like, I didn't order 20 nuggets. I got wings, and then I opened it. Oh,
whoa!
It smells really fire.
I mean, you have to admit,
so
like,
I'm gonna go.
Oh,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I hate it. It's like, dude, she's next to a concentration camp torture facility.
Also, what is she doing there? Why is she so hungry? What has she been doing this whole time? She can eat 20 wings?
Yeah, no,
That's
torture.
a lot of torture if you can
Torture
eat
makes
20
me
wings.
real hungry.
They should be eating the terrorists.
Ooh,
Who's saying they're
hell
not?
yeah. Oh,
Wait, can you get a
these are
job?
fire.
Can you get a job as a McDonald's employee in Guantanamo Bay?
I mean,
are you
yeah.
flown in as like the best of the best McDonald's workers to go
I
work at the
suspect
base?
that they do that.
Or is it just a military person who's like not very good?
Guantanamo Bay literally has a gift shop where
That's
you
awesome.
can purchase like off-brand. You get off-brand. No, you literally get off-brand like Disney gear, Disney Gitmo gear.
Oh, I want that so bad.
I also kind of
Imagine
want
if you
that.
buy little like water torture devices, like little ones for your kids.
Oh,
you could give
yeah.
them. Little keychains.
Fun fact: my high school world history teacher left for a year because she was sent to teach at the military high school at Gitmo.
Oh, their whole family's there. It's
10
Yeah.
out of 10. Sandwich looks bomb. That's like.
That looks pretty good.
Oh shit.
That's good.
So much better than in the United States.
Yeah, because this is with a side of torture.
Yeah.
You know, it just hits diff. It just hits different when you're, eating right after you're tortured like a 75-year-old man who's been blinded because he hasn't seen sunlight for the past fucking 20 years at this point.
Fries. Oh shit. Overall, 10 out of 10. Very good.
What are the comments on that?
What's up with all these workout people? They're always working out. Is it McDonald's BDS? Cancel her. Yeah, that's the real issue with this video. I hate that button so much.
Well, you're gonna hate it more when it's.
Oh no, I know. I'm already.
Yeah, this is gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I already
you can just keep it around and just bring it in. And
I can fix it.
Me, when eating at McDonald's on camera while waiting for someone to get a haircut, turns into a political debate in my comments. Let's let a girl feast, please. I was hungry.
This is fucked.
What are you saying?
Rumor has it.
Like,
stop making Guantanamo Bay political.
Yeah,
Okay?
what the fuck?
Can't even eat McDonald's anymore.
I'll have to stop by when we're done waterboarding in Guantanamo Bay. You have got to try the Pizza Hut on North Sentinel Island. Next time I'm in Guantanamo Bay, I'll have to try it. Can you try the Taco Bell in Abu Ghraib next? It's just like, I don't know. Is
So many
waterboarding like
fuck stories from that place? It's not just waterboarding. They do so much creative shit in
Yeah.
Guantanamo Bay.
If
I don't
only
know.
there was a YouTuber with the bravery and the courage to be able to, I don't know, tackle the issue of enhanced interrogation, maybe even by testing it on one another.
We'll never know.
We'll never know if there's a YouTuber out there.
No, we did it, but we got a
with
guy
with the tenacity to follow through on such a complex mission.
Hassan waterboarded me.
I did.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Which is why I've allowed
And
him to
he
light me on.
didn't stop. When I asked him to stop, my brother had to rescue me.
Okay, dude, let's not bring that back. I have it was.
Sorry.
No, there's no safe words when you're getting.
You
when you're doing
can't speak when you're.
You have to be
covered in
holding
water.
something, and then when you drop it.
No, I literally waterboarded him. It was the worst experience of my life so far.
What's insane is that you got like a 2-minute breath hold, right? So you could have been there forever. And
That's what he
just
thought.
forces you to like.
No, because I thought I'll try to breathe. I'll see what all this waterboarding's about. How hard is it? It's not nice.
No.
As soon as you try to breathe, it's really bad.
Yeah. Well, like I said, because I waterboarded him and felt fucking absolutely terrible, I have to now get lit on fire by him. So yeah, we're just
So we're
swapping.
even now.
Yeah, we're just swapping weird shit back and forth. Anyway, if only someone would post that YouTube video.
Yeah.
And like finally edit it.
I just found like a survivor on Guantanamo Bay that I want to interview for that video.
Oh,
Took a while to track him down.
Yeah, he was put in Guantanamo Bay when you started the video, like 4 years ago.
Just waiting for him to get out.
You're gonna literally lose out on another video because they're gonna make it illegal and close it by the time you put the video out. Oh yeah, we know from. Wait, is that Michelle Carre? From Simp to Soldier, how the military is using e-girls to recruit Gen Z into service.
I've seen that one a
Yeah,
lot.
Haley Juan is like, she literally is from the PSYOP division.
Yeah. Ivanek Niaj, no.
The guy with the big butt?
That's no, I love that guy. The big butt guy is doing
He
military.
brought that
guy.
Yeah, he brought that big old ass to the U.S.
Come
Army,
on,
baby.
dude. What's wrong
We had
with
a
you?
conversation with him.
At VidCon. He seemed like a nice guy.
I mean, I think
with a nice
Michelle
ass.
Khoury's nice.
That too.
But, you know, she did do that.
I just
Very,
think they
very
don't know
naughty.
what they're doing. I'm trying to give them some credit.
It's just normal that America's invading the entire world. Very normal and cool.
Was I simping for Michelle? No, I just, you know, I met her. She was nice. I feel bad. She said she was a fan. Like, makes it a little bit more complicated and difficult for me to be like, yeah, what the fuck? Yvonne Etniage?
Let's join the Navy from The Simpsons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, they spelt it wrong. No, it was like they were like doing a little thing in the desert
like
of Afghanistan. That scared the shit out of me when they slow it down and reverse it. And she's like, join the Navy. It was horrible.
Oh, man. Oh, this is the fucking trash cans have been invented in New York. It's a big deal. Okay, I've been holding off on watching this because the truths are too damning. But I think it's
Oh
time.
my god! Pound his wife.
Husband lets black guy pound his wife. You won't believe it.
Finally, my kind of video.
Coming up on tomorrow.
Botez did a Marine ad.
Marines are some of the toughest people on the planet.
You guys, come on.
That's the least shocking thing. She was like defending going to Saudi Arabia. So I spent 1 week as a Marine. Full videos out on YouTube.
What happens when
Is
you
it
throw
an ad?
in
Was
a
it
lanky
sponsored by the
chess
military?
player
Yeah,
to go
yes.
to a week of training? I was
Why is
terrified
everyone
they were
fucking
gonna
doing this?
Dude,
Also, the training's boring. It sucks.
Yeah, I know. It's like the least fun. Like, at least they should show you like shooting people.
Yeah, exactly. Blow up a fucking school or something.
Yeah.
chew me out, and they did. I'm feeling pretty nervous.
Yeah, recruitment is very low right now. Like, this is like going to Alexandra Botez to be like, we really need you to bring some chess players. We really need you to bring some chess players in the military. Like, you know, their shit is.
We need Tyler One in the military.
He would okay, Tyler One would kill it though.
He's short enough to get
he's
into
a
the
fucking
cage.
animal,
But also
dude.
he's great at what's he?
He's great at everything. He's great at everything he does.
I think I could beat him.
He
in
would be
boxing,
so
actually.
good at in the military.
Fix yourself now, devil dog! And she immediately went down.
Devil dog!
Yeah, my first reaction was like, yeah, she's been playing a lot of chess.
But they also supported me and treated me like one of their own. I can honestly fall asleep. Oh, okay. Coming from a solo sport, I had never felt such a strong sense of
Chess is a
camaraderie.
team sport.
Check out the full video to watch my experience.
Oh man, dude, this is so sad.
Yeah.
I feel like today I'm going to find out that every single person I know has done a military ad. I'm the only guy.
Someone pull up Hassan's military
I'm sorry,
ad.
I did one as well.
For Turkey.
But for China, so it was cool.
We did one for North Korea, so it was
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
That's crazy that Botez did a fucking military ad. Oh, man. William Osman also did a military ad.
I don't know how it happened. But
Sponsored
this
by the
video-
U.S. Navy. A shame to the Ottoman name. This man is Osman. Osman. Utan Osman. How do you do this? Egg drop, U.S. Navy versus William Osman. All right, I'm not going to watch this. Oh, this was 4 years ago. Damn, he did this before I even hung out with him. I didn't even know. A turncoat. Yeah. Jason the Wii in basketball when? Bro, whenever. Name a time and place, okay? I'm sick and tired of waiting.
Go to the bathroom. Don't start the pounding my wife video until I get back.
Okay, don't worry. Wait, what? I'm sorry, but Biden will be doing an interview with YouTuber Speedy Mormon from the pool. President Biden is taping a video interview with Speedy Mormon, host of YouTube series 360 with Speedy Mormon on Complex. What? What the hell is a Speedy Mormon?
They're just really good at door knocking, converting people.
Speedy Mormon averages 1.6 billion views per YouTube. 1.6 billion views? Bro, this has 48,000 likes.
No,
Or I
maybe-
mean
maybe
48,000 views.
Do those moments just kind of hit you at random?
That's crazy that a guy who like not that long ago interviewed Duke Dennis is now interviewing the president. That's crazy.
Points in your day, or like maybe you're just doing something, you look up and be like, holy shit, like I'm What
Duke Dennis is he's a AMP guy. He's pretty cool.
hell is life become?
Like this. Like this whole thing right here, like, it's crazy.
You have no clout? Yeah, I don't think the president is ever going to be fucking... I don't think there will ever be a president that will be interviewed by me unless it's like Xi Jinping, which would be sick. Okay?
I think Biden needs to do hot wings. I think that would restore...
He would die.
Yeah, that's why
He
saying
would literally
he should
die.
do it.
Do you want food? Do you want to order food or something? Oh, all right.
You're like Marat's only here.
He was in the
'cause wants
military and
food.
hated that shit? Oh, Duke Dennis was? I didn't know that. Wait, how fucking old is Duke Dennis? The fuck? He was in the military. Bro, we're waiting for you to watch the
Come
fucking
on.
cuck video.
Fucking scratching his dick. What the fuck?
He's your age? Oh, shit. He's old as fuck. I had
You're
no
not old.
idea.
Speedy Mormon is
Damn.
an actual channel.
Damn, Duke Dennis is old as dirt. If he's the same age as me, he's old as fuck, bro. That's just how it is. Are you still going to China with BB No Money? Probably not. Alexa jerked it? Yeah, he cranked one.
I did a preemptive one so I don't get too horny during the cuck video.
Yeah. He couldn't come in here. He had to fire blanks.
Tomorrow's teachings.
I need to give him some of this other dark meat. But you're black.
Know each other, Paul. What is little boyfriend of mine.
Dad, and I'm going to kill you.
Well, it's not real. It's a skit.
What? No.
I thought
The
it was
documentary.
I thought it was going to be like JCS, like the crime
Hey.
channel.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
It seems like you were forced into doing this with me. It didn't seem like you enjoyed it.
To be honest with you, I don't enjoy this at all.
I was about to give you the hug too.
Give me the gun. I'm killing myself. No, I can't. No.
That meme's actually going to ruin blowjobs for me. I'm not gonna enjoy blowjobs anymore.
That, oh my God. I can't do this. I can't, dude. W reference humor. Oh,
Though, to be fair, he looks as angry as us. It's just like, what the fuck did you say?
just say? Who recommended this? Why? Why?
Throw it out. No, it's finished.
There was a
I have a habit of giving him stuff that he doesn't finish and being like, here, finish this water.
Yeah, finish it.
So
Eat
he
your food.
automatically went to down it.
He's tracking my water macros.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it all.
Oh my God, this is so bad. Don't blame Hasan. Hasan recommended this. I didn't recommend this. Chat did. The fuck? I was trying to avoid watching this shit. The fuck do you mean Hasan recommended it? You're wrong.
Look, I'm just not attracted to you physically, okay? I see you from sunrise to sunset. I've been married to you for so long. You know, it's hard for me. You gain some weight and I'm just not physically attracted to you anymore. I love you, but it's not the same. You know, I have to go to the gas station to get those rhino pills just to get it up.
You can do that at gas
I'm
stations.
sorry,
here?
but I'm just not attracted to you anymore.
It's called healthcare. Look it up.
That's fucking sick.
It's called American healthcare.
Damn. That's why everyone's so horny at the gas station.
Yeah, gas station dick pills.
You promised you'd always love me, regardless of anything.
I do love you. You're my wife. But it's just not there anymore. I'm sorry.
What, they're
Okay?
standing over him on the bed.
How could you say that to me? I'm your wife, and I put in a lot of effort to look good for you.
I'm sorry. It's just not enough.
classical
Not
music.
enough. I'm sorry. You're just kind of ugly now. You gained some weight, and it's not the same.
I'm hungry.
Okay, honey. I'll go make you something in a second.
How do they?
What?
How do they have an
We're
Indian
gonna keep
child?
this conversation going later.
You're gonna start jacking off.
These videos almost always feature like a child that is pretty much the same age as the parent, which as you
You've
just
watched
saw.
these videos before.
Yes, I
They do
unfortunately.
pretty good like masturbation movements, so I gotta learn that.
I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was in here.
Who are you? What are you doing in my house?
I am Tammy, Aunt's new tutor.
I'm sorry, my wife didn't mention anything about you.
It's okay. I'll leave.
Wait. I'm all
Do you wanna
done.
have
I'm all
sex with
finished.
me?
Come on in. Come on in.
Okay.
You look so young. How old are you?
17.
17. You're still in high school?
Yes.
Oh man, those high school days are the best. The girls, the lights coming down.
I love having a conversation in my bathroom with a random 17-year-old.
From the stadium as they chanted my name as the prom king. Those were the best of times. Oh man, what I would give to go back.
I know. I'm having so much fun right now. It's just, all these boys, they really suck.
Well, tell me about it. Me and my wife aren't any better.
You know, I don't think I have your number.
Give me your phone and I'll type it in.
I don't want to. No, never mind.
Oh my God, you said the contact name is Daddy.
Makes it easier for us to remember.
I've never had a daddy before.
I can be yours.
Wait. What is it? Why?
Oh,
Just.
so I see you've met Amanda.
You forgot to mention that the new tutors are coming in today?
Yeah, sorry. I have a lot on my mind right
beautiful.
now. Whenever you're ready, Amanda, Aunt is below and all set to learn. Let me know if you need anything else.
Why do they have a son
Okay,
called Ant?
I will. Thank you so much, by the way.
Short for
I've been
Anthony.
trying to save money for college, so this
Is that
really
what you guys
helps
do?
me.
No worries. Our neighbors told us all about you and we think you'll do great here.
Surely you'd have a bigger reaction if your husband was about to kiss a 17-year-old in your bathroom.
How can I help you?
Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm here to pick up my daughter's backpack. I come by to get it.
Your daughter's Amanda?
Yes, that's my daughter.
But you're black.
Well, she's adopted, and as you can tell, she's also transgender.
These videos are so. What do you mean? As you can tell.
You probably clocked her.
These videos are so insane, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do people watch this like Darman? Where is there a message at the end where you're like,
oh yeah, there is.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm Paul. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Paul. I'm Kendrick. Nice to meet you, too. I love that sweet Warriors jersey.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Are you a fan
Very
too?
timely.
You don't see many Warriors fan often.
What? You don't see too many Warriors fans often? Okay, I'm sorry. I know that this video has had a lot of insane statements, but what do you mean you don't see too many Warriors fans often? That's crazy.
They had a great season last year. I can't wait to see them again this year.
Yeah, so.
This guy's a good actor, though.
You know, I am a season ticket
Best
holder.
actor.
Whoa! What a text.
Well, okay. Well, how about we'll watch a game this season? How about that?
I'd love to.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Oh, please come in.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Bro, just because you live in your Hollywood mansion doesn't mean us peasants aren't having everyday problems like this. Yeah.
So, Steph Curry
Oh,
is
the
the greatest
vignettes.
shooter of all time. What do you say to that?
Top five.
Yeah, you don't hear that often either.
Why is there a vignette when looking at him and then not on this guy?
I don't.
What are these editing choices?
Why do you care? Dude, it's Kino. Let it happen.
For sure.
Really, just how?
Are we spying
Hey,
on him?
honey, this is
Kendrick?
Tammy? Oh my God!
Wait, this is getting tense.
You guys know each other?
Know each other? Paul, Kendrick is an old boyfriend of mine.
What?
Mom, is he trying to rob us?
Oh, no,
wait,
sweetie.
why do they
This
have
is an old friend
so
and
funny,
your
dude.
tutor's dad, Kendrick.
Hi.
Is he trying to
Go
rob
get ready
us?
for bed.
Tammy.
Wait, is that there?
It's so amazing seeing you again after all this time.
Too long.
Tammy, I'm sorry. It is amazing to see you again. And it's been so long, but I got to get going.
Oh, please stay for dinner. It'll be our treat, right, Paul?
Yeah, that's okay, honey.
I just feel bad for the extras that are cast in this. Like, imagine showing a show reel to
Okay,
someone
sure.
when you want to get a job, and you're
Yeah.
like, "This is what I did."
They always have like a character that just does the worst, like I'm disabled acting of all time. Like it's actually crazy.
Why not?
You reckon people bat off to this?
Oh, you look great. You haven't changed at all.
I've changed a little bit, but thank you.
Like, oh, they're making it
I'll
overtly
tell you what,
sexual.
you still.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like someone's into it.
17 years old. Remember when we had prom night?
Oh my God.
Tammy, you never mentioned that you dated
A black guy?
Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. I just never knew.
Paul, you never bothered to ask.
And graduation. Oh my God, graduation. We were wild. We did some of the most craziest stuff.
We went so nuts that night.
I don't know
It
who to
wasn't
feel
for that
bad
crazy
for
dog of
here.
yours.
Who am
What's
I?
his
Which
name?
team am I
Oh my
on?
God,
Muppet,
Muppet almost wanted me
yes, Muppet was
grounded.
crazy.
Oh my God.
Getting anything.
Yeah. Is Paul okay?
Oh, he's fine. Don't worry about Paul. Yeah. It's just so good to see an old friend.
Yeah, it's real good to see an old friend.
Right. Cheers to that.
They're gonna pipe.
Oh yeah.
But there are also multiple people in the room in the teaser clip.
But he's trying to fuck the dude's
To
daughter.
be completely honest with you, I want you. I want you right now. I don't care what other people would say. I know you're 17.
Andreas.
I don't care.
Obviously.
If you're down, I'm down. I'm waiting for you. Come over here.
Oh!
A good move.
He's a chaser. Oh my God, this is Dr. Disrespect. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the story. This is a real story of Dr. Disrespect. Oh my God. Oh my God, I just realized. Oh wow. He's joining the Champions Club. He's gripping.
I think he was a little jealous because you had your hands all over me. He must have wanted to protect me.
Oh, remember that.
We were so bad.
Oh,
It's such a good conversation to have.
Paul, what's this?
Whoa.
Why did you send me
Well, because you like
a
it.
video?
I did.
Say because you're my wife and I love you.
Have you two ever had a threesome?
What?
Fuck yeah.
No, we haven't.
Well, let me take the both of you on a wild ride.
Whoa. I want to fuck your
A
husband.
roller coaster of pleasure.
Wait, did he change his fit?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
didn't he
stayed
just
for
stay
dinner.
over
He's probably
for
wearing my
dinner?
husband's shirts as a flex.
It seems like your relationship could use a little excitement. What do you say?
Paul?
You can say no.
Wait, what was that video? Why?
Wait. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
Oh
This is
my
pretty
God.
funny.
I think this could really benefit us, and I really want to. I want you, but not without you.
All
This
of
is
us
hot.
together. Let's go.
Just 3 people that you don't want to see naked.
I want to see. I think she's hot.
Come on in here, brother. I'm not greedy. Don't make me have all the fun alone.
He's nice.
Hurry.
Ant, I'm here.
Wait, if she sent it, if he sent that video accidentally to the wife, then how did she get the video
Maybe,
as well?
maybe it was
Do
a chain.
tutoring.
It was like a chain message.
Oh my God! What happened?
He fell down the stairs.
Oh yes, I misplaced my steps.
Oh, you made it. Aunt's upstairs, all set to learn.
Dad, why are you here?
Oh no! Are they saying
He banged them
Yeah,
both.
he
So
fucked
hard.
them so hard they're in a wheelchair?
You didn't get that?
Oh.
What did you think was going? What did you think was happening, Hassan? It's an easy storyline to follow. Come on.
I literally thought like maybe he's being abusive secretly to the
There's an extra
husband.
side plot. Also, he's hitting them.
And he bought them both wheelchairs.
So they just had these on their hand.
In their house.
Dude, what the
In case
fuck?
their ex-boyfriend came along.
They do have a
Dude.
disabled son. We forgot that. This
what
makes
the
sense.
Fuck. This is so bad.
Doesn't get to work.
I like this a lot more than the military recruitment video. Like a lot
Don't
more.
worry, baby. The soreness goes away after a few days.
How do you know
Don't
that?
worry about it. And guess what? I'll catch y'all later.
Guess what?
And tonight I'll bring some of my friends with me. And trust me, they're bigger than me. Have a good time. Catch y'all later again.
This is like what Russians think is happening in America.
Wait. Amanda, wait.
What?
Why are you ignoring me?
I sent you a message and you didn't even respond. I don't know. I always get in stupid situations like this.
Look, I can't explain it, okay? I think you're the missing piece of my life.
Bro, what is going on? What the fuck is the lesson to learn here? There's so many lessons. Like, this guy is really invested in having sex with a 17-year-old.
I want to be with you.
You do?
I do.
I felt the same way.
Yes. Dude, that's a good maneuver.
I love you.
I love you too.
No one's supposed to know about this, okay? Not your dad, not your mom, not my wife, not my kid. No one ever, okay? Look, you have to leave now before somebody else sees you, okay? I'll get in touch with you soon.
I swear I won't. We can run away. Leave your wife. Together.
You and me.
They just got pictures of another person's family on the walls.
I have to do something
They couldn't
tonight.
pay for the decoration
And I
for
have
the
to get
set.
back in. You have to leave now. Go.
Okay.
It's just a random stock photo family. I really like the look of this family. I'm gonna put it up.
Why do people agree to
Where Paul
participate
at?
in this?
I need to give him some of this other dark meat.
I mean, I guess we can start without him.
Man, forget him. We can just use each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to give me some of that white bunny.
I mean, I guess we can start without him. I don't care.
I would love to be
Wait, she just repeated the same line.
Yeah.
I would love to be one of his friends. Us three and
You're
her.
so horny, dude.
Yeah.
You're so horny for her. What's going on?
This is a common situation
what
for me.
about her? What about her has put you in this bind?
She's not hot.
I mean, she's fine. She's all right. Like, it's not.
'Cause she looks like Julia Zamiro, an Australian host. And Alexa has a crush on her.
Who wants a haktua?
Stop! Oh, it's still somehow the most offensive part about this entire video, where there's a literal pedophile doing statutory rape and jokes like about how the black people are fetishized and have big penises and put you in a wheelchair. That's still the worst part about the video. Ah!
That's what I'm saying. Paul can join later.
Or we can have whatever's left.
Whoa! Get out of the house! No!
Wait, what the fuck kind of laser blaster does this guy have? What is that, bro? That's literally
Han
that's a
Solo
Star
gun.
Wars gun, bro.
You always come to a threesome pack and heat.
Yeah.
That's the only rule.
This guy doesn't have a blicky. He's cooked.
I can't believe you. You invited us to your home. We was gonna have fun with you and your wife. And all I wanted you to do was get in this bed with your wife and lay down, take some of this dark meat.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
you talking all this nonsense?
Been waiting for you, boy.
Get over here, Paul.
Mom.
Oh, this is.
They shot the disabled kid.
This is really good. I'm gonna show this to people. I actually really like this.
Yeah, it's got so many twists and turns.
I can
This
show
is
this
all
to
done
Rick.
wrong.
This is all
I
gone
was only
wrong.
sent here to
Yeah,
obstruct.
I just wanted to kill all three of these
I just wanted to have
guys.
sex with a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And now look what happened. Fuck.
Serve humans and not cause chaos.
What do you mean?
Let me show you. The only way I can show you who I truly am is with a kiss.
Kiss Paul.
He's gonna kiss Ant.
And revive his son. I don't like it anymore.
I come from planet Ottoine. What have I noticed? Earth is miserable. You are all doomed. People take everything too seriously. Men
Yeah,
are no
they talk about age of consent and things like. He's from the libertarian planet.
Men are too weak.
Yeah.
longer men, but weaklings.
What?
They are cocks, like Canal and Sneeko.
What?
Guys dress up as girls, and the future generation is consumed by the evil.
Why is this channel taking a weirdly transphobic and like what is happening? I mean, this channel is expected.
I mean, it was obvious, but I just thought it was bad writing, not actually.
I just find it really funny that like the kind of guys who look up cuck videos like this want to be preached at by right wingers. It's such a good like synergy.
Yeah, right wing aliens.
Force, TikTok. We have been studying the brains of your kind to understand the reasons behind your behavior.
Can we please stop watching this? This video fits too close to home for me. Dude, this is, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It was your own personal Afghanistan every time the alien came out and kissed your dead son.
I have all that I need and will be returning home now.
To be continued. Okay. That was, I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I feel like they're trying to be funny, which I resent.
Yeah.
I like Darman because he's like serious.
Yeah. And then
He really wants to help you.
the stupidest life lesson.
He really wants to help. You're right. That's what he wants to do more than anything else is help people. All right. Well, on that note, I think that's a good place to end the broadcast today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
As always, you guys won't be here. You're doing some other shit.
Oh,
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Do you want to show chat what you stole from a homeless man today?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not true. We went to buy hype beast shoes so we could prank the Hype Beast convention. But then we found free shoes on the road. So it's just like,
why are you? I can't believe you bring trash into my house.
It smells fine.
It's normal
It
shoe.
smells like a normal shoe.
You're like a cat. You're like a
I
bad
bought this for
cat.
you.
They're the same size.
You love shoes.
You're like a cat that
They
brought
are
like a
your
dead animal.
size.
You're like
size
a
are you?
dog that brought a dead animal into my front yard.
It's 11.5. What are you?
I'm 13.
Damn it. Well, let's put him back. We'll go get some others.
Okay, what else did you get?
And then we got real hype beast shoes.
The cheapest ones in the store.
Yep.
Oh, the panda dunks? Everyone's gonna dunk on you guys.
They don't like those?
What?
Everyone's gonna make fun of you. That's like the most clowned on shoe of all time. God.
We bought them from the store.
It's actually even funnier that you're gonna go to the Hype Beast convention with the panda dunks. Oh my god. It's like literally the #1 shoe that everyone will make fun of you for.
So that's why they're so cheap. Okay?
Yeah, they hate those shoes.
No,
They said no returns.
$100 is literally less than retail, by the way. So that's why that was cheap.
Less than retail?
Like what they should actually be retailing.
Yeah,
for.
like
so
when
we
they-
got a deal.
We got a market.
Yeah.
Well, now I like them.
Well,
I
it's gonna be fun.
hate shoes. People are insane.
What do you mean, bitch? You wear those
just
Doc
bought-
Martens?
you just bought those Doc Martens.
Yeah, don't even act
Yeah,
like
No,
it. dude.
they're nice shoes.
He's a fuckboy now. He has like fuckboy attire. Anyway, everybody, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Love you all. Thank you to the Aussie boys for
Bye-bye.
coming. Had a lot of guests today. We had Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill, which, you know, can't hold a candle to the Aussie boys, of course, but
Nice.
you know, what do
We're
they
the
do?
real journalists here.
You know, what do they do? We got real journalists in here. Anyway, peace and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.